Chapter 1042. I'd like to see who took the magic weapon star. A cold voice came from the black Tier 5 hive. In an instant, the Tier 5 hive that was the size of a star shone brightly, and many profound and mysterious divine eyes suddenly appeared. The densely packed divine eyes flickered and disappeared into the void. In the void, time flowed backward, and the phenomenon of the birth of the magic weapon star reappeared. Reverse time and trace the source. This is a heaven-defying spell created by the spirit eyes eternal. The worldly apparition of the MO weapon star's birth only lasted for an instant. It shook slightly and then collapsed, unable to reform. A cold voice came from the black Tier 5 hive. Someone used the essence of time to erase this image of time. A voice came from the red Tier 5 hive. Is it them? A voice came from the black Tier 5 hive. I don't know. 7 Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses, a large number of Holy Spirit warlocks, and even many great Holy Step powerhouses died on the magic weapon star. The top powerhouses died on the magic weapon star, turning it into a dangerous place. Even if it is a Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouse, they will be in danger of dying if they enter alone. But for the 18 sacred races and the 3 Protoss races, the magic weapon star is a huge treasure trove. Once they obtain it, they can increase their underlying strength. The disappearance of the magic weapon star caused the gazes of the 3 Protoss races to fall on the 18 sacred races. The 18 sacred races are subordinates of the 3 Protoss races, not slaves. They have their own will. The 18 lords of the sacred clans also longed for the opportunity to become eternal ones. As long as the universe existed, they would be eternally deathless. Each of the 18 sacred race lords is a warlock emperor rank existence with heaven-defying means. They can erase the image of the river of time, making it difficult for people to spy on them. A sigh full of regret came from the white level 5 hive. Unfortunately, I'm a step too late. The magic weapon star has tremendous resources. It can become an underlying strength of the 3 Protoss races and cultivate great Holy Step powerhouses. Now that it has been taken away, the 3 Protoss races are naturally full of regret. Rays of light distorted, and the 3 hives disappeared from where they stood. The moment the 3 Tier 5 hives disappeared, a large number of powerhouses poured into the star field, frantically searching for the demonic weapon star. MO weapon star had been hidden from the world for millions of years. It was an earth-shattering treasure trove that had given birth to countless miraculous holy medicines. Just obtaining one would be a great opportunity for those experts. The Gumana universe's lightless starfield, in a no-man's land, light flashed, and the magic weapon star suddenly appeared. Floating quietly in the universe, it frantically absorbed the energies of the Gumana universe. Standing in the void, Yang Feng looked at the magic weapon star with satisfaction in his eyes. Magic weapon star. With this star, my foundation will increase by another level. MO weapon star was the palace where the master of MO weapon lived in. It was a miraculous star that could automatically absorb all kinds of energy from the vast universe. When the 7 warlock emperors and countless powerhouses died on this celestial body, most of the powerful forces they absorbed returned to this celestial body. Over the course of time, this celestial body has become a cultivation holy land rich in resources. Except for the lack of eternal sovereign's relic sites and traces, this magic weapon star is not inferior to any celestial body inhabited by warlock emperor rank powerhouses. I can break through and advance to the Holy Spirit warlock realm. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose, then his figure fluttered, and he disappeared. The world of warlocks. On the branch floating continent occupied by the Battle Demon sect, cities have been established. Only the top warlock geniuses of the Battle Demonic sect can enter this ever-expanding branch floating continent to practice cultivation. The top holy domain on the branch floating continent is occupied by Yang Feng and his closest people. No one has any objections. Because this branch floating continent was originally a spoil of war obtained by Yang Feng through various means, it belonged to Yang Feng. Yang Feng is willing to let the geniuses of the Battle Demon sect enter this branch floating continent to practice cultivation, which is already a gift. In the center of the holy domain, inside the gold lake where the brilliant Great Holy resurrected, Yang Feng is sitting quietly with his eyes closed. The gold lake water full of holy power and world origin force poured into Yang Feng. Vast holy might suddenly seeped out of the gold lake, passed through the top of the branch floating continent, and entered the void. Within an area of hundreds of millions of kilometers in radius, elemental energy, life magic energy, and other types of energy converged in this direction. Someone advanced to a Holy Spirit Warlock. Who? Who advanced to a Holy Spirit Warlock? This direction is the Heaven and Earth Spirit Root continent occupied by the Battle Demon sect. There is only one person in the Battle Demon sect who can advance to a Holy Spirit Warlock. Did he advance to a Holy Spirit Warlock? Did that person advance to a Holy Spirit Warlock? When the Tsangji Plains powerhouses sensed the earth-shaking aura, their countenance changed dramatically, and they looked in this direction. Each Holy Spirit Warlock is an earth-shaking powerhouse. A Holy Spirit Warlock can become the guardian of a race and make it a superior race. God Blood Plains True Blood Kindred are a race that has existed since the Eternal Sovereign era. In their long history, they have only given birth to less than 20 Holy Spirit Warlock rank true ancestors. From this, it can be seen how difficult it is for a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse to be born. In the world of warlocks, the birth of a Holy Spirit Warlock is a major event. It represents the birth of a true powerhouse. In the world of Star Imperial Court, the Star Heavenly Maiden looked at the place where the heavenly phenomena converged, her beautiful eyes flashed with incredulity, and she exclaimed, "Is that person Yang Feng? He just advanced to a quasi-holy not long ago, how could he advance to a Holy Spirit Warlock so quickly? Where did he get so many resources?" It is much easier for a quasi-holy who formed an immortal body to advance to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm than for other warlocks. However, for someone like Yang Feng who aspires to the position of Warlock Emperor and even wants to promote to an eternal mark, the resources he needs to consume in order to advance to a Holy Spirit Warlock are frightening. The eyes of the Star Monarch shimmered with enigmatic light, and she said slowly, "He can even defeat the Dawn Lord. Such a peerless genius is favored by the universe, and his fortuitous encounters are naturally far beyond that of ordinary people." Inside a hall, Huang Yihe and the other great elders of the Battle Demon sect who had just arrived gathered together. Holy Spirit Warlock. The Battle Demon sect is going to give birth to a Holy Spirit Warlock. This Holy Spirit Warlock is my disciple. He's my disciple. As Huang Yihe felt the terrifying saint aura emanating from the Golden Lake, he danced with joy, unable to close his mouth. Holy Spirit Warlocks are the protectors of a race and can shelter a race. Even the founder of the Battle Demon sect didn't advance to this realm at the time. For Yang Feng to advance to a Holy Spirit Warlock is simply heaven-defying. The rest of the Battle Demon sect supreme elders looked at the proud Huang Yihe with jealousy and envy. Eugene Gang said sourly, "Huang Yihe, you really picked up a good disciple." Huang Yihe laughed heartily, "Haha. I'm lucky. No, it's my good eyesight. At the time, I saw at a glance that Yang Feng had a promising future. That's why I accepted him as a personal disciple. In terms of eyesight, you can't compare to me." The great supreme elders of the Battle Demon sect rolled their eyes at Huang Yihe, unwilling to expose him. At the time, Shi Shui's aptitude was heaven-defying. Huang Yihe only accepted Yang Feng as his disciple because he wanted to form a good relationship with Shi Shui. This matter has become a source of pride for him. In the floating continent of the Heaven and Earth Spirit Root, in the back garden of an exquisite palace, many stunning beauties were admiring the flowers. There were both Western beauties and Eastern beauties. Each of them was peerlessly beautiful and had different temperaments. Holy Spirit Warlock, has he finally reached this step? When the beauties sensed the familiar and terrifying aura, their eyes flashed with astonishment. When they looked in that direction, their hearts trembled. Within the taboo imperial court, the taboo monarch gazed at the phenomenon in the distance with an enigmatic gleam in her beautiful eyes and said unhurriedly, "What a fearsome fellow. As expected of someone valued by my lord. He's so heaven-defying. To advance to a Holy Spirit warlock in such a short period of time, that's too heaven-defying. It is not that easy to advance to a Holy Spirit warlock. Although the taboo monarch and the other 5 warlock monarchs have extraordinary aptitude, but it is still very difficult for them to advance to the Holy Spirit warlock realm." The taboo monarch recalled that when they first met, Yang Feng was just an infinity warlock. In less than 100 years, Yang Feng has surpassed her and advanced to a Holy Spirit warlock. Even though they are allies, she still has a complicated feeling, and even some jealousy. Yang Feng has advanced to a Holy Spirit warlock. What a fearsome enemy. As expected of a universe child of this era. If it weren't for us, he would be the warlock emperor of this era. Within the Dawnlight dynasty, the Dawnlight king sat on a throne. His body shone with dazzling dawnlight divine light, and he gave off an invincible and terrifying aura. Countless runes appeared in his eyes, and he saw what was happening in the distance. Holy Spirit Warlock. Yang Feng, your progress is really depressing. In a corner of the Tsangji plain, Jiang Lang looked at the phenomenon in the distance with a scorching fighting spirit in his eyes. Holy Spirit Warlock, Yang Feng, I will surpass you one day. In a spiritual land, Yi Yuanyang clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, and his eyes shimmered with determination. Chapter 1043. Elemental energy poured in from all directions, and a star containing endless mysteries suddenly appeared. That star flickered slightly, and with a flash, an incomparably huge spatial door suddenly appeared, layer upon layer, endless, twisted, and chaotic. A mysterious river of time emerged from the spatial portal and ran through the past, the present, and the future. Countless mysterious images emerged from the river of time. In the river of time, a black hole that can devour everything suddenly appeared and frantically devoured the power in all directions, as if to devour the whole world. The elemental energy and life magic energy within a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers was devoured by the black hole. The devour black hole evolved into a huge black star, plunged into the branch floating continent occupied by the Battle Demon sect, and entered Yang Feng's body. Yang Feng opened his eyes, which seemed to have turned into 2 terrifying black holes that devoured the sun, the moon, and the stars, full of mystery and great power. A complete and fearsome immortal aura slowly spread from Yang Feng and suppressed the surroundings. Holy Spirit Warlock. I finally advanced to a Holy Spirit Warlock. This power is really formidable. Sitting quietly in the center of the Gold Lake, Yang Feng felt that his soul has transformed again and undergone an earth-shaking evolution. With a thought, Yang Feng can perform calculations comparable to that of a level 6 optical computer. If he goes to a small plane like Earth, he can become an omniscient and omnipotent true God. Yang Feng looked at the Gold Lake, which has shrunk by a layer, and revealed a smile in his eyes. Thanks to the Gold Lake, I was able to make a perfect advancement. Fortunately, I was decisive at the time and seized this continent. The Gold Lake is the center of the branch floating continent's life magic energy, and its water possesses all kinds of miraculous powers. With the help of the Gold Lake's power, Yang Feng completed his transformation and evolved into a Holy Spirit Warlock. A vermilion bird covered in raging flames flew over from afar, landed outside the holy domain of the branch floating continent, and turned into a beautiful woman with red hair. The beautiful woman transformed from a vermilion bird said respectfully, I am an emissary sent by the mighty Sir Flame Holy, Vermilion Bird Li Xiang. I request an audience with the Great Battle Demonic Sect Master, the 7th Chairman of the Human Supreme Council, Sir Yang Feng. A golden rainbow extended out from the Golden Lake and landed in front of Vermilion Bird Li Xiang. Vermilion Bird Li Xiang stepped onto the Golden Rainbow Bridge. With a flash of golden light, she was teleported to the side of the gold lake. Sitting casually in the gold lake, Yang Feng asked indifferently, "Why did the flame sage send you here?" Vermilion bird Rika looked at Yang Feng sitting in the gold lake with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes, and she said respectfully, "Sir Flame Sage wants to ask you about the candidate for the next 7th chairman." As a pure-blooded vermilion bird, Rika Vermilion Bird possessed Moonlight Warlock rank strength at birth. After reaching adulthood, she would possess Infinity Warlock rank strength. She has cultivated bitterly for 10,000 years, yet her cultivation base is only at the Junior Warlock Monarch realm. Less than 500 years after Yang Feng rose to prominence, he has already promoted to a Holy Spirit Warlock. Seeing Yang Feng filled her with envy and jealousy. Yang Feng frowned slightly and sank into his thoughts, the candidate for the 7th chairman. The 7 chairmen of the Human Supreme Council are all Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. They won't be Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. Each Holy Spirit Warlock is aloof and overlooks all living beings. When they enter seclusion to comprehend essence, they will spend decades or even 100 years. Naturally, they are not suitable for managing secular affairs. Of course, the position of the 7th chairman of the Human Supreme Council is extremely important. Yang Feng won't let it go, which is why the Flame Sage sent someone to ask Yang Feng and let him nominate a candidate for the 7th chairman. After Yang Feng advanced to a Holy Spirit Warlock, he will be a fearsome tycoon with the power to nominate a chairman of the Human Supreme Council. Yang Feng quietly weighed the pros and cons, Mykelia and Sure You won't do. With their talent and the resources I obtained this time, there is no suspense in promoting to a Holy Spirit Warlock. Besides, they aren't good at management and fighting for benefits. Mykelia and Sure You are heaven and earth variants, darlings of the universe. There is no suspense in promoting to a Holy Spirit Warlock. However, when it comes to scheming and fighting for power, they can't even compare to ordinary people. The position of chairman of the Human Supreme Council needs someone who can fight for benefits for the Battle Demon sect regardless of everything. At the same time, they are slick and can deal with everyone. In fact, Yang Feng wasn't very competent when he served as a chairman of the Human Supreme Council before. But before that, he was the only one who was qualified to serve as a chairman of the Human Supreme Council with his meritorious service and the support of the brilliant Great Holy. Ever since the Hellion ancestor was quelled and Yang Feng advanced to a Holy Spirit Warlock, the power of the Battle Demon sect has become extremely terrifying. In the Human Supreme Council, it is second only to the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts in terms of strength. It already has the power to sway the Human Supreme Council. It's her. Yang Feng weighed it over and over again, and then snapped his fingers. With a flash of light, a devastatingly beautiful Wu Meiying with black hair and an enchanting aura appeared. Wu Meiying smiled sweetly at Yang Feng and asked, "Sir Husband, what can I do for you?" Yang Feng responded with a smile, "I want you to be the 7th chairman of the Human Supreme Council. Are you interested?" Yang Feng controls countless planes. Among the geniuses with level 8 soul aptitude, he has only found Wu Meiying and Regina. Regina has devoted herself to cultivation, and her cultivation base is far above Wu Meiying's. However, Wu Meiying has an exquisite heart. She is slick in dealing with people. Her means of fighting in the harem are superb, and her means of governing the state are not bad. Eunice, the beautiful warlock Yang Feng met in the Tyrannid subcontinent, has rich management experience, and her means are not bad. However, considering that the main composition of the Human Supreme Council is warlocks from the Eastern world, Yang Feng chose Wu Meiying. Wu Meiying's breathing quickened slightly, and her beautiful eyes shone brightly. As if she drank a bottle of the best elixir, she became more beautiful and charming, and she smiled like a flower. "I'm interested. I'm willing to share Sir Husband's worries." For a beautiful woman with a strong desire for power like Wu Meiying, supreme power is the best nourishment to nourish her. The Human Supreme Council is a terrifying warlock group that controls countless planes. The 7 chairmen are among the highest echelons of this warlock group, and their power is even higher than that of Holy Spirit warlocks. When Wu Meiying heard that she may become one of the 7 chairmen of the Human Supreme Council, she no longer concealed her desire. Okay, then it's you. Yang Feng smiled and flicked his finger, and a gold page flew into Vermilion Bird Lixiang's hand. Vermilion Bird Lixiang handed Yang Feng a gold invitation letter. Sir Yang Feng, in 3 days, the Heavenly Cloud Mountain's Human Supreme Council's Holy Assembly will be held. This is the invitation letter, please accept it. Yang Feng took the gold invitation letter, looked at it carefully, and revealed a smile. Holy Assembly. The highest echelon of the Human Supreme Council is the Holy Spirit Warlock rank. Holy Spirit Warlocks are lofty existences. It is very difficult for even Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses to meet them. The Holy Spirit Warlock Gathering is a gathering of Holy Spirit Warlocks. Although Yang Feng was one of the 7 chairmen of the Human Supreme Council not long ago, but he has never received an invitation letter to the Holy Assembly. A day later, all forces in the Cangji Plain learned that Yang Feng has promoted to a Holy Spirit Warlock. All the forces allied with the Battle Demon sect sent gifts to congratulate them. Many wavering warlock groups decisively sided with the Battle Demon sect and became its subsidiary forces. The Heavenly Cloud Mountain is a famous sacred mountain in the Cangji Plain's eastern world. It is the royal residence of successive warlock dynasties in the eastern world. It has beautiful scenery and is full of all kinds of beautiful extraordinary plants. After the core world's human powerhouses emerged, the Heavenly Cloud Mountain became a holiday palace for the human holy spirits. Ordinary warlocks are not invited, and even warlock monarch rank powerhouses are not allowed to approach this place. A white cloud floated over from afar. When the white cloud approached within a radius of 100 meters of Sky Cloud Mountain, a transparent barrier suddenly appeared, blocking everything and preventing anyone from getting close to Sky Cloud Mountain. 2 powerhouses dressed in silver armor and exuding warlock monarch rank breath suddenly rose into the air and shouted, "This is the Holy Palace, stop. It's me." The figure of the person on the white cloud appeared. It is Yang Feng. The complexion of the 2 powerhouses flickered, and they said respectfully, "So it's Sir Yang Feng, I'm very sorry. If we offended you in any way, please forgive us. Please show me your invitation letter." Yang Feng didn't make things difficult for the 2 powerhouses. He flicked his finger, and an invitation letter flew out, radiated resplendent light, and opened a path to the top of the Heavenly Cloud Mountain. "Please come in." The 2 warlock monarch rank powerhouses retreated to the side. Yang Feng stepped on the path and reached the top of the Heavenly Cloud Mountain in a few steps. On the top of the Heavenly Cloud Mountain, there is an exquisite and luxurious palace with beautiful extraordinary plants planted everywhere. Handsome men and beautiful women from various races who were famous for their beauty were wearing the clothes of waiters and working busily. Each of the handsome men and beautiful women possesses infinity warlock rank strength. But here, they are just ordinary attendants. In a beautiful garden with a green lake and flowers in full bloom, there are more than a dozen men and women sitting. Each of them looks like an ordinary person, but their life force field is restrained. They are the Holy Spirit Warlocks of the Human Supreme Council. A middle-aged man with short hair, a tall figure, regular facial features, and a domineering aura came over and said with a hearty smile, "Yang Feng, you're here. I am the Storm Great Holy, the presider of the All Saints Council. Welcome." Chapter 1044. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Hello, Storm Great Holy." The Storm Great Holy took a look at Yang Feng and exclaimed, "Amazing, Yang Feng. To promote to a Holy Spirit Warlock in less than 10,000 years, apart from those heaven and earth variant species, your cultivation speed is definitely among the best in history." Although Yang Feng seems to have risen to power less than 300 years ago, but in fact, he has been practicing cultivation in the heart of Eternity Plain for thousands of years. As a great holy step powerhouse, the Storm Great Holy is a top powerhouse in any era. He can tell at a glance that Yang Feng's true age is already thousands of years old. Even so, Yang Feng's cultivation speed is heaven-defying. It should be noted that in the endless abyss, many abyssal Grand Dukes haven't been able to break through and advance to abyssal kings for tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years. In the theology plane, some kindred monarchs have lived for millions of years yet still haven't been able to break through and advance to kindred true ancestors. Yang Feng responded with a modest smile, "It was just a fluke." The Storm Great Holy uttered with a smile, "Every human warlock who promotes to a Holy Spirit warlock doesn't rely on luck. At the Holy Spirit warlock rank, the body and soul have undergone earth-shaking changes, and the Holy Spirit warlock rank has become a terrifying life form containing immortal power. Even the descendants of warlock emperor rank powerhouses are far more talented than other existences. When they reach adulthood, they will become transcendent rank powerhouses. But it is very difficult for them to promote to the Holy Spirit warlock realm. The Storm Great Holy took Yang Feng to the dozen-plus Holy Spirit warlocks and introduced them to Yang Feng. Each of the dozen-plus Holy Spirit warlocks has left their name in history. They are almost invincible geniuses who once ran amok in an era. Their names have been recorded in many ancient books. Now that they have revived in this era, Yang Feng saw the emergence of great people in history, and his heart stirred slightly. These dozen-plus Holy Spirit warlocks plus the Holy Spirit warlock fighting in the central starfield are the strongest fighting force of the human Supreme Council as well as the guardians of the human race. It is the existence of these Holy Spirit warlocks that the old monsters of the evil god plane, the theology plane, the demonist plane, and the other 36 primary material planes don't dare to act rashly. There are countless terrifying existences hidden in the 36 primary material planes, among which there is no lack of Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouses. The god blood plane alone had 9 true ancestors. The evil god plane has far more Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouses than the human race. However, there are contradictions between the evil god plane's Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouses. They are not a unified entity. In order to fight for resources, those evil gods killed one another. There were even many races that had feuds with one another. It was naturally impossible for them to start a war against the human race. The Empty Spirit Towers Sky Holy, the Sky Cloud Towers Sky Cloud Holy, and the Void Gardens Void Flower Holy looked at Yang Feng with complicated light in their eyes. Not long ago, in the eyes of the 3 Holy Spirit warlocks, Yang Feng was a little warlock who only relied on the support of the brilliant Great Holy to ascend to the position of chairman of the Human Supreme Council. But now, Yang Feng is in existence on an equal footing with the 3 Holy Spirit warlocks, which filled them with complicated feelings. The Empty Spirit Towers Sky Holy, the Sky Cloud Towers Sky Cloud Holy, and the Void Gardens Void Flower Holy are peerless geniuses who have advanced to the Holy Spirit warlock realm in the past tens of thousands of years. They are well aware that in order to advance to the Holy Spirit warlock realm, they spent God knows how much effort, went through countless battles, and spent tens of thousands of years, and finally reached the summit. In order to advance to the Holy Spirit warlock realm, the Sky Holy, the Sky Cloud Holy, and the Void Flower Holy almost died several times. Yang Feng, on the other hand, easily advanced to a Holy Spirit warlock, which made them jealous. The dozen-plus Holy Spirit warlocks gathered together and enjoyed the world's top delicacies and tasted all kinds of top wines. A drop of this wine can transform an ordinary apprentice warlock and promote to a great warlock, but it only makes these Holy Spirit warlocks feel that it's very tasty. Yang Feng gained a lot of cultivation experience from the dozen-plus Holy Spirit warlocks. At the same time, he also obtained a lot of information from the antiques who have lived for tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years. The Violent Thunder Holy said, "Yang Feng, you have promoted to a Holy Spirit warlock. You can choose a holy name. What holy name are you going to choose?" After advancing to the Holy Spirit warlock realm, every human Holy Spirit warlock will choose a holy name, and their true name will no longer be mentioned. The Time Lord even used a heaven-defying secret method to erase his true name from the river of time. Except for the Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses of the same generation as him, the rest of the powerhouses no longer know his true name. That's because the true name of a powerhouse has divinity. Some incomparably strange spells could be cursed through one's true name and blood, carrying out all kinds of unimaginable attacks. Because the top powerhouses don't want to leave a weakness for others to attack, they like to hide their true name and address themselves by their holy name. Yang Feng uttered, "My holy name is Heaven. From today on, I am the Heaven Holy." The Violent Thunder Holy responded, "Okay." The dozen-plus Holy Spirit Warlocks present are the strongest human warlock groups in their respective forces. After today, Yang Feng's name as the Heaven Holy will spread throughout the world. A handsome man with dragon horns and a noble temperament, the tyrant demon Dragon Holy looked at Yang Feng with a scorching shade in his eyes and said solemnly, "Heaven Holy, I want to compare notes with you in spells, how about it?" The tyrant demon Dragon Holy is not a member of the 8 Warlock dynasties, but a peerless genius born after the collapse of the 8th Warlock dynasty, the Dawn dynasty. After the collapse of the 8th Warlock dynasty, the Dawn dynasty, countless human enemies besieged the Tsangji plane from the 36 primary material planes. It was during that era that the tyrant demon Dragon Holy emerged, killed countless powerful enemies, and finally evolved into a Holy Spirit Warlock in one fell swoop. He was the most dazzling and outstanding peerless genius of that era. Gazes full of excitement fell on the tyrant demon Dragon Holy and Yang Feng. Each of these Holy Spirit Warlocks is a peerless genius of an era. They have enjoyed delicious food, handsome men, beautiful women, and other top pleasures. Now, for them, the exchange of notes between Holy Spirit Warlocks is what attracts them the most. Yang Feng responded with a smile, "Okay." The Violent Thunder Holy silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and a blue beam entered a palace. Countless mysterious runes appeared on the palace, and a vast arena suspended in the void suddenly emerged. A battle between Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses is heaven-defying. With a raise of their hand, they can suppress the world and destroy a world. Even if the Tsangji plane recovers and becomes stronger and stronger, to the point where it can accommodate a fierce battle between Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. When Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses fight outside, they can easily destroy a city with tens of millions of people. Only in special arenas that have been refined can Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses spar. Yang Feng and the tyrant demon Dragon Holy turned into rays of light and entered the special arena. "Heaven Holy, be careful." The tyrant demon Dragon Holy barked, countless runes appeared on his body, dragon scales containing immortal breath suddenly appeared on his body, claws that can tear apart holy-grade secret treasures grew on his hands, and a fearsome lion tail engraved with countless runes grew on his back. A fearsome domineering aura spread from the tyrant demon Dragon Holy, and he took a step forward. In an instant, he closed the distance of dozens of kilometers, appeared in front of Yang Feng, and sent a fist shrouded in a tyrannical dragon projection barreling towards Yang Feng. So these are the Tsangji Plains human Holy Spirit Warlocks, amazing. They're much stronger than holy-grade beasts like the star-swallowing sparrow. With a dignified look in his eyes, Yang Feng operated the essence of power, formed a fearsome star, and sent it barreling towards the tyrannical dragon projection. Boom! With a loud noise, the tyrant demon Dragon Holy's projection was blasted apart. Blasted away by the blow, he retreated by dozens of kilometers. The Void Flower Holy's beautiful eyes flashed with shock, amazing. This is the strength of a Heaven Holy. He has just advanced to a Holy Spirit Warlock, yet he was able to blast the intermediate Holy Spirit Warlock Tyrant Demon Dragon Holy away with a blow. In terms of power, he's a freak who formed an immortal body at the quasi-holy step for no reason. How heaven-defying. A complicated look in his eyes, the Sky Holy sighed slowly, amazing, so this is a Heaven Holy. Even the Dawn Lord was defeated by this freak. How fearsome. The eyes of the other Holy Spirit warlocks shimmered with enigmatic light. Everyone present is a peerless genius of their era, a genius among geniuses, a freak among freaks. None of them has a soul aptitude lower than level 8. Among the dozen-plus Holy Spirit warlocks, the tyrant demon dragon Holy is not a weakling, but a powerhouse known for his strength. For such a powerhouse to be blasted away by Yang Feng with a blow, Yang Feng's strength is simply incredible. So strong. Heaven Holy, you're really strong. That makes me even more excited. A scorching flame flashed in the eyes of the tyrant demon dragon Holy, and he smiled excitedly and blurred into motion. In an instant, countless afterimages suddenly appeared and filled the space. Enveloped by the essence of speed, the tyrant demon dragon Holy shot towards Yang Feng from all directions at a speed that would make even Holy Spirit warlocks exclaim in admiration. Boom! Boom! Earth-shaking rumbles echoed in the arena. In the arena, stars fell, mountains and rivers collapsed, the earth cracked, and a storm swept, as if the end of the world has arrived. A fearsome shock wave destroyed everything, as if to tear the world apart. Chapter 1045. At that moment, thousands of earth-shattering booms erupted in the arena. The tyrant demon dragon Holy seems to have become the incarnation of an invincible dragon. Each of his attacks contains the power of a true dragon, which can destroy a world. Stars condensed from power profundities appeared one after another, shattering all of hegemonic dragon saint's attacks. 2 rays of light flashed, and the tyrant demon dragon Holy separated from Yang Feng and stood quietly opposite him. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Tyrant demon dragon Holy, why don't we call it a draw?" The tyrant demon dragon Holy grinned, "Yang Feng, you don't have to be modest. In this exchange of pointers, I'm a bit inferior. Although I didn't use my final trump card, but neither did you. Besides, you didn't even use the essence of devour, time, or space. You are indeed much stronger than me. In a life and death struggle, I estimate that I can seriously injure you at most, and then die." As a powerhouse who has experienced countless battles, the tyrant demon dragon Holy naturally knows how terrifying Yang Feng is. Even though he is tyrannical, but if he goes all out, he can only seriously injure Yang Feng at most. He doesn't even have the confidence to perish together with Yang Feng. Yang Feng responded with a smile, "You flatter me." After the exchange of pointers, the tyrant demon dragon Holy became even closer to Yang Feng, and he brought several of his friends to communicate with Yang Feng. The tyrant demon dragon Holy asked curiously, "Yang Feng, when do you plan to go to the eternal path? The Zhangji plain is recovering every day, and many treasures are emerging one after another. However, many of these treasures are of great use to powerhouses below the Warlock Monarch realm. These treasures don't enter the eyes of Holy Spirit warlocks like Yang Feng. Only the dwelling of a great Holy Step powerhouse or the treasury of a Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouse will attract a Holy Spirit warlock like Yang Feng. Holy Spirit warlock rank treasures are extremely rare. It is unknown when one will appear. Only the path of eternity was filled with countless powerful beings and endless secrets. According to legend, in the Eternal Sovereign Age, the Eternals of the world of warlocks went to the Eternal Path and left behind many things. On the Eternal Road, there were countless Eternals who had conducted all sorts of experiments, leaving behind terrifying life forms that had survived. Many terrifying life forms are comparable to Holy Spirit warlocks, and even great Holy Step powerhouses. The 8 warlock emperors once went to the Eternal Road, fought along the way in pursuit of the Eternal Sovereigns, killed countless enemies, and finally promoted to warlock emperors. Yang Feng asked curiously, "The Eternal Road? It's not time to open it yet, is it? The Eternal Path contains the peerless secret of advancing to an Eternal Sovereign. If a Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouse enters at the wrong time, they will most likely die. Unable to open the gate of eternity that leads to the core of the Eternal Path, they can only take risks in the periphery of the Eternal Path." The tyrant devil dragon saint smiled. "Soon. If nothing unexpected happens, the road to eternity will open in 100 years. At that time, if we encounter each other on the eternal road, let's take care of each other. Yang Feng replied, of course. From the mouths of Tyrant Demon Dragon Holy and the other holy beings, Yang Feng learned a lot of secrets about the eternal path. These secrets did not exist in the weave. Only the 8 warlock imperial courts and those forces with extremely long inheritances have records of them, which is the most precious knowledge. By exchanging information with the dozen-plus Holy Spirit warlocks of the Human Supreme Council, Yang Feng gained tremendous benefits. For several days in a row, Yang Feng stayed there, chatted with the Holy Spirit warlocks, tasted delicious food, and relaxed his body and mind. Someone advanced to a Holy Spirit warlock again. What fearsome elemental fluctuations! Someone advanced to a Holy Spirit warlock. The Holy Spirit warlocks suddenly felt fearsome fluctuations of power, and their countenance flickered, and they looked in that direction. A queer shade in his eyes, Tyrant Demon Dragon Saint asked curiously, Heaven Holy, your battle demon sect is going to give birth to another Holy Spirit warlock. Who is he? The dozen-plus Holy Spirit warlocks focused their eyes on Yang Feng, full of curiosity. Yang Feng looked into the distance and saw that in the heaven and earth spirit root plane where the battle demon sect is located, elemental energy and life magic energy in a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers converged and formed a huge stone that radiated resplendent light and suppressed the world. Sure you, this guy is really reckless, he didn't even inform me. Yang Feng looked at the dazzling divine stone in the sky, which looked like it could suppress the world, and said with a bitter smile, Everyone, I'll go first. Without hesitation, Yang Feng took a step, crossed 10,000 kilometers, and flew away. Tyrant Demon Dragon Saint transmitted his voice, Heaven Holy, do you need help? The promotion of a life form to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm is bound to arouse the covetous eyes of other powerful existences, and they may even come to attack. Yang Feng, with his boundless potential, advanced to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm at an astonishing speed. Before the enemies of the human race could react, he advanced to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm, leaving all potential enemies helpless. Shiryu's promotion to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm will definitely arouse the unease of other forces, and may even attract countless powerhouses to attack him. Yang Feng transmitted his voice, No. Thank you for your kindness. I'll take this opportunity to kill some enemies. I'll let them know how powerful the battle demon sect is. If you go there, they won't dare to show themselves. In the sky above the branch floating continent where the battle demon sect's headquarters is located, a Holy Spirit Warlock rank evil god with a pair of wings on the back, a bird's head, dragon claws on the limbs, and a scorpion tail on the back suddenly appeared. A handsome man with a horn on the head, white hair, and a peerlessly handsome appearance stood proudly in the void, distorting the void. He is also a Holy Spirit Warlock rank evil god. A multi-armed holy with 3 heads and 6 arms, engraved with countless mysterious runes, and exuding a fearsome breath appeared in the void. A freak with a tortoise shell on the back, a snake-like tail, and a black head on the head suddenly appeared. The eyes of the evil god with a bird head and a scorpion tail shimmered fiercely, and he barked, You want to promote to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm? Absolutely not. Yang Feng is one thing. The human race cannot give birth to a second Holy Spirit Warlock. Die. The white-haired evil god extended his hand, and stars fell into his hand and barreled towards the branch floating continent like meteors. Each star falling is equivalent to an all-out attack of a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse. On the battle demon sect's branch floating continent, mechanical towers suddenly shone, and a shield covering the entire continent suddenly appeared. Boom! Boom! The falling stars bombarded the barrier, causing it to tremble unceasingly. Terrifying shockwaves spread out in all directions. The other 3 Holy Spirit Warlock rank evil gods picked up stars and barreled towards the battle demon sect's branch floating continent. Inside the branch floating continent, peerless monsters like the Hellion ancestor have been slain. The four holy spirits naturally don't dare to enter. What they want to do is to interfere with the elemental energy and life magic energy of this world so that they can't converge and cause the Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses in the Battle Demon sect to fall short of success, or even die from a backlash. As if a hornet's nest has been poked, a dense and nearly endless dazzling light unit legion flew out from the branch floating continent and swept towards the four Holy Spirit Warlocks. A bunch of ants, go to hell. The multi-armed Holy Spirit roared, shone with runes, and turned into a ferocious freak more than 100,000 meters long. Armed with a blade, a spear, a sword, a halberd, a mace, and a stick, he barreled downwards. 6 fearsome attacks containing the essence of power enveloped the dazzling light unit legion. The dazzling ruler hidden in the dazzling light unit legion resonated, and the dazzling light unit legion seemed to form a whole. The dazzling light units released a shield and connected as one. Boom! When the multi-armed Holy Spirit's all-out attack slammed into the dazzling light units, the outer shells of 10,000 dazzling light units burst open, and their cores escaped. However, there are still 300 dazzling light units that shattered, including their cores. Even more dazzling light units broke through the multi-armed Holy Spirit's attack, rushed to in front of him, and slashed at the multi-armed Holy Spirit Warlock's life force shield. The legion of dazzling light units can easily kill Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. But when the 4 Holy Spirit Warlock rank evil gods take action, they blasted apart the void, turned into streams of light, and blasted a large number of dazzling light units apart. Ants, you dare to come to my Battle Demon sect? Since you're here, then go to hell. A cold and overbearing voice emerged from the void, and Yang Feng stepped out of the void. With a sea of killing intent in his eyes, he operated the Spacetime Devour body, accelerated time by 200 times, and appeared in front of the bird-headed, scorpion-tailed evil god almost instantaneously. His fist transformed into the sun, moon, and stars, as well as spatial portals, a river of time, and finally formed a black hole that slammed into the bird-headed, scorpion-tailed evil god. In an instant, the bird-headed, scorpion-tailed evil god's body was torn apart, and his terrifying flesh and blood turned into a bloody mist. Even his soul was directly absorbed by the devouring black hole, and the essence of his flesh and blood was completely devoured. So strong. What a terrible monster. Yang Feng has become so terrifying. This, even if it's a sneak attack, this is too heaven-defying. That's a Holy Spirit Warlock rank evil god. When the powerhouses who were watching through various spells saw this scene, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Chapter 1046. The Tyrant Demon Dragon Holy, who was watching everything through a spell, inhaled a breath of cold air. How fierce. This guy fights with all his strength, it seems that I still underestimated him. At the time, the Tyrant Demon Dragon Holy was a ruthless person who ran amok in the world. Even though he is tyrannical, but it is impossible for him to insta-kill a junior Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse. Most likely, after a fierce battle, he wins and the other party flees. For Yang Feng to kill a junior Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse with a single strike, this is simply heaven-defying. Amazing. His battle prowess is comparable to that of pinnacle Holy Spirit Warlock rank freaks. Karma spells, the essence of time, and the essence of space, how fearsome. Being an enemy of him is more dangerous than being an enemy of a great holy. If you're careless, you'll be killed directly, and even your soul won't be able to escape. The eyes of the powerhouses watching this scene shimmered with a dignified shade. Each Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse can be the guardian of a race. They possess fearsome battle prowess and formidable life-saving ability, making it difficult for them to be killed by powerhouses of the same rank. Even though it is easy for a great Holy Step powerhouse to defeat a Holy Spirit Warlock, it is very difficult for them to kill the other party. The reason why Yang Feng was able to kill the demon Holy Scorpion Rock with a single blow is that he cultivates the essence of time, essence of space, and essence of karma. Under the pull of the law of karma, he he can extinguish the enemy's life force and destroy any means of resurrection. Yang Feng, you're too cruel. Any holy step powerhouse is the most precious treasure of the universe. You actually killed the scorpion rock demon Holy. You're insane. Eyes shot with blood, the multi-armed demon Holy erupted with bright light, brandished 6 holy-grade secret treasures, and barreled towards Yang Feng. Countless mysterious runes appeared on the horn on the head of the white-haired evil god, lightning runes suddenly appeared around him, and a sword surrounded by lightning appeared in his hand. The figure of the white-haired evil god fluttered, and he brandished his sword and attacked Yang Feng. The world was enveloped by countless bolts of devilish lightning filled with corrosive force. The black tortoise evil god with a huge tortoise shell on his back and a snake-like tail on his back had a cold look in his eyes. The snake-like head opened its maw, and a fearsome poisonous ray shot towards Yang Feng. Countless runes flickered in Yang Feng's eyes, and a black hole that can devour and suppress everything suddenly appeared. The endless lightning, poison, and other attacks were devoured by the black hole, unable to harm Yang Feng in the slightest. Stepping on a river of time, Yang Feng appeared in front of the multi-armed Holy in an instant, grabbed him, and tore him apart. The multi-armed Holy was torn in half by Yang Feng in an instant, and then turned into a mist of blood that was devoured by the black hole behind Yang Feng. Pa! The moment the multi-armed devil sage was devoured, his body collapsed and disappeared. Only a set of devil bones appeared in the devouring black hole and was devoured by it. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows, a death substitution secret treasure. In the world of warlocks, there were countless mystical secret treasures and spells. The law of karma spells could sever all karma and destroy death substitution spells. However, in this world, there were also peerless treasures that could perform the mysteries of death substitution. Even Holy Spirit Warlock rank karma spells couldn't kill them. At the moment when the set of devil bones was devoured, the multi-armed Holy appeared 1,000,000 kilometers away. Without hesitation, he turned into a stream of light and fled towards the evil god plane. The white-haired evil god tore a scroll apart and a resplendent radiance shone from it. The light wrapped the white-haired evil god, tore apart the sky, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared in an instant. The black tortoise evil god grew a pair of dragon wings on his back, flapped them, the void trembled, and he fled into the distance. You want to escape? It's not that simple. My battle demon sect isn't a place where you can come and go as you please. Yang Feng smiled coldly, spread the fingers of a hand, operated the essence of space, and stabbed into the void. A giant hand 10,000 kilometers long containing spatial portals appeared from the void, grabbed towards the black tortoise evil god, and pulled it into a spatial portal. The space in front of Yang Feng twisted, and the black tortoise evil god suddenly appeared. A look of shock on his face, the black tortoise evil god roared crazily, "How is this possible? Yang Feng, you just advanced to a Holy Spirit Warlock, how can you be so strong? You're too weak." A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng's right hand formed a star, and he sent a strike containing the essence of power barreling towards the black tortoise evil god. The black tortoise evil god retracted its head and limbs into the tortoise shell and sealed it. The entire turtle shell blossomed with an incomparably mysterious rune that was resplendent beyond compare. Boom! Yang Feng's strike pierced through the black tortoise evil god's life force field, slammed into the tortoise shell, and produced an earth-shaking blare. The black tortoise evil god's tortoise shell was blasted thousands of kilometers away, entered a spatial portal, and appeared in front of Yang Feng again. Boom! 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 Yang Feng operated the essence of power and bombarded the black tortoise evil god's tortoise shell 14 times in a row. But he couldn't damage the tortoise shell at all. The black tortoise evil god roared wildly, "It's no use. Yang Feng, unless you have an Empyrean-grade offensive secret treasure, you won't be able to hurt me. Let me go, and I'll pretend that nothing happened today. Idiot, in this world, there is no existence that I can't kill." Yang Feng smiled coldly, and a devour black hole suddenly appeared and swallowed the black tortoise evil god. The essence of devour operated and frantically devoured the power of the black tortoise evil god. The black tortoise evil god's secret method converged all of its power. Even so, it was still horrified to find that its power is being devoured and poured into Yang Feng. Yang Feng, let people off when possible. Let go of the black tortoise evil god. A fearsome voice came from the sky, and a giant hand exuding endless demonic qi and great holy step fluctuations of power shot towards Yang Feng. A cold ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, a torrent of time emerged on him, and 3 saint-slaughtering artilleries suddenly appeared behind him, and 3 resplendent beams tore through the sky and slammed into the giant hand in the sky, shattering the giant hand formed by the magic power of a great holy step powerhouse. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he returned to the battle demon sect's branch floating continent. He looked coldly at the void and said flatly, "Anyone who dares to behave atrociously in my battle demon sect must pay the price. If you have the ability, then come here. I'll fight you and quell you." The battle demon sect's branch floating continent is Yang Feng's base. The gold lake in the center of the branch floating continent can enable quasi-holy step powerhouses who formed an immortal body to evolve and advance to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. In this base, Yang Feng has spent countless resources to create countless terrifying weapons. Even if a great holy step powerhouse enters, they will be quelled. What an arrogant kid! A pair of huge star-like eyes appeared in the void, took a deep look at Yang Feng, and then slowly disappeared. The Zhangji Plain is the territory of human warlocks. If the human Holy Spirit warlocks of the 6 warlock dynasties join forces and use Empyrean-grade secret treasures, they can even quell a great holy step powerhouse. The 4 evil gods originally came to interfere with Shi Shui's advancement, not to break into the battle demon sect's base. But now Yang Feng killed one and quelled the other. The great holy step evil god can only disappear. Otherwise, the one to be quelled would be him. What an amazing guy. The Heaven Holy Yang Feng actually calls himself the Heaven Holy. He's really despairingly strong. Tian Sheng is indeed worthy of being the peerless prodigy of this era. It seems that the Dawn Lord's reincarnation wasn't defeated by him by a fluke. To fight 1 against 4, kill one, and quell another, that's simply heaven-defying. To rise in such a short period of time, that's really scary. The powerhouses of the major races who cast various spells to watch this scene felt a chill in their hearts. Although the 4 evil gods are junior Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses, but they are all Holy Spirit Warlock rank existences. To be able to advance to the Holy Spirit Warlock rank, each of them is a genius among geniuses, a peerless genius among peerless geniuses. When the 4 join forces, even a pinnacle Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse may not be their opponent. In a head-on fight against 4, Yang Feng killed one and quelled a Holy Spirit Warlock rank evil god. This kind of battle prowess is simply heaven-defying. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a luxurious litter suddenly appeared in the void. Sitting in the luxurious litter, he flipped through an ancient book, and a devour black hole suspended above his head devoured the power of the black tortoise. Stop! Yang Feng, stop! Don't devour my power. I'm willing to surrender, I'm willing to submit to you. Give me a way out. The black tortoise's roar filled with horror came from the devour black hole. Yang Feng responded coldly, after an intelligent life form promotes to a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse, their life essence will undergo a transition. There are few methods that can be used to control it. I'm worried about you. In order to avoid future troubles, you'd better die. Each of the Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses is an extraordinary existence. Even if they open their soul, only a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse can use an Empyrean grade secret method to brand their soul and control their fate. Yang Feng doesn't have the means to manipulate the life of a powerhouse like the Black Tortoise. Naturally, he can't let him live and leave behind future troubles. Chapter 1047. The black tortoise implored without any dignity, use secret treasures. You can use secret treasures to control me. Human warlock's secret treasures are famous all over the world. With your strength, Sir Yang Feng, can't you create a secret treasure to control me? Yang Feng sank into his thoughts, secret treasures. Human warlocks' secret treasures are famous all over the world. Human warlocks are physically weak. Even bloodline warlocks and body-tempering warlocks with the strongest fleshly bodies will be at a disadvantage when contending against extraordinary life forms such as evil gods and dragons. It is precisely because human warlocks have developed all kinds of powerful secret treasures with extraordinary powers that they have suppressed the world and defeated countless powerful enemies. Each of the strongest 7 warlock emperors of the human race has refined an Empyrean-grade secret treasure that suits their path, and became invincible and slayed powerhouses of the same rank. Some warlock emperor rank powerhouses hidden in the corners of the universe also have Empyrean-grade secret treasures. However, their Empyrean-grade secret treasures are only made of excellent materials, but they are not compatible with their path. This is why they were defeated by the 7 warlock emperors. There are many top secret treasures among human warlocks. The 8 warlock imperial courts have developed secret treasures that can control Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouses. However, secret treasures that can control Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouses are very rare and precious. Yang Feng doesn't have a single one. Yang Feng glanced at the black tortoise evil god, and his heart stirred, transcendent Empyrean imprint, what a pity. After all, the true God Empyrean imprint I created can't compare to the transcendent Empyrean imprint, and it can't control Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouses. However, I can use Shizu technology to create a secret treasure that can control this guy. Each Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouse has gone through countless fights, evolved, and transformed into a terrifying existence. Unless it is a warlock emperor or an eternal rank powerhouse, it is very difficult to recruit a Holy Spirit warlock to serve them. The star-devouring sparrow that Yang Feng suppressed not long ago was unwilling to serve him, and was used as nourishment for his evolution. The spineless black tortoise evil god is an anomaly among holy demons, it is timid and afraid of death. Give up resistance and let me seal. Otherwise, die. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and countless seals flew towards the black tortoise evil god inside the devour black hole. The complexion of the black tortoise evil god changed several times, and then he finally gave up resisting and let Yang Feng point a finger at him. Countless seals spread out on the black tortoise like maggots on a tarsal bone, sealing the black tortoise's strength. With a flash of light, the black tortoise evil god flew out of the devour black hole, landed in front of Yang Feng, showed a fawning smile, and said respectfully, "Greetings, master." Yang Feng glanced at the black tortoise evil god and uttered with a satisfied smile, "Your defense is pretty good, you can be my shield." Although the offensive power of the black tortoise doesn't rank high among Holy Spirit warlocks, but its defensive power is terrifying. Once he retreated into the tortoise shell, even someone as strong as Yang Feng couldn't smash his defenses in a short time. He could only use the essence of devour to slowly devour his power. Evil god Xian Wu's face darkened, but he still smiled and said, "It is my honor to be Master's shield." The divine stone in the sky shone brightly, absorbed a copious amount of elemental energy and life magic energy, and then entered Shiryu, who is sitting cross-legged in the gold lake. An incomparably terrifying sacred aura emanated from Shiryu's body and swept out in all directions. It's a success, the Battle Demon sect has added another Holy Spirit warlock. This is the second Holy Spirit warlock born in this era. The Battle Demon sect has become the 7th warlock group worthy of its name, strong enough to compete with the other 6 warlock imperial courts. The eyes of the powerhouses peeking from all directions shimmered with a complicated gleam. The addition of a Holy Spirit warlock to the Battle Demon sect means that the Battle Demon sect has become more powerful and its underlying strength has become more terrifying, leaving many hostile forces breathless. With a slight flash of light, the elegant and refined Shiryu dressed in a white dress appeared in front of Yang Feng with a smile on her face. big brother. Yang Feng uttered with a straight face, why didn't you call me when you attacked the Holy Spirit Warlock realm? So that I could come back and protect you. Shi Yu took a step forward, hugged Yang Feng's arm, pressed her ample breasts against his arm, exuding a sweet fragrance, and said coquettishly, Guji, I'm sorry. I argued with my Kelia a little. Then it was time to break through in the competition. I'm sorry, I won't do it again. When Yang Feng saw Shi Yu acting coquettishly, his heart softened, he stroked her hair and said, forget it. Don't do that again. How dangerous would it have been if I hadn't come back? Shi Yu embraced Yang Feng and whispered, Big brother, I'm very happy that you came back to protect me. At this moment, the elemental energy and creature magic energy in the hundreds of millions of miles was once again extracted and gathered above the battle demon sect. This is the third Holy Spirit Warlock. How is this possible? A third Holy Spirit Warlock, how is that possible? How could this be? How could a Holy Spirit Warlock be born so easily? Holy Spirit Warlocks are the protectors of a race. For a race to give birth to a Holy Spirit Warlock is already heaven-defying. In less than a year, 3 Holy Spirit Warlocks were born. How is that possible? How could this be? 3 Holy Spirit Warlocks, how could this be? How could there be 3 Holy Spirit Warlocks? When the powerhouses who are spying on what is happening here saw this phenomenon, they were dumbfounded, their minds shook, and their faces contorted with incredulity. It is difficult for a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse to be born even after tens of thousands of years. The reason why the 6 Warlock dynasties can have so many Holy Spirit Warlocks guarding them is because of the accumulation over a long period of time. Many of the 6 Warlock Imperial Court's Holy Spirit Warlocks woke up from their slumber and searched for opportunities to advance to the Great Holy and Warlock Emperor realm in this era. In the past 10,000 years, none of the 6 Warlock Imperial Court's Holy Spirit Warlocks have advanced to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. In less than 300 years, the Battle Demon sect rose to prominence in Yang Feng's hands, yet it gave birth to 3 Holy Spirit Warlocks at once. Countless rays of light appeared above the Battle Demon sect and condensed into a huge Angel Emperor. Beside the Angel Emperor, sacred sound lingered and brilliance overflowed. Countless angels suddenly appeared and prostrated in front of the Angel Emperor, as if worshipping a supreme being. On a mountain paradise that was filled with the endless divine light of dawn with countless beautiful angels flying around, the God of Dawn, the supreme God that was emitting the terrifying divine light of dawn slowly opened his eyes and looked at a seraph beside him. The blazing angel bowed to the God of Dawn and reported respectfully, "My lord, the Emperor of Angels has been born." The eyes of the God of Dawn shone brightly, and he uttered unhurriedly, "The Angel Emperor has been born. It is the Battle Demon sect that obtained it. What a pity! In a divine country filled with lush trees and the aura of nature. The green angels knelt on the ground and bowed in Mycelia's direction. In a divine country surrounded by the sea. Countless sea angels knelt on the ground and bowed in Mycelia's direction. In the vast universe, the angels of the divine countries bowed in Mycelia's direction and celebrated the birth of their emperor. The Holy Steppe Angel Emperor has been born. The legendary Holy Steppe Angel Emperor it is almost impossible to be born has been born. How could such a monster be born? This era is really terrifying. If that Angel Empress attacks, how are we going to defend? All the gods were full of shock, and a look of worry flashed in their eyes. Angels were the most cost-effective and applicable war weapons among the divine legions of the gods. Most gods would use angels as the war weapons of the divine armies so that they could maximize the use of the souls of their believers. If the angel army encountered a Holy Steppe Angel Emperor, their combat power would be weakened by at least 30%. Besides, once the gods were defeated, the angel army would probably immediately switch sides and join the Angel Emperor's camp. Tyrant Demon Dragon Saint's eyes flashed with a strange glint, and he slowly said, "The Angel Emperor actually managed to recruit such a heaven-defying powerhouse. What a terrifying guy. The saints of the Supreme Council on Imo Cloud Mountain also looked in the direction of the Battle Demon sect with a complicated glint in their eyes. The Angel Emperor was a mutant of heaven and earth, the darling of the universe. Even after millions of years, one may not be born. Once they are born, then as long as Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses don't appear, they will be able to sweep through powerhouses of the same rank, and eventually evolve into quasi-Empyrean rank existences, becoming invincible. The Battle Demon sect is really terrifying. The Battle Demon sect has already matured. When the powerhouses hiding in other places, who are full of malice towards the Battle Demon sect saw the angel image, they sighed slowly. Originally, the Battle Demon sect was recognized as the weakest force occupying the branch floating continent. The powerhouses who had their eyes on the branch floating continent basically focused on the Battle Demon sect. However, after Yang Feng and the other two advanced to the Holy Spirit Warlock rank, those powerhouses have regarded the Battle Demon sect as a terrifying force on par with the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts, a force that truly stands at the apex of the universe and looks down on countless forces. In the sky, the Angel Empress projection flickered, and then descended and poured into Mycelia. An immense immortal aura emanated from the floating continent, sweeping out in all directions. The advancement was a success. This world has another Holy Step powerhouse. A Holy Step Angel Empress, the Battle Demon sect has another terrifying powerhouse. The powerhouses who were watching everything through various spells looked at this scene with complicated emotions, their hearts filled with a myriad of thoughts. Chapter 1048. When she retracted her holy might, Mycelia's figure fluttered, and she flew to Yang Feng's side, a fragrance wafting from her. Behind Mycelia followed Alexia and the other 3 Warlock Monarch rank fallen angels as well as 8 beautiful Infinity Warlock rank blazing angels. The 8 beautiful Infinity Warlock rank blazing angels are blazing angels born in Yang Feng's divine country in Feisua Plain. The 8 blazing angels were originally just Glorious Sun Warlock rank blazing angels. But after Mycelia used her Angel Empress innate ability and consumed a lot of resources, the 8 blazing angels quickly evolved into Infinity Warlock rank blazing angels and became Mycelia's personal guards. With a fragrance wafting from her, Mycelia threw herself into Yang Feng's arms, hugged his other arm, and uttered provocatively to Shiryu, "Big brother, I have advanced to the holy rank." The corners of Shiryu's mouth rose into a provocative smile, "I'm faster than you. Call me big sister." Mycelia's pretty face puffed up, and she said pitifully and coquettishly, "Big brother, big sister Shiryu is bullying me." Yang Feng lowered his head, kissed Mycelia's snow-white forehead, and praised, "Well done, Mycelia." Mycelia showed a happy and satisfied smile. After appeasing the 2 women, Yang Feng took them back to the Battle Demon sect's headquarters and held a grand celebration for them. Shiryu and Mycelia advanced to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm one after another, shocking the world. The Empty Spirit Tower, a Warlock group, only has 1 Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse. But the Battle Demon sect has promoted 3 Holy Spirit Warlocks at once, which is simply heaven-defying. Countless powerful Warlock groups sent all kinds of precious gifts to express their goodwill. Many members of the Human Supreme Council also sided with the Battle Demon sect and became allies of the Battle Demon sect. The major forces brought huge orders to purchase all kinds of top battle robots produced by the Battle Demon sect. Countless precious resources poured into the Battle Demon sect. The Human Genius Warlocks have set the Battle Demonic sect as their first goal, and they came from all directions, eager to join the Battle Demonic sect and become a member. With the birth of 3 Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses in one go, the Battle Demon sect status in the Human Supreme Council rose greatly. Coupled with the fact that the Battle Demon sect has never stopped sending battle robots to fight the Gumana universe's powerhouses, the Battle Demon sect obtained one fiefdom after another and expanded its influence. The Heart of Eternity Plain was a place that everyone yearned to enter. It was the Holy Land that dominated everything in the Heart of Eternity Plain. In the Sacred Land, there was a huge laboratory with all kinds of spoils of war Yang Feng obtained from the Magic Weapon Palace. The corpse of the owner of the demonic armament stood silently on the spot, giving off a vast and terrifying aura. It was as if space itself was about to collapse from the pressure. If I devour and refine the corpse of the owner of this demon weapon and absorb his power, I will be able to kill him. If I follow his path, I'll be able to become a great saint in less than 1,000 years. However, my path will also be restricted, and it will be difficult for me to advance. What a pity. Yang Feng looked at the corpse of the owner of the demonic armament with regret in his eyes. The power of the owner of the demonic armament is too overbearing. Anyone who absorbs his power will be assimilated and must follow his path. Only some special heaven and earth variant species and eternal sovereigns can devour his power without being eroded. Yang Feng is not one of them. For existences like the star-swallowing sparrow and the archaic starry sky thunder lion, whose evolution potential has been completely exhausted, Yang Feng won't hesitate to devour the corpse of the owner of the demonic armament. As for Yang Feng, a peerless powerhouse with infinite potential who has taken every step to perfection and is eager to advance to the eternal realm, he naturally won't devour the corpse of the owner of the demonic armament. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a scorching shade. Since I can't devour it, then I'll use it and Kunmo stone to refine an Empyrean-grade secret treasure of my own. Kunmo stone, also known as Eternal God Stone, is the crystallization of a civilization. It is compatible with the path of the Shizu. No, it's still a little short. I need the crystallization of the Blastil race's technology. Only by absorbing the crystallization of Blastil technology can I create a peerless treasure with the potential to advance to the eternal realm. Yang Feng quickly forced himself to calm down. He didn't impulsively use Kunmo stone and the corpse of the owner of the demonic armament to refine an Empyrean-grade secret treasure. After the level 6 stronghold is fully established, it already possesses all kinds of incredible power. With top-notch materials, it can even be used to forge Empyrean-grade secret treasures. Kunmo stone and the corpse of the owner of the demonic armament are top-notch Empyrean-grade secret treasure materials, which can be used to forge an Empyrean-grade secret treasure. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and light shone, and the cracked Empyrean-grade secret treasure demonic armament bell and the green sun halberd appeared in front of him. Demonic armament bell, I am the human warlock Yang Feng. I want to be your master. As long as you recognize me as your master, I will use resources to repair you. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, and queer fluctuations suddenly enveloped the demonic armament bell. Unlike the God Slayer white jade sword and the bead of time, the Empyrean-grade secret treasure demonic armament bell's artifact spirit hasn't died yet. Without the approval of the demonic armament bell's artifact spirit, no one can use its power. Empyrean-grade secret treasures are divided into grades. The most powerful Empyrean-grade secret treasures are naturally Empyrean-grade secret treasures with artifact spirits. The demonic armament bell is an Empyrean-grade secret treasure with an artifact spirit. In the face of Yang Feng's communication, the demonic armament bell fell silent. Like a worn-out ancient bell, it doesn't emit any fluctuations of power. If Yang Feng hadn't seen the bell's power to slay Holy Spirit warlocks, he wouldn't have cared about this worn-out ancient bell. Yang Feng uttered coldly, "Demonic armament bell, if you aren't willing to serve me, then I will destroy you to repair the green sun halberd." A resentful voice came from the green sun halberd, "Yang Feng, destroy it. I am willing to serve you. In terms of destructive power, my power is above that of the demonic armament bell." Yang Feng glanced at the demonic armament bell. Seeing that it didn't respond, he said decisively, "Okay, green sun halberd, as long as you enter a contract with me, I will destroy the demonic armament bell and use it to repair you. A bird in the hand is worth 1,000 birds in the bush." The demonic armament bell has all kinds of mystical powers, but it isn't willing to serve Yang Feng. Yang Feng can't do anything about it. The green sun halberd is also an Empyrean-grade secret treasure with an artifact spirit. Although it is slightly inferior to the demonic armament bell, but as long as it is repaired, it is also a peerless weapon. Countless green runes flew out of the green sun halberd, and condensed into a palm-sized, green sun halberd. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a drop of blood entered the green sun halberd projection. Countless runes shone brightly, wrapped around the green sun halberd projection, and entered the halberd projection. Yang Feng immediately felt a kind of connection with the green sun halberd. Go! Yang Feng ordered, and a large number of seal rulers suddenly appeared. Commanded by 10 seal rulers who have already advanced to the warlock monarch rank, mysterious and brilliant seal light hit the demonic armament bell and turned into countless runes that spread in all directions. Ding! The demonic armament bell trembled slightly and rang, and fearsome bell waves spread in all directions. Under the impact of the bell waves, countless seal light collapsed, unable to touch the demonic armament bell itself. The fearsome bell waves carrying destructive fluctuations of power slammed into a transparent superalloy wall, and were immediately absorbed. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng uttered frigidly, "Useless demonic armament bell. You are broken, and you have no master to control you. No matter how you struggle, you can't resist the fate of destruction." Countless mysterious runes appeared on the demonic armament bell, wisps of immortal Empyrean might suddenly spread, and a bell wave flickered and tore apart the space. The space has just been torn apart, when Yang Feng pointed with a finger, surged with the essence of space, and healed the torn space. Seal light hit the demonic armament bell. The demonic armament bell trembled, and bell waves reappeared and shattered the seal light. After a year of repeated entanglement, the demon weapon bell was finally sealed inch by the countless sealing lights. Break for me! With the green sun halberd in hand, Yang Feng suddenly exuded wisps of Empyrean might, and green light appeared in the void and, as if green suns, slammed into the demonic armament bell. Ding! Along with an earth-shattering noise, the demon weapon bell, which was riddled with scars, shattered, splashed about, and then was caught. Stop, Yang Feng. I am willing to serve you. As long as you destroy the green sun halberd, I will serve you. I will recognize you as my master and suppress all enemies for you. At the moment when the demonic armament bell shattered, a thought came from the demonic armament bell. The demonic armament bell didn't expect Yang Feng to be so fierce as to destroy an Empyrean-grade secret treasure in order to complete another Empyrean-grade secret treasure. After all, it is more powerful than the green sun halberd. It's too late. I have already promised the green sun halberd to kill you. So, go to hell. Unmoved, Yang Feng brandished the green sun halberd and mercilessly chopped the masterless magic weapon bell into pieces. A ball of light escaped from the demon weapon bell. The green sun halberd directly pierced the ball of light, killing the artifact spirit of the demon weapon bell, and completely devouring it, turning it into its own power. Chapter 1049. Every time the green sun halberd devoured a fragment of the magic weapon bell, its aura strengthened by a notch, and the cracks on the halberd healed rapidly. I'll take you to a good place. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, grabbed the green sun halberd, turned into a stream of light, passed through warp gates, and arrived above the gold lake on the battle demon sex branch floating continent. With a casual toss, the green sun halberd turned into a stream of light and entered the gold lake. Many thanks. I can sense that as long as I absorb the power of this lake, I will be able to absorb it. I can feel that as long as I absorb the power of this lake, I'll only need 3 years to fully recover and become stronger than before. From the green sun halberd, there were waves of incomparable joy. It is extremely difficult to repair Empyrean-grade secret treasures. Only the Heaven and Earth Spirit Roots Branch floating continent and a few other places can restore Empyrean-grade secret treasures. Rest well. After leaving this sentence, Yang Feng's true body stepped through warp gates and disappeared. The Gumana universe, a remote celestial body, in a secret room. A soundless ray of light flashed and entered the clone that was in the middle of cultivating. Yang Feng's Guddi clone erupted with bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power and shot into the sky. What's that? What terrifying fluctuations of power! Someone broke through. That's a star rank fluctuation of power. Someone broke through and promoted to a star rank powerhouse. Who is it? When the powerhouses on the remote celestial body sensed the bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power, their countenance changed dramatically, and they turned into streams of light and rushed over. In the universe war between the two universes, bright world warlock rank powerhouses can only be regarded as advanced cannon fodder. In a battle between Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouses, they can't withstand a single blow. However, on many remote celestial bodies of the Gumana universe, bright world warlock rank powerhouses are enough to dominate a region and occupy a remote celestial body with poor resources. When Yang Feng pushed open the door of the secret room, he saw Chrissy standing outside with a pleasantly surprised look on her face. Chrissy asked excitedly, "You succeeded in your promotion?" Yang Feng replied confidently, "Yes, I have promoted to a star rank powerhouse. And it's a perfect promotion. Yang Feng's true body is a Holy Spirit warlock rank overlord rank powerhouse, and behind him is an optical computer network with great holy step computing power. As long as there are enough resources, it is easy to make a clone advance to a bright world warlock." If he wasn't worried that it would be too shocking, Yang Feng could even let this avatar advance to the Infinity Warlock rank quickly. Yang Feng asked curiously, "By the way, what's the cultivation base of that woman, Elise?" Chrissy said with a bitter smile, "The last time I saw her, she already possessed a Starfield Step, Infinity Warlock, cultivation base. Elisa's mother's race was extremely powerful, and her cultivation talent was far above Crazy's. It was only natural for her to advance to the Star Sector grade." Star Master Demudo of Planet Zarek requests an audience. A pinnacle quasi-bright world warlock rank breath came from outside the door. Yang Feng said lightly, "Please come in." A slender, handsome, and charismatic middle-aged man slowly walked into the room. He was shrouded in mysterious clouds and mist. The handsome middle-aged man took a look at Chrissy, and his eyes shimmered with amazement, and he uttered with a smile, "I am Demudo. May I ask where you are from?" Yang Feng responded with a unique arrogance of the Blastil race, "I am Gaudi, the son-in-law of the Blastil race. This is my wife, Princess Chrissy." As one of the Gumana universe's 18 sacred races, the Blastil race is a fearsome force that dominates countless races. Naturally, they are very proud. Demudo bowed slightly and said more respectfully, "So it's Her Highness the Blastil Princess and Sir Son-in-law. Your presence is an honor to the Zarek Star. Please give us a chance to entertain you." "Okay." Yang Feng responded, and then followed Demudo to the Zarek Star's royal palace with Chrissy. Demudo immediately held a grand welcome banquet in a palace. Beautiful men and women shuttled back and forth in the palace. Many beautiful women cast coquettish glances at Yang Feng. As long as he has the intention, he can easily pluck them. Following beside Yang Feng, Demudo pointed at the beautiful women and said with a smile, "Sir Gaudi, they are noble ladies of the Zarek Star. They are of noble bloodline and beautiful. If you like one of them, just tell me, and she will appear where you want her to appear tonight." For the Blastil upper echelon, playing with a few women is nothing. Even the princesses of the Blastil race don't mind their son-in-law fooling around. Of course, most of the princesses of the Blastil race have a rotten private life. There are only a few princesses as pure as Chrissy. Yang Feng smiled proudly and put his arm around Chrissy's slender waist. "There's no need, I have Chrissy. Chrissy is a mixed-blood beauty of the Andarim race. She has the bloodline of the Blastil Lord and the Andarim race flowing in her. In terms of looks alone, she is definitely among the top 10 beauties Yang Feng has ever seen. In the Imperial Palace, there are countless beautiful women. But compared to Chrissy, they are overshadowed, as if green leaves set off by a red flower." Chrissy also smiled sweetly at Yang Feng. Like 100 flowers blooming, she is a peerless beauty. Indeed, Her Highness the Princess is a peerless beauty. Sir son-in-law, you are really lucky. Let me offer you a toast. Demudo took a deep look at Chrissy and sighed in admiration. He took 3 glasses of wine handed to him by a waiter and handed 2 to Yang Feng and Chrissy. The poison of the starry sky demonic scorpion mixed with bitter moon grass can even kill a Starfield rank powerhouse. Star Master Demudo, are you courting death? Yang Feng took the poisoned wine from Chrissy's hand and swept Demudo with a glance. His face was covered in a layer of frost, and he spoke with overflowing killing intent. Demudo's face sank. His mask of gentleness was completely torn off. He stared at Yang Feng and said full of killing intent, "Gaudy, this is the will of Her Highness the Princess Elise. Don't resist, otherwise, your race will be destroyed because of you." A white jade scepter appeared in Demudo's hand. Countless mysterious runes emerged from the white scepter. In the imperial palace, runes flickered and resonated with the white jade scepter in Demudo's hand. A terrifying aura rose from the imperial palace. "Gaudy, in my imperial palace, even star-rank powerhouses will be suppressed." Yang Feng took a step, his body was covered in a blue mechanical armor, and he sent a fist smashing through the void towards Demudo. Boom! The defensive barriers collapsed one after another. Under Demudo's panic-stricken and despairing gaze, Yang Feng's fist slammed into him, smashed Demudo's fist, and insta-killed him. Then, he casually grabbed the white jade scepter. "Star Lord Darren! You bastard, you dare to kill Star Lord Darren! You deserve to die!" 2 experts wearing silver mechas exuding bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power suddenly rushed out of the palace and rushed towards Yang Feng. 2 ants, go to hell. Yang Feng smiled coldly and took a step forward. His figure blurred, and then became clear. There are 2 silver heads in his hand. The 2 silver mechas turned into headless ghosts and fell to the ground. "Let's go. Let's go take a look at their treasury. This remote celestial body shouldn't have anything good. But there's no harm in taking a look." Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and the 2 silver mechas along with their corpses flew into a blue box in his hand. Then, he took Chrissy's lily-white hand and said with a gentle smile, "Okay." Chrissy smiled sweetly at Yang Feng, and then followed him into the depths of the imperial palace. The handsome men and beautiful women of the Xeric star in the imperial palace fled in all directions. Boom! Boom! The sound of explosions rang incessantly in the imperial palace. Along the way, Yang Feng smashed all the defensive barriers in the imperial palace. The Xeric star transcendent rank powerhouses blocking his way were killed as if they were ants. Before long, a huge treasury appeared in front of Yang Feng. "Who's there?" A 1,000-meter-long quasi-bright world warlock rank giant snake with quasi-bright world warlock rank strength hasn't yet finished speaking, when Yang Feng punched it, and it exploded into a mist of blood that scattered on the ground. Boom! Yang Feng slammed his fist into the treasury, smashed the door, and stepped inside. Yang Feng glanced at the treasury and shook his head. "There's really nothing good here." In the treasury, source crystals and various treasures of heaven and earth are piled up like mountains. However, most of them are only useful to powerhouses below the glorious sun warlock rank. These are not bad. After all, the treasury is the accumulation of the Xeric star over tens of thousands of years. There are many treasures in the treasury that are of great benefit to bright world warlocks and infinity warlocks. Although Yang Feng's true body doesn't care about these treasures, but they are extremely useful to his avatar. This is Star Source Magic Gold. I'm really lucky to see such a treasure here. Yang Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he beckoned with his hand, and a fist-sized, star-heavy piece of pitch-black magic gold flew into his hand. Star Source Magic Gold is a rare alloy necessary for the level 7 stronghold of the Shizu. In the world of warlocks, it is virtually extinct. Even though Yang Feng mobilized the power of the Human Supreme Council to search for it, he still couldn't find it. He didn't expect to find such a precious treasure on this remote celestial body. Chapter 1050. As if a demon lord, Yang Feng swept through the Xeric celestial star's powerful families, broke into their treasuries without mercy, plundered all the precious resources, and then left the Xeric celestial star with Chrissy, feeling satisfied. Yang Feng deliberately went to a celestial body under the influence of Elisa's mother family and created conflicts. He captured 3 remote celestial bodies in a row, plundered the powerful families of those celestial bodies, and obtained a huge amount of resources. Later on, when the celestial bodies along the way obtained the information, they no longer dared to make a move against Yang Feng and Elise. Instead, they respectfully sent them off. Along the way, many pirates came to chase after Yang Feng and Elise. The pirates were mercilessly killed by Yang Feng. At the same time, he performed a secret technique and learned the location of their nest from the galactic pirates. Then, he killed his way into the nest of the galactic pirates and started a massacre. Yang Feng single-handedly wiped out 23 pirate groups, and all the wealth of the pirates fell into his hands. In that star field, the ferocious name of Annihilation Dragon Jia Di shocked all the space pirate groups. When many pirates heard Yang Feng's name, they trembled with fear. After passing through the remote starfield and entering the Blastil race's sphere of influence, Yang Feng, guided by Chrissy, went to a place where Elisa's mother family is weak, jumped through wormholes, and returned to the Blastil race's home celestial body, the Swift Steel Star. The Blastil race's home celestial body is divided into slums, commoners, aristocrats, royals, and imperial palaces. Among them, the imperial palaces occupy the largest area, occupying 1/3 of the Swift Steel Star. In the imperial palaces live the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse the Swift Steel Lord as well as his lineal princes and princesses, Blastil Holy Spirit Warlocks, and their families. The imperial palaces are scattered all over the imperial palaces. Powerhouses who have been conferred the title of princes and princesses and have pure Swift Steel Lord bloodline and the right to inherit the Blastil race live there. The imperial palaces are where the Blastil Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses live. The aristocratic palaces are where the Blastil powerhouses who have been conferred the title of aristocrats live. At the border of the Royal District and the Royal District, there was a dilapidated palace the size of a manor. That palace was already extremely huge for ordinary people, but compared to the luxurious palaces in the Royal District that easily occupied tens of thousands of hectares, it seemed extremely small and simple. Most of the manors in the Noble District were far larger than that dilapidated palace. This is the home my mother and I used to live in. Although there were no servants, only the 2 of us. However, it used to be my favorite place. Chrissy, holding Yang Feng's hand, stood quietly in front of the palace. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with abstrusity and memories, and she sighed faintly. Yang Feng glanced at the palace and saw at a glance that the Princess Chrissy was nothing in her father's eyes. Yang Feng squeezed Chrissy's little hand and said domineeringly, "From now on, you have me. No matter what storms there are, we will walk together." Chrissy, who has Andarim bloodline, is as gentle as water in her bones. She is like a glass of peerless wine that people will never get tired of tasting. Yang Feng's true body couldn't help but take her virginity. He often put away his avatar and got along with her with his true body. Chrissy took a deep look at her man, Yang Feng, and responded as gentle as water, "N. Who are you?" "This is the residence of Baron Nathan Doji." "Scram. This is not a place where you lowly people can come." 2 servants with Starry Sky Warlock rank cultivation bases came out of the gate. When one of the servants saw Yang Feng, his face sank at once, and he berated coldly. When the other servant saw Chris, his eyes immediately widened, and a trace of greed appeared in his eyes. He said arrogantly, "This chick looks pretty good. Leave this chick, and you can scram." 2 ants, how dare you talk to me like this, go to hell. Mysterious runes emerged in Yang Feng's eyes, and he looked at the 2 servants and said coldly. In an instant, the bodies of the two servants twisted and exploded with a bang. After that, they were enveloped by balls of flames and burned to ashes. After casually killing the two servants, Yang Feng took Chrissy's little hand and stepped into the palace. "I am Baron Nathan Doji. Who are you? How dare you kill people in my residence? Do you want to die? Men, kill them for me." A man dressed in Bastille aristocratic attire and bearing a barren coat of arms walked out of the residence, looked coldly at Yang Feng and Chrissy, killing intent surged in his eyes, and he ordered coldly. Four powerhouses dressed in black tyrannosauruses flew out from the rear and attacked Yang Feng. The four black tyrannosauruses are battle-hardened and exuded an iron-blooded aura. Clearly, they are top powerhouses who have experienced countless battles. With the four of them working together, they can even kill a quasi-infinity warlock rank powerhouse. A bunch of ants, go to hell. With a flash of blue light, Yang Feng was shrouded in a blue armor. Suddenly, he brandished his iron fist, smashed the void, and barreled towards the four black tyrannosauruses. Boom! Boom! Along with four earth-shattering blasts, the cockpits of the four black tyrannosauruses burst open, and the four top ace pilots were smashed by Yang Feng's fist. Baron Nathan Doji's face fell, and he took a few steps back and shouted wildly, "How dare you kill people here? Go to hell!" Yang Feng's eyes were ice-cold and surged with killing intent. He looked at Baron Nathan Doji as if he was looking at a dead man. "Stop!" Right at this moment, an enraged roar rang out from the skies. An incomparably powerful aura could be felt from afar. A mechanical shield suddenly flew over from afar, blocked in front of Baron Nathan Doji, and formed a steel barrier to protect him. Yang Feng didn't stop in the slightest. He slammed his fist into the steel barrier, and blue light shattered the steel barrier. The terrifying fist slammed into Baron Nathan Doji and blasted him into pieces. Balls of flames appeared in the palace, burning all the corpses. Seeing this scene, the servants of Baron Nathan Doji trembled in fear. "Sister Chrissy, as soon as you returned to the Bastille Star, you massacred the aristocrats of my race and violated the laws of the Bastille Empire. Kneel down, surrender, and go to the office of elders to await your punishment." A gorgeous woman with long, wavy blonde hair, a voluptuous figure, and a gorgeous appearance, dressed in a low-cut purple dress, sat on a mechanical bird with a wingspan of 100 meters. Behind the gorgeous woman, there are 12 handsome men, each of whom exudes infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power. Chrissy's beautiful eyes shone brightly, and she retorted, "Sister Elise, according to the laws of the Bastille race, those who enter the master's residence without his permission can be killed as bandits. They can be treated as bandits and killed. This palace is a residence that Sir Father bestowed upon us mother and daughter, and I am the current master. Since they broke into my residence without permission, they are bandits and can be killed directly. Also, this is my residence. You are not welcome here, so please leave. The Bastille Star is under the direct jurisdiction of the Bastille Lord, and the laws are strict." It was only after Yang Feng studied the laws of the Bastille Empire that he dared to be so presumptuous and kill Baron Nathan Doji and his subordinates. With a pitiful expression on her face, Elise said faintly, "Sister Chrissy, your killing intent is too strong. Even if they violated the law, you could have just given them a small punishment, but why kill them? They are the elites of the empire. With every death, the empire loses a bit of strength. If everyone slaughters their people indiscriminately like you, how could the Bastille Empire become one of the 18 sacred races?" Chrissy spoke with a smile that concealed a dagger. "Sister Elise, the reason why the Bastille Empire can become one of the 18 sacred races is because of the strict laws. If everyone doesn't act according to the law, wouldn't the Bastille Empire fall into chaos? The laws of the Bastille Empire were drawn up by the mighty sacred ancestor, the Bastille Lord. Do you want to question the correctness of the sacred ancestor's laws?" There was a flash of coldness in Elisa's eyes, and she said coldly, "His Majesty the sacred ancestor is supreme and sacred. Naturally, there can't be any mistakes. The Blasteel Lord is a warlock emperor rank powerhouse, a supreme god of the Blasteel race. No one in the Blasteel race dares to resist his will. Anyone who does will die. Elise glanced at Yang Feng and said with a smile, Sister Chrissy, is this the man you chose? What's his background? Chrissy hugged Yang Feng's arm, her ample chest pressed against Yang Feng's arm and said with a sweet smile, he's called Guddi, he's my husband and an adventurer. An adventurer? So it's a lowly adventurer. No wonder I've never seen him before. The experts of the Blasteel race standing behind Elise all revealed looks of disdain. In the Blasteel race, the first tier is naturally the royal family with the Blasteel Lord's bloodline. The second tier is the powerhouses with Holy Spirit warlock rank bloodline. The third tier is the aristocratic powerhouses. The fourth tier is the military powerhouses. The fifth tier is the adventurers. The Blasteel powerhouses standing behind Elise are all powerhouses with either Holy Spirit warlock rank bloodline or aristocratic bloodline. At the very least, they are young elites who fought their way through the military. As such, they naturally look down on Guddi, who is an adventurer. Chapter 1051. Elise glanced at Yang Feng condescendingly, her eyes shimmered with contempt, and she uttered with a faint smile, Guddi, Blasteel race advocate's bravery. Since you're my younger sister's man, you don't mind exchanging pointers with my follower, do you? Yang Feng smiled coldly and showed a provocative smile to Elise's followers, exchanging pointers. That's boring. Let's have a duel to the death. Princess Elise, if you don't mind. How about letting your followers have a duel to the death with me? I don't think your followers will refuse this proposal, right? If it was an ordinary duel, then Elise's followers could kill Yang Feng, while it would be difficult for Yang Feng to seriously injure them. If he was careless, Elise might even use the Blasteel race's power to suppress Yang Feng. However, a duel to the death was different. In a duel to the death, the winner wouldn't be condemned, and could take everything from the loser for himself. Interesting. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Your Highness Princess Elise, please allow me to have a duel with this lowly adventurer. I'll offer you his head. A handsome Blasteel powerhouse with short blue hair, dressed in a military uniform, and a heroic appearance walked out from behind Elise, bowed to her, and said with a graceful smile, a look of intoxication in his eyes. As if a noble empress, Elise uttered with a trace of arrogance, okay. Guarachi, I allow you to fight. Mysterious crystal chips emerged in Guarachi's eyes, and he glanced at Yang Feng with ridicule in his eyes, lowly adventurer, I'll give you a chance to have a duel to the death. Yang Feng said lightly, let's go to the Blasteel Grand Arena. Guarachi responded confidently, okay. The laws of the Blasteel Empire were strict, and private duels were strictly prohibited. If a private duel was discovered on the Blasteel Star, the party who took the initiative to attack would be deprived of his aristocratic title or even sentenced to death depending on the severity of the circumstances. In order to resolve conflicts among the hot-blooded youngsters, the Blasteel Empire established many arenas on the Blasteel Star. As long as the two sides reached an agreement in the arena, they could spar or fight to the death. Swift Steel Grand Colosseum, Princess Elise. That's Her Highness Princess Elise and her 12 followers. It really is Princess Elise and her 12 followers. I wonder which unlucky fellow actually angered them. Who are those two people? That woman is so beautiful. She's even more beautiful than Princess Elise. That's Princess Chrissy, the lowly bastard of the Andarim race. So it's the lowly half-breed of the Andarim tribe. Her existence has tainted the bloodline of the Vajra Lord. Elise was the social flower of the Swift Steel Star. Almost everyone in the upper echelons of the Swift Steel Star knew about her. She was also a frequent visitor to the Swift Steel Grand Arena, and many of the people present knew her. The nobles in the Swift Steel Grand Arena were originally amazed by Chrissy's beauty, but after learning of her identity, many of them were filled with contempt and covetousness towards her. For the nobles of the Blastil race, bloodline was extremely important. A noble bloodline could bring glory to an entire noble family. And if one was mixed with a lowly bloodline, they would be seen as a lowly bastard who tainted the bloodline of the nobles. Chrissy was the peerless beauty of the Andarim tribe, and possessed an unparalleled beauty that could cause the downfall of nations. However, there were still very few outstanding young nobles who pursued her, precisely because she possessed the bloodline of the Andarim tribe, and was viewed as a lowly bastard by the nobles. Many nobles only wanted to toy with Chrissy's body, and that was why the extremely intelligent and sensitive Chrissy had always been single, even going so far as to disguise herself as a man and join the army of the Blastil race to explore the borders. After signing the duel agreement, the two of them came to a large arena and stood facing each other. "Kill him, Guarachi. Kill that lowly adventurer, Guarachi." Waves of earth-shattering cheers came from the grand arena, all of which were cheers for Guarachi. Although anyone could enter the Swift Steel Grand Arena, but the high price of the ticket had already driven away 99% of the commoners. Only wealthy merchants and aristocrats had the financial resources to enter the Swift Steel Grand Arena. Those people would naturally cheer for Guarachi. Very few people would like a lowly adventurer. Did you hear that? Lowly adventurers. This isn't a stage where you can stay. Kneel and swear allegiance to me. I'll spare your worthless life. Otherwise, today will be the anniversary of your death. Guarachi shot Yang Feng a contemptuous glance and pressed the red pendant on his chest. Rays of red light flashed, and a 10-meter-tall crimson body with a dragon's head, tail, and wings suddenly appeared. It looked like a giant crimson dragon. Scarlet Tyrannosaurus, a top-notch battle armor. This is a body with a formidable temperament closest to the StarCraft rank. Guarachi is a Starfield ranked powerhouse to begin with. Coupled with this Scarlet Tyrannosaurus, he can be said to be invincible among Starfield ranked powerhouses. That lowly adventurer is dead for sure. He doesn't stand a chance. That lowly adventurer only has Starfield rank strength. No matter how he struggles, only death awaits him. The Blastil powerhouses around the arena scanned Yang Feng with battle prowess scanners, and their eyes revealed contempt. Guarachi said with a light smile, "Gotti, how about we make a bet? If you lose, let your wife Chrissy be the maid of the Honorable Princess Elise and serve her for 500 years. If you win, all my assets will belong to you." Yang Feng said coldly, "I refuse. Chrissy is my wife, not something that can be casually used as a wager." Chrissy's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of emotion. "This Gotti looks pretty good. Unfortunately, he's a lowly adventurer, and he's about to die." Some aristocratic ladies in the grand arena suddenly had a slight change in their opinions of Yang Feng. A blue crystal appeared in Yang Feng's hand. With a slight flash of radiance, it immediately turned into a set of blue armor covering his body. "What's that? That's not our Blastil race's armor. What's that?" When they saw the blue armor covering Yang Feng, the complexions of the Blastil powerhouses changed, and they stared at Yang Feng with curiosity in their eyes. The referee's voice reverberated in the venue, "Begin." The referee's voice had just sounded, when Yang Feng suddenly moved, turned into a blue ray of light, crossed a distance of tens of kilometers in a split second, appeared in front of Guarachi, and stabbed at him with his blade. "You're courting death, fool." Guarachi smiled coldly, and the Scarlet Tyrannosaurus suddenly moved and slashed at Yang Feng with his sword. The Scarlet Tyrannosaurus sword slashed Yang Feng into pieces. "A phantom. How is that possible? What phantom is that? To be able to deceive my Scarlet Tyrannosaurus's scanning system?" Guarachi's sword slashed empty air, and he felt a chill run down his spine. Along with a fearsome blare, a blue sword stabbed into the cockpit from the back of the Scarlet Tyrannosaurus, and then twisted forcefully. In a flash, a terrifying force erupted and minced Guarachi into countless pieces. The blue armor suddenly emerged and faded, revealing Yang Feng's true body. Standing loftily in the void, he crooked a finger at Elise and the others and said provocatively, "Do you have the guts to fight me?" Guarachi was insta-killed. "What's that? So strong. That blue armor is so strong." The entire Blastil Grand Arena boiled up. The eyes of the Blastil powerhouses shimmered with excitement, and they stared at the blue armor on Yang Feng. "I'll fight you." A handsome young man with long silver hair flew down from beside Elise and landed in the center of the Grand Arena. The handsome young man with long silver hair uttered with pride on his face, "Tandania, the first-in-line successor of the Bostan family, will fight you." The Bostan family is a royal family. The clan has 9-star C-grade patriarchs. If that lowly adventurer dares to touch Tandania, then he'll be making an enemy of the entire Bostan family. Gazes of schadenfreude focused on Yang Feng. Warlock monarch rank powerhouses are considered to be in the upper echelon of the Blastil race. With 9 Warlock monarch rank powerhouses, the Bostan family can dominate a remote starfield and become the overlord of a starfield. Even within the Blastil race, they have a high status, and no one dares to provoke them. Tandania pressed the pendant on his chest, and silver light shone, and a 10-meter-long silver body with a pair of dragon wings on the back, a scorpion tail, and a jewel-like eye inlaid on the head suddenly appeared. Silver Illusion Breaker Scorpion Dragon, a top-notch battle body. No illusory spell can escape his eye of disillusion. That lowly adventurer is dead for sure. The aristocrats in the Grand Arena looked at Yang Feng with malice. "Start the match." With a flash of blue light, Yang Feng turned into a blue stream of light and flew towards Tandania. "True body, die." A dignified look in his eyes, Tandania smiled coldly, and his scorpion tail suddenly stabbed towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng took out a blue sword and slashed across the air, and a terrifying blue sword ray suddenly erupted and slashed Tandania together with the Silver Illusion Scorpion Dragon in two. Chapter 1052. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the remains of the Silver Illusion Breaker Scorpion Dragon were directly stored in a storage treasure. The Silver Illusion Breaker Scorpion Dragon and the Scarlet Tyrannosaurus are top-notch battle bodies. With a little repair, they will become top-notch battle bodies. Even if they are just remains, they can be sold for a sky-high price. Insta-kill. He insta-killed Tandania. What a tyrannical, terrifying armor. That lowly adventurer is truly audacious. He actually dared to kill a member of the Boystan family. This is going to be interesting. Haha, well done. That adventurer is the husband of Her Highness Princess Chrissy, a member of the royal family. He killed Tandania in a fair duel. The Boystan family has nothing to say. That's true. In the Swift Steel Star, the royal family is the ruler. Even if Chrissy is just a lowly person, but she is still a member of the royal family. There are some methods that can't be used against her and her man. When the powerhouses around the Grand Arena saw that Tandania was mercilessly killed by Yang Feng's sword strike, their eyes revealed looks of astonishment and excitement, and they commented spiritedly. The 10 followers beside Elise had unsightly expressions. Looking at Yang Feng standing in the arena, their eyes shimmered with apprehension. Among Elise's 12 followers, Tandania was the weakest in terms of combat strength. But he was an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse, after all. In addition to its top-notch ability to break illusions, the Silver Illusion Breaker Scorpion Dragon was also a first-class battle body. For Yang Feng to be able to cut Tandania and the Silver Illusion Breaker Scorpion Dragon in two with one sword strike, his fighting strength was simply terrifying. Standing loftily in the void, Yang Feng crooked his finger at Elise and the others and continued to provoke, "Do you have the guts to come down and fight me?" Elise's 10 followers frowned and remained silent. Yang Feng pointed at Elise and her 10 followers and sneered, "What a bunch of trash. You don't even have the courage to fight me, you're a disgrace to Blastil race's men." You came to my house to provoke me, yet you're so cowardly, how laughable. If you see me in the future, you'd better stay away from me. Don't provoke me. Otherwise, you'll end up like the two of them tomorrow. A handsome young man with short silver hair stepped forward and shouted sternly, "Lowly adventurer, you're only relying on a treasure to come here and show off your strength. If you have the guts, fight us fairly without using any treasures." That's right. What kind of ability is relying on treasures? If you have the guts, don't use your treasures and fight us. That's right. If you have the guts, then don't use that treasure and fight us fairly. The 10 followers behind Elise called out one after another. Yang Feng said with a contemptuous smile, "How ugly. You guys are so ugly." Treasures were also a part of strength. Did you not use your most powerful treasures to fight fairly with your opponents when you were in a life or death duel with them? How could you say something like that? You guys have really fallen. That's right. Treasures are also a part of our strength. Those guys are really losing their minds. How could they even say such words? Their eyes must be red from losing. Many mocking gazes were focused on Elisa's 10 followers. The physique of Blastil race powerhouses is not on the same level as that of the other 18 sacred races. However, the combat prowess of Blastil race powerhouses is recognized to be at the forefront of the 18 sacred races. This is because Blastil races' bodies are extremely tyrannical. When Blastil race powerhouses are equipped with all kinds of bodies, their combat prowess will increase by leaps and bounds. Treasures are also a part of strength. This is the slogan that Blastil race powerhouses use when confronting other race powerhouses, as well as a truth acknowledged by all Blastil race powerhouses. Elisa's followers had also used powerful mechs in many of their previous duels, crushing countless commoner geniuses. Now that they are facing Yang Feng, yet they want him to fight them fairly without using any treasures, the Blastil race powerhouses naturally look down on him. Under the ridiculing gazes, the faces of Elisa's 10 followers flickered, and they felt as if they were being pricked by needles. At this moment, the Blastil aristocrats who originally supported Elisa's 10 followers in the Grand Arena changed their stance and became neutral. It should be noted that the reason why Blastil aristocrats are far superior to civilians is that their families have long inheritances, expensive bodies, and ferocious battle prowess. If they fight against civilian geniuses fairly without using any treasures, then the aristocrats are likely to lose. Elise frowned slightly, then waved her lily-white hand, and silver light shone, and a 15-meter-tall humanoid body radiating silver light appeared in front of her 10 followers. Elise said lightly, "Benga, you go take care of him." The eyes of a burly man with regular facial features and exuding a wild charm flashed with a scorching shade, and he said respectfully, "Yes, Your Highness. I'll go take care of him." That's a Silver Andromeda, a StarCraft-grade mecha. Silver Andromeda is one of the best among the Starship-class mechas. Her Highness Princess Elise seems to be really angry. To lend out her most precious mecha. When everyone in the Grand Arena saw the silver mecha, a commotion broke out at once. The Silver Andromeda is a top-notch StarCraft-grade mecha. Many royal families don't have such a top-notch mecha. Only the Blastil royal family, with its deep foundation, can give an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse like Elise a top-notch StarCraft-grade mecha. Pinnacle Infinity Warlock rank Blastil powerhouses can even operate the Silver Andromeda to display Warlock Monarch rank battle prowess. It should be noted that the further a powerful existence advances, the more difficult it is to cross a great realm to fight. With the help of a secret treasure, a Bright World Warlock may be able to defeat a Junior Infinity Warlock. But a Pinnacle Infinity Warlock has little hope of defeating a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. The Silver Andromeda is a peerless treasure that can enable an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse to defeat a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. Benga took a step forward, and pressed his hand on the Silver Andromeda, and his entire being merged with it. Junior Warlock Monarch rank fluctuations of power spread from the Silver Andromeda. With a flash of silver light, the silver Andromeda appeared in the arena almost instantaneously. Benga's eyes shimmered coldly and killing intent surged, and he uttered, "Gabi, you must pay the price of death for provoking us." Yang Feng smiled coldly and uttered, "Gabi, thank you for bringing me this silver Andromeda." Benga uttered arrogantly, "Gabi, no matter how powerful your treasure is, it's still a person who controls it. There are no invincible treasures, only invincible people. My strength is far above yours. Only death awaits you. There's no chance of survival or victory." Yang Feng said with a contemptuous smile, "You're wrong. Whether it's a treasure or a person, as long as you're strong enough, you can crush everything. Strength is the truth." The referee's voice sounded, "Begin." "Gabi, go to hell." Benga, who was riding the silver Andromeda, suddenly spread the wings on his back, and a rain of white beams covered the arena and barreled towards Yang Feng. With a flash of blue light, hundreds of afterimages appeared in the arena. Bombarded by the rain of light, the hundreds of afterimages collapsed and shattered. Virtually in an instant, Yang Feng appeared behind Benga's silver Andromeda and slashed out with his blade, and a terrifying blue blade ray slashed the cockpit of the silver Andromeda, sliced the silver Andromeda in half, and shattered Benga's body. Insta-kill. Benga, who was piloting the silver Andromeda, was insta-killed. That's heaven-defying. The treasures on this Gabi are really heaven-defying. Seeing Benga insta-killed by Yang Feng, the entire Swift Steel Grand Arena stirred. Benga, who is a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse after piloting the silver Andromeda, was insta-killed by Yang Feng, whose true body is only a Bright World Warlock rank powerhouse. That's a battle of two major realms. For Yang Feng to be able to win, it can only show that the blue armor on Yang Feng is useless. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand and put the silver Andromeda into his storage space. When Elise saw this, her pretty face sank. The face of a very handsome follower of Elise fell, and he said coldly, "Gabi, that's a treasure of Her Highness Princess Elise. Give it back to us." Yang Feng uttered with an unruly smile, "In a duel, the winner gets everything from the loser. I obtained this treasure from Benga, so this treasure belongs to me. If you're not convinced, then come down and fight me. If you can kill me, then you can naturally take back the treasure." The face of Elisa's follower turned pale, and he gritted his teeth, but didn't dare to say a word. A layer of frost enveloped her pretty face. Elise uttered coldly, "Let's go." The 9 followers followed behind Elise and walked outside. Yang Feng left the Swift Steel Grand Arena with Chrissy in his arm. The battle in the Swift Steel Coliseum quickly spread throughout the Swift Steel Star, and the entire Swift Steel tribe was in an uproar. That's a battle of two major realms, and it's a victory. Even in the Blastil race, this is an extremely heaven-defying battle. The upper echelon of the Blastil race learned of Gabi's name, and began to conduct a comprehensive investigation of Yang Feng's avatar Gabi. Chapter 1053. The Blastil Star's Royal Palace is the center of the Blastil race. In the Royal Palace, there are 3 most famous palaces. They are the Blastil Great Temple, the All Saints Temple, and the All Monarchs Temple. The Blastil Great Temple is only used when the Blastil Lord holds an imperial court session. When the Blastil Lord is in seclusion, the All Saints Temple is in control of the overall situation. The All Saints Temple is responsible for handling specific matters. The will of the Blastil Great Temple and the All Saints Temple. The Blastil Great Temple and the All Saints Temple are closed all year round. In fact, most of the affairs in the Blastil Empire are under the control of the All Saints Temple. The princes and princesses of the Blastil Lord compete for the throne of the Blastil Monarch, who is in control of the All Saints Temple. Although the Blastil Monarch has to deal with all kinds of mundane affairs, but he can also enjoy the support of the Blastil race's tremendous resources. The Blastil Monarch is one of the positions most likely to give birth to a Holy Spirit Warlock. Inside the All Saints Temple, there are powerful Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses sitting. As long as the Blastil Lord doesn't appear, they are the masters of the entire Blastil race. Rays of light shone from a broken optical computer, shining brightly in the All Saints Palace. Amid the flashes of light, Gaddy shamelessly ambushed Hank and killed his best friend. Scenes of him snatching the Pollux stone and luckily obtaining a blue crystal appeared one after another. A Holy Spirit Warlock rank Blastil powerhouse said, "That lowly adventurer Gaddy is really despicable. To sneak attack and kill his companion, he is really despicable. Such a person doesn't deserve to possess the heritage of another ancient civilization." A Blastil powerhouse uttered, "The Laytan star is outside our Blastil empire, so it doesn't apply to us. Besides, he is now Chrissy's husband." When the Holy Spirit Warlocks in the temple heard that Yang Feng is Chrissy's husband, they felt a headache. If this happened within the sphere of influence of the Blastil Empire, then the Holy Spirit Warlocks would be able to use the Blastil race's laws to deprive Gaddy of all his treasures. But outside the sphere of influence of the Blastil Empire, it is normal for adventurers to kill each other and fight over treasures. As long as it didn't happen within the borders of the Sound Steel Empire, the laws of the Sound Steel Empire wouldn't be able to control the other party. Besides, Yang Feng is Chrissy's husband. In terms of identity, he is also a member of the Jigang Empire's royal family. No matter how much the Holy Spirit Warlocks of the Holy Temple look down on the adventurer Gaddy, but they cannot ignore Gaddy's identity as a member of the royal family. Although Gaddy was just an ant in the eyes of the Swift Steel Lord, he was a member of the royal family and the husband of a member of the Swift Steel Lord's family. If he violated the laws of the Swift Steel Empire and was sentenced to death by the sages, the Swift Steel Master would have no qualms about it. But if everything is plundered for no reason, it will be a challenge to the dignity of the Swift Steel Lord. Even if it is a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse, their family will be exterminated. One of the Saint-Tier experts of the Blast Steel race said, "That is the relic of another civilization. If we study it thoroughly, it might be of great use to our entire Blast Steel race. We can trade with Gaddy." He wanted to use other treasures to exchange for the relic from another civilization. "I'm sure Gaddy will consider the bigger picture." The other holy races nodded in agreement. As one of the 18 sacred races of the Gumana universe, the Blast Steel race is extremely powerful and occupies a large starfield and countless celestial bodies. At the same time, there are countless vassal races that have accumulated who knows how many treasures over the years. If the treasures used by Yang Feng's avatar Gaddy were not similar to the Blast Steel race's technological path, the Blast Steel race's holy races wouldn't care about them at all. In the Gumana universe, there are 18 sacred races and 3 Protoss races. But Yang Feng is only interested in the Blast Steel race for the same reason. If Yang Feng absorbs all the Blast Steel race's technological essence, he will be able to undergo another earth-shaking transformation. Even if the 18 sacred races and 3 Protoss races teach Yang Feng their top-secret methods, they will be far inferior to the Blast Steel race. This is the problem with similar paths. "Sir, I have something to report." Outside the Holy Temple, an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse stood outside the door and said respectfully. A Blast Steel Holy rank powerhouse asked, "What is it?" The Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse replied respectfully, "Gaddy submitted an application to offer the ancient civilization heritage he obtained from the Laytan star to the great Blast Steel Lord." The Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses in the Holy Temple looked at each other speechlessly. A Blast Steel Holy rank powerhouse uttered, "We must report this to the great Blast Steel Lord." The other Blast Steel Holy rank powerhouses nodded helplessly as well. That ancient civilization heritage is related to a civilization similar to the Blast Steel races. It is enough to alarm the Blast Steel Lord. If they don't report it, they will be punished. A Blast Steel Holy rank powerhouse uttered flatly, "This Gaddy isn't simple at all. Gaddy is just a Bright World Warlock rank powerhouse. His wife, Chrissy, is just a lowly member of the royal family who is not valued. With their strength, it is impossible for them to keep the ancient civilization heritage. Offering the ancient civilization heritage to the Blast Steel Lord is definitely the best plan. In the Blast Steel Empire, no one can compete with the Blast Steel Lord for the ancient civilization heritage, and the Blast Steel Lord will never treat meritorious subjects who offer the ancient civilization heritage unfairly. With a flash of light, a Blast Steel Holy Rank powerhouse reported everything to the Blast Steel Lord. After a few breaths of time, a golden imperial edict emerged from the void and released wisps of immortal breath. Each character on the golden imperial edict exudes immortal force, which can easily kill an infinity warlock. When a Blast Steel Holy Rank powerhouse saw the imperial edict, he sighed slightly and said, "Protect Gotti and hold a treasure offering ceremony." Gotti is really lucky. It seems that he's going to soar. Orders were issued from the Holy Temple and fell into the hands of the monarch's palace. The monarch's palace moved at once. The entire Blast Steel Star knows that the Blast Steel Lord, who hasn't appeared for 20,000 years, has finally appeared. This is because an adventurer named Gotti obtained a precious ancient civilization heritage and wants to offer it to the mighty Blast Steel Lord. As long as the Blast Steel race's royal family powerhouses, and greater aristocrats are still staying in the Blast Steel Star, they scramble to participate in the treasure offering ceremony. The Blast Steel Lord is one of the Gumana universe's 18 Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses and the founder of the Blast Steel race's glory. He is the only god in the eyes of the Blast Steel race. For any Blast Steel race powerhouse, being able to see the true appearance of the Blast Steel Lord is a glorious thing. It should be noted that in the Blast Steel race, many Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses have never seen the true appearance of the Blast Steel Lord since they were born. 3 days later. A gold chariot pulled by 9 quasi-holy step archaic starry sky thunder lions and driven by a handsome chariot galloped through the streets of the Blast Steel Star's royal district. When the pedestrians in the royal district saw the gold chariot pulled by the 9 archaic starry sky thunder lions, they lowered their heads and saluted the gold chariot. Shrouded in lightning, the gold chariot arrived in front of Chrissy's palace. The chariot's driver said, "I am an emissary sent by the mighty Blast Steel Lord, Lebanon. I have come to invite Gotti and Chrissy to participate in the treasure offering ceremony." Yang Feng and Chrissy, dressed in splendid attire, walked out of the dilapidated palace. A blush appeared on Chrissy's pretty face. She took Yang Feng's hand, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with excitement. The gold chariot pulled by the 9 archaic starry sky thunder lions was once one of the Blast Steel Lord's chariots. Only when the Blast Steel Lord regards a guest will this chariot be sent out. The number of people who can board this chariot can be counted on one hand. As soon as Yang Feng and Chrissy boarded the gold chariot, they felt powerful forces enter their bodies from the gold chariot. When Lebanon saw the two take their seats, he shook the reins, and the 9 quasi-holy step archaic starry sky thunder lions galloped towards the royal palace along with rumbling lightning. That's the Thunder Lion Emperor chariot that once belonged to the mighty Blast Steel Lord. That's Gotti and Her Highness Princess Chrissy. Gotti, the one who wants to offer the ancient civilization's heritage to the mighty Blast Steel Lord. He's really lucky to be summoned by the mighty Blast Steel Lord. This honor is enough for his family to boast about for several generations. Damn it, why didn't I get the ancient civilization's heritage? If I get the ancient civilization's heritage, I'll offer it to the mighty Blast Steel Lord. Wherever the Thunder Lion Emperor chariot passed, no matter how high their status, how strong they are, or how noble their bloodline is, Blast Steel royal family members had to bow their heads. At the same time, the eyes of the royal family members focused on Yang Feng and Chrissy, full of envy. Since Yang Feng's embodiment of Gotti and Chrissy were summoned by the Blast Steel Lord, as long as they don't court disaster, violate taboos, or openly violate the laws of the Blast Steel Empire, no one can deal with them by shameful means. At the same time, the Blast Steel Lord won't treat Yang Feng's embodiment of Gotti and Chrissy unfairly. Sitting on the Thunder Lion Emperor chariot, Chrissy watched the royal family members who used to look down on her lowering their proud heads. A myriad of thoughts welled up in her mind, and she hugged Yang Feng's arm tightly. She knows very well that all her glory was brought to her by the man beside her. If it wasn't for the appearance of this man, she would still be a princess in dire straits who was bullied, unable to even protect her in her mother's palace. Chapter 1054. The Thunder Lion Emperor chariot passed through the royal area and entered the royal palace. As soon as they entered the royal palace, Yang Feng felt various scanning ripples envelop him and Chrissy, confirming their identities. Virtually everything about the avatar Yang Feng carefully prepared is identical to Guddi's true body. Although the scanning ripples enveloped him, they didn't issue any alarms. What a holy land for cultivation. Yang Feng looked around and saw that the life magic energy and elemental energy in the royal palace is extremely rich, as if they have condensed into a substance. Source crystal mountains can be seen everywhere. Each of the source crystal mountains is formed from the purest StarCraft-grade source crystals. On top of the source crystal mountains, there are even fearsome fluctuations of perfect-grade source crystals. These source crystal mountains are peerless treasures that the Swift Steel Lord used a secret method to absorb the tremendous energy of the Swift Steel Star and spent countless resources to nurture. If any source crystal mountain is placed in the outside world, it will cause countless fights, and even Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses will fight over it. Once it is taken away by a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse, it will be hidden in their treasury. In the Swift Steel Star's royal palace, the source crystal mountains appear everywhere in the royal palace, not fearing anyone coveting them. Passing through winding corridors, Yang Feng saw countless rare treasures, which moved his heart, and his eyes revealed a scorching shade. The Magic Weapon Palace was once a powerful holy race of the Gumana universe. However, the Magic Weapon Lord sacrificed the entire Magic Weapon Palace in exchange for terrifying power, and only then did he perish together with the hostile Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. The resources left in the Magic Weapon Palace are now less than 1% of what they were in their heyday. Naturally, they can't compare to the Blastil race in their heyday. The Thunder Lion Emperor chariot pulled Yang Feng and Chrissy to in front of the Swift Steel Temple. Outside the Swift Steel Temple, there are greater aristocrats and aristocrats of the Blastil race. At the very center of the Swift Steel Shrine sat a handsome young man with long silver hair, a slender figure, and a trace of arrogance and domineering aura. He was the guardian god of the Blast Steel race, the only faith of the Blast Steel race, the Blast Steel Master who led the Blast Steel race to glory. Inside the Blast Steel Great Shrine stood more than 100 terrifying experts radiating immortal energy. They were the sacred grade experts of the Blast Steel race. Unless they have the permission of the Swift Steel Lord, only Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses can enter the Swift Steel Great Temple. When the Thunderous Lion Emperor's carriage appeared, gazes focused on Yang Feng's group of two. Damn it, that bastard is actually so lucky to find such a man. Elise stood outside the Swift Steel Great Shrine and stared at Crazy. Her beautiful face was slightly twisted, and her eyes were filled with fear and murderous intent. Elise had tortured Chris's mother for 10 days and 10 nights before finally torturing her to death. She didn't believe that Chris would easily forget such a blood feud. Lebanon said, "Come down." Yang Feng and Chrissy immediately alighted from the Thunder Lion Emperor carriage. Chrissy walked to the lowest seat of the royal family. Along the way, many royal family ladies and young Blast Steel women looked at Chrissy with envy and jealousy in their eyes. Under everyone's gaze, Yang Feng walked to in front of the Swift Steel Great Temple, stopped at the edge of the temple, bowed to the Swift Steel Lord sitting on the throne, and uttered respectfully, "Her Highness Princess Chrissy's husband, Gotti, offers the most sincere respect to the supreme and extraordinary Swift Steel Lord. This is an ancient civilization relic I obtained on the Leitan star. I came here today to offer it to you. Please accept this small token of my appreciation." Yang Feng placed his hands in front of his chest, blue light shone, and a blue crystal suddenly appeared. Gazes from all directions were focused on the blue crystal, filled with curiosity. The blue crystal is a relic of the ancient civilization, which helped Yang Feng's avatar Gaudi kill 3 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. It possesses fearsome battle prowess, and is a peerless treasure. An Andarim beauty with long blonde hair, a sexy figure, and a devastatingly beautiful figure walked to in front of Yang Feng with a crystal tray in her hand. Yang Feng put the blue crystal on the crystal tray. The peerless beauty of the Andarim tribe brought the crystal tray to the front of the Swift Steel Lord. The Swift Steel Lord picked up the blue crystal, countless mysterious runes appeared in his eyes, and he took a look at it and said flatly, "This ancient civilization relic is pretty good. With enough resources, it will be enough for you to promote to an imperishable rank powerhouse. It's a peerless treasure that can promote people to the imperishable rank. That guy is really lucky to get his hands on such a treasure. That damned adventurer, it seems that he's going to strike it rich." Gazes of envy and jealousy focused on Yang Feng. Many Blasteel powerhouses present are full of envy and jealousy towards Yang Feng. Imperishable rank powerhouses are Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. Every single one of them was a world-shaking, incomparably powerful existence. Even in the Blasteel race, they still have a huge status and are tycoons. Although there are more than 100 Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses in the Swift Steel Temple, but they are the most precious treasures the Blasteel race has accumulated over tens of millions of years. Even if the Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses who died due to the aging of their soul, the Blasteel race can't give birth to a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse every 100,000 years on average. For this relic of the ancient civilization to be able to promote to a Holy Spirit Warlock, it's simply heaven-defying. In a good mood, the Swift Steel Lord said with a gentle smile, "I like this treasure very much. Gaudi, if you have any requests, feel free to state them." Yang Feng spoke loudly, "Great Swift Steel Lord, I hope to enter the Holy Spirit Spring to transform and advance to a Starfield Steppe powerhouse, and then enter the Blood Moon battlefield on behalf of the Blasteel race. The Holy Spirit Spring is one of the trump cards of the Blasteel race, and it contains traces of immortal force. Once a Bright World Warlock rank powerhouse enters it, they can definitely advance to the Infinity Warlock rank. The Blood Moon battlefield is a danger zone formed when the Gumana universe and other universes' eternal sovereigns fought to the death. The Blood Moon battlefield contains the universe Malice that the Gumana universe annexed. When powerhouses above the Warlock Monarch rank enter the Blood Moon battlefield, they will be shrouded by the universe Malice. Warlock Monarch rank and Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses will be cursed to death by the universe Malice. As for Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses, they will be weakened. Even if the 3 eternal sovereigns enter the Blood Moon battlefield, their perception will be weakened to the limit. At the same time, the universe Malice will do everything possible to erode them. It is for this reason that even the 3 eternal sovereigns are unwilling to enter the Blood Moon battlefield. However, there are countless treasures in the Blood Moon battlefield. Therefore, every once in a while, the Infinity Warlock rank geniuses of the 18 sacred races and the 3 god races will enter the Blood Moon battlefield to search for treasures and fight each other. 1/3 of the Blasteel race's Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses obtained great benefits in the Blood Moon battlefield, which is why they were able to stand out and advance to the Holy Spirit Warlock rank. The Swift Steel Lord uttered with a faint smile, "Okay. However, this still can't compare to your merit points. In this case, I will grant you the title of Grand Prince Blue Glory, and Chrissy the title of Princess Blue Glory, the 10th successor of the Swift Steel Lord. 1. Blue Brilliant Star, and the 1st to 7th volumes of Swift Steel Treasure Book." A look of ecstasy on his face, Yang Feng bowed respectfully to the Swift Steel Lord and uttered, "Thank you very much, Great Swift Steel Lord. May you be immortal." Gazes full of envy and jealousy focused on Yang Feng and Chrissy. The Blasteel race's powerhouses know that from today on, Yang Feng and Chrissy have become upstarts of the Swift Steel Empire, true members of the royal family. Chrissy even has the hope of inheriting the throne of the Swift Steel Lord. As for the Blue Brilliant Star, it is a Holy Spirit Warlock rank entity with fighting strength. If Yang Feng's cultivation base can reach the quasi-holy warlock rank, he will be able to operate the blue brilliant star to display junior Holy Spirit warlock rank fighting strength. Moreover, according to the Blastil race's human-machine integration secret method, the blue brilliant star can increase Yang Feng's cultivation speed by more than 10 times. With a flash of blue light, a 10-meter-tall mech with 10 stars engraved all over its body, radiating a blue light. It was said that this mech was formed from the origin of 10 stars, the blue luminous star. It floated in the void, radiating a dazzling light. Wisps of immortal and saint might slowly emanated from the blue luminous star, suppressing the surroundings. When the surrounding Blastil race powerhouses saw the blue brilliant star, their eyes shimmered with envy and greed. If the body of the blue brilliant star was placed in the hands of a royal family, it could completely become the treasure of a royal family. No matter what, it would not be exchanged for it. The blue brilliant star shone, turned into a blue jade pendant, and flew into Yang Feng's hand. The swift Steel Lord's voice came from the temple, "Stand down." Yes. The supreme, holy, and mighty swift Steel Lord. Yang Feng responded respectfully, and then came to Chrissy's side and stood quietly. The eyes of the Blastil race's noble ladies focused on Yang Feng, and their beautiful eyes shone brightly, filled with interest. Chapter 1055. After the treasure presentation ceremony was over, a grand banquet was held in the royal palace. The Blastil Lord and the Holy Spirit warlocks have left. In the banquet, Yang Feng, as Grand Prince Blue Glory, became one of the few people with the highest status. The noble ladies of the Blastil race approached Yang Feng one after another, and their eyes wandered as they expressed their goodwill. According to the custom of the Blastil race, a Grand Prince rank aristocrat can have one main wife, 4 secondary wives, 8 secondary concubines, and endless concubines. The position of the main wife belongs to Chrissy, so the noble ladies can't compete with her. However, the positions of the 4 secondary wives are coveted by many noble ladies. Please make way. A sweet voice sounded. When the beautiful Blastil ladies around Yang Feng heard the sweet voice, their complexion changed at once, and they immediately got out of the way. Elise, who is only slightly less beautiful than Chrissy, walked this way with a noble aura around her. Elise smiled sweetly at the people around her. "Sisters, I would like to have a private talk with Grand Prince Blue Glory. Please give us a few minutes." The complexion of the noble ladies around Yang Feng changed at once, and they left Yang Feng's side. Elise has a noble bloodline, a powerful maternal family, and a heart as venomous as snakes and scorpions. None of the noble ladies are willing to be enemies with her. Soon, only Chrissy remained beside Yang Feng. A nervous look on her face, Chrissy hugged Yang Feng's arm tightly, her delicate body trembling slightly, and her beautiful eyes filled with fear. She has lived in Elise's shadow for many years. Although she has been conferred the title of Grand Princess Blue Glory, but she still fears Elise from the bottom of her heart. Elise glanced at Chrissy contemptuously, then smiled sweetly at Yang Feng and said, "Grand Prince Blue Glory, I want to talk to you in private." Yang Feng responded with a smile, "Chrissy is my wife. We are husband and wife, so there is nothing to hide. If you have something to say, just say it." Elise smiled proudly, "Then I'll say it. Grand Prince Blue Glory, you have a promising future. I admire you very much. If you can abandon Chrissy and marry me as your main wife, my maternal family will help you. I will help you promote to a Starcraft step, Warlock step, Powerhouse, or even an imperishable step, Holy Spirit Warlock, Powerhouse. Even if you want an Andarim woman, my family will find one for you, and more than one." When Chrissy heard that, she trembled slightly, and hugged Yang Feng's arm tightly, her beautiful eyes filled with fear. Elisa's mother's clan is very powerful and has a huge influence in the Blastil Empire. It is difficult for other people to obtain an Andarim woman. But, for Elisa's maternal family, they can easily get dozens of them, Elise, and Elise. Elise, geniuses among geniuses of the geniuses, and geniuses, they are, geniuses of geniuses, geniuses among geniuses. The reason why they wanted to gain Elise's favor was because once they became her men, they would be able to gain the support of her mother's family. They wouldn't lack power and beauties. In the future, as long as they worked hard, they would be able to reach the Star Ocean state. Yang Feng replied flatly, I refuse. Chrissy is my wife, I will never betray her. Elise's eyes congealed, and she spoke in a voice full of malicious ridicule, is that so? A lowly adventurer who stabs his good friend in the back is loyal to a lowly bastard, how interesting. Yang Feng replied flatly, Hank is not my good friend. We're just adventurers who joined forces for benefits. It is normal for adventurers to join forces for benefits and fall out because of benefits. Hank once killed another adventurer for a piece of gemstone. I'm just taking action ahead of time. It is not without reason that the Blasteel aristocrats despise adventurers. Most of the adventurers are of humble origin, a mix of good and bad people. There are righteous people, but there are even more scum who will stab each other for benefits. Whether it is Hank or Yang Feng's avatar Gaudi, neither is a good person, and their hands are stained with blood. Chrissy, it seems that you have a good eye for men. However, Grand Prince Blue Glory, you will regret your choice today. Elise left behind these words, and then turned and left proudly. The moment she turned her head, her eyes filled with frigid killing intent. As soon as Elise appeared, the Blasteel aristocratic ladies inquired about the enmity between Elise and Chrissy. At once, they didn't dare to approach Yang Feng. Originally, Yang Feng, who was conferred the title of Grand Prince Blue Glory, was one of the few people with the highest status in the banquet. But his underlying strength was too shallow. The Blasteel aristocrats didn't think that he could contend against Elise and the maternal family behind her. As such, no aristocrat dared to approach him. Yang Feng and Chrissy were isolated in the banquet. Chrissy hugged Yang Feng's arm and said apologetically, I'm sorry, it's all because of me. Yang Feng replied with a smile, no need to apologize. We are husband and wife. Let's face these difficulties together. Chrissy felt a surge of warmth in her heart, and she showed a gentle and happy smile, it's great that I chose you. When he saw Chrissy's beautiful and gentle smile, Yang Feng's heart, which is as hard as iron, couldn't help but ripple, and a trace of shame welled up inside him. Yang Feng took Chrissy's little hand, went to a corner of the banquet, sat down with her in his arms, and quietly tasted the various delicacies in the banquet. Yang Feng's true body is a Holy Spirit warlock of the Zhangji Plains Human Supreme Council. He holds a high position and controls the fate of trillions of intelligent life forms. He doesn't care about the isolation of the Blasteel aristocrats. In the banquet, there is a small circle of 20+ people. Every young person in this small circle is a prince or a princess. Not only are they extremely strong, but they also have a maternal family backed by a warlock monarch rank powerhouse or a Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouse. A handsome prince with silver hair sneered, haha, Elise, it looks like you were rejected. Elise's face is calm, but her beautiful eyes surged with killing intent, that's right, that lowly adventurer rejected me. What a shame. I won't let him live. A prince with short hair and a steady expression said unhurriedly, he is now Grand Prince Blue Glory, so we can't deal with him. Do you have a good idea? Yang Feng's identity as the son-in-law of the royal family is already very tricky. But with Grand Prince Blue Glory's identity, the other princes and princesses can't do anything to him. Elise said coldly, isn't he going to enter the Blood Moon battlefield? It just so happens that I'm going to enter the Blood Moon battlefield. When the time comes, I'll deal with him on the Blood Moon battlefield. A prince said with a smile, you can do it. Elise smiled sweetly and said, don't you want the Blue Glory star on him? As long as you kill him, you can share the Blue Glory star equally. I don't want anything, I just want that lowly adventurer to die. The eyes of the princes lit up at once, and they revealed a look of interest. The blue glory star is a holy step mecha, which is extremely precious. None of the 20+ princes has such a precious mecha. If they can get the blue glory star mecha, their cultivation base will advance by leaps and bounds. At the same time, their family's underlying strength will become more powerful. Interesting, count me in. That lowly adventurer is actually a grand prince of the Blasteel race, what an eyesore. Count me in. The 20+ Blasteel princes and princesses showed looks of excitement, joined the hunt for Yang Feng, and formed an alliance. After the banquet was over, Yang Feng and Chrissy left the royal palace. In front of the palace where Chrissy and her daughter live. An Infinity Warlock rank Blasteel powerhouse in a guard uniform came over and saluted Yang Feng. Grand Prince Blue Glory, the great Blasteel Lord has rewarded you with a new mansion. Are you going to the new mansion, or are you going to renovate your old mansion? Yang Feng replied without care, Chrissy, you decide on such a trivial matter. Chrissy hesitated for a moment, and then said, this palace is the only thing my mother left me. I want to renovate this old mansion. Yang Feng said, renovate the old mansion. Yes. The Blasteel powerhouse waved his hand, and countless engineering robots suddenly flew into the palace with countless precious materials, and began to renovate the palace. While the old palace was being renovated, Yang Feng and Chrissy moved into the new palace. Inside the royal palace, inside a holy spirit spring containing wisps of immortal holy force, there is a person sitting in it. It is Yang Feng's gaudy clone. Above the holy spirit spring, the blue glory star mecha appears, and a steady stream of star force poured into Yang Feng's gaudy clone and nourished the power of his clone. All of a sudden, Infinity Warlock rank power erupted from Gaudy's clone and spread in all directions. Not bad, a perfect promotion. This Gaudy is really a talent. This Gaudy seems to have just been buried before. Now that he got the resources, he soared. He can be considered a little genius. I wonder if he can seize this opportunity and rise during this great tribulation. Fearsome fluctuations swept this side, and the eyes of the warlock monarchs of the Blasteel race revealed admiration. They were very surprised that Yang Feng's gaudy avatar was able to perfectly advance to the Infinity Warlock realm in such a short period of time. Chapter 1056. The Extreme Evil Starfield is a death-forbidden area of the Gumana universe full of all kinds of polluted life forms, evil life forms, and dark life forms. The Extreme Evil Starfield is a gathering place of malice that was defeated by the Gumana universe. The races that were defeated by the Gumana universe's powerhouses have either integrated into the Gumana universe, or fled to the Extreme Evil Starfield to struggle and practice cultivation in this resource-scarce place. The Blood Moon battlefield is located in the center of the Extreme Evil Starfield. In the Extreme Evil Starfield, all powerful beings are filled with killing intent towards the Gumana universe's powerhouses. In the Extreme Evil Starfield, there are even a few Holy Spirit Warlock rank life forms. Without the protection of a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse, it is impossible for ordinary geniuses to enter the Blood Moon battlefield. A semicircular Blasteel race warship that looks like a floating island is flying in the Extreme Evil Starfield. On the floating island, there is an artificial small sun suspended in the air, simulating the changes of day and night. The inside of the floating island looks like a real world. The Blasteel race powerhouses who are going to participate in the Blood Moon battlefield have relaxed looks on their faces, as if they are on a vacation. They gathered in small circles and chatted. Jiang Yun, who is sitting alone on a beach chair on the edge of the sea, is wearing sunglasses, quietly enjoying the beautiful sunshine and observing everything around him. The strongest people who can enter the Blood Moon battlefield are Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses will be cursed to death by the universe malice. Once a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse is perceived, they will be weakened to a terrifying extent, and may even be cursed to death. But there are so many people entering the Blood Moon battlefield this time. In order to seize the last opportunity, many old monsters can't help themselves. Yang Feng glanced at a dozen plus Blastil race powerhouses who are incompatible with the other geniuses, and the corners of his mouth rose into a sneer. In fact, the Blood Moon battlefield itself doesn't prohibit Warlock Monarch and Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses from entering. But once they are perceived to possess power and soul fluctuations above the Warlock Monarch rank, they will be cursed to death by the universe malice. In order to obtain the peerless treasures of the Blood Moon battlefield that even eternal sovereigns covet, some Blastil race old monsters sealed themselves and suppressed their cultivation base and soul fluctuations to the Supreme Infinity Warlock rank. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. There are a total of 5 Blastil race powerhouses that I can't see through. They are either Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses or Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses with special secret treasures to conceal their fluctuations of power. None are easy to deal with. For many powerhouses, Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses have reached the end of their evolution. It is very difficult for them to go any further. For many, Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses, Warlock rank powerhouses, Warlock rank powerhouses, and Warlock rank powerhouses, Holy Warlock rank powerhouses, Warlocks, and rank powerhouses. Those ambitious Holy Spirit Warlocks chose to seal their cultivation base and enter the Blood Moon battlefield to compete for resources. Suddenly, the starry sky distorted, and a 10,000-meter-long starry-eyed giant snake with countless eyes all over its body suddenly flew out. Exuding quasi-holy step fluctuations of power, it opened its maw, turned into a boundless sea of blood, and shot towards the Blastil race warship. Bastard! You're courting death. A 10,000-meter-long steel arm extended from the Blastil race warship and extended towards the starry-eyed giant snake. The starry sky magic-eye giant serpent's body shrank rapidly before it was finally sucked into the palm of the steel arm. It was then crushed into minced meat by the terrifying steel arm. After the quasi-holy step starry-eyed giant snake was squashed, most of the malice hidden in the surroundings receded at once. Countless gazes full of malice focused on the Blastil race warship, yet they didn't act rashly. Although the existences in the extreme evil starfield are full of malice towards the Gumana universe's powerhouses, but they also bully the weak and fear the strong. They understand that forces with Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses aren't to be trifled with. Along the way, the Blastil race warship suffered hundreds of attacks. Each attack was easily defused by the Blastil race, and all the monsters that came to attack were quelled. A month later, the Blastil race warship finally arrived at the edge of the Blood Moon battlefield. At this time, there are all kinds of warships and 3 Tier 5 hives gathered at the edge of the Blood Moon battlefield. The 3 Tier 5 hives belonged to the experts of the Bona God clan, the Winged God clan, and the Frost God clan respectively. If a Tier 5 hive is operated by enough powerhouses, it can even erupt with Warlock Emperor rank battle prowess. Even among the 18 sacred races, many of them only have 1 Tier 5 hive. As the foundation of their race, they can't easily leave the center. Only the 3 major races, which occupy more than 2/3 of the Gumana universe's resources, can easily use the Tier 5 hives. Suspended in the void, as if they are the center of the universe, the 3 Tier 5 hives radiate mysterious and powerful light. Yang Feng looked at the 3 Tier 5 hives with a scorching shade in his eyes. That's the Tier 5 hive, one of the most powerful weapons of the Gumana universe. It would be great if I could get my hands on one of them. The Tier 5 hive is a secret treasure developed by the Gumana universe that can contend against Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. The Tier 5 hive can gather the power of low-level powerhouses, so that they are no longer as powerless as ants in the face of Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. If Yang Feng gets his hands on this secret treasure, Shizu technology will surely evolve by leaps and bounds again. Divine Sun Bona invites the young talents of the Blastil race for a gathering. A ray of light radiated from the Tier 5 hive and entered the Blastil race warship, and a slightly arrogant voice came from inside. Divine Sun Bona, a peerless genius of the Bona race. He had already condensed an immortal body at the half-step imperishable realm, and defeated an imperishable realm powerhouse. Divine Son Bona, for such a bigwig to invite us to a gathering, that's great. Divine Son Bona, that bigwig has the potential to advance to the perfect step. For him to invite us, that's really an honor for us. When the Blastil geniuses heard that voice, their eyes revealed looks of excitement at once. The Bona celestial race is one of the Gumana universe's 3 major divine races, and the divine son Bona is the successor of the Bona celestial race. He is known as a bigwig most likely to advance to the Warlock Emperor rank. If they can establish a friendship with him, it will be extremely fortunate for the Blastil geniuses. Along with flashes of light, the Blastil geniuses flew towards the location of the Bona celestial race's party. Yang Feng followed the crowd and flew in that direction. As if on a pilgrimage, a large number of powerhouses of other races flew out of their warships and flew towards the Bona celestial race's Tier 5 hive. Yang Feng mused, so this is the status of the 3 major divine races in the Gumana universe. Sure enough, they're like gods. Along with flashes of light, the Bona celestial race's Tier 5 hive radiated dazzling light and formed a golden staircase with 10,000 steps. A voice carrying lofty arrogance came from the Tier 5 hive. The divine son Bona only wants to communicate with the most outstanding geniuses. As long as you can climb this staircase, you can participate in the gathering held by the divine son Bona. An Infinity Warlock said, that's right. Is Sir Bona's gathering something that ordinary people can participate in? Only the most outstanding powerhouses are qualified to participate in Sir Bona's gathering. Along with flashes of light, the Infinity Warlock powerhouses flew onto the golden staircase. A tremendous backlash force came from the golden staircase and sent a dozen plus Infinity Warlock powerhouses flying. The hundreds of Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses were eliminated by 5%. Interesting. As soon as Yang Feng stepped onto the golden staircase, a fearsome backlash force nearly sent his avatar Guddi flying. Yang Feng pressed the blue jade pendant on his chest, and light shone, and the blue brilliant star suddenly appeared and radiated resplendent light. As soon as Yang Feng merged with the blue brilliant star, all the forces on the golden staircase could not restrain him. Just like that, he turned into a streak of blue light and took the lead, easily walking up. Who's that? That's the Blastil race's blue brilliant star. A trifling Starfield step powerhouse has an imperishable grade body, how enviable. When the Gumana universe's powerhouses struggling on the golden staircase saw the blue brilliant star, they revealed looks of envy and jealousy. Damn nouveau riche. When Elise and the other princes and princesses saw the relaxed Yang Feng, they cursed in their hearts, released their bodies, fused with their bodies, and strode up. The powerhouses of the 18 sacred races unleashed their race's secret methods and climbed the golden staircase. At this time, the gap between the 18 sacred races and the other races was revealed. While the top geniuses of the 18 sacred races climbed the golden staircase freely, only some were eliminated. Of the Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses from the superior races, only 1 or 2 people from each race climbed the golden staircase with great difficulty. The rest were easily eliminated. If it wasn't for the blue brilliant star, Yang Feng's Guddi avatar would have been eliminated a long time ago. Sir, please come with me. As soon as Yang Feng stepped on the golden staircase, a beautiful Bona primordial girl walked over with a smile and led Yang Feng towards the interior of the Tier 5 hive. Chapter 1057. The interior of the Tier 5 hive was a small world of its own, and it was filled with countless palaces. Led by the beautiful girl from the Bona divine race, Yang Feng came to a courtyard full of rare extraordinary plants. In the courtyard, there are 3 people sitting on a small dais. One of them was a tall and handsome man with a head of silver hair. He was as handsome as a god, and he was a peerlessly beautiful man. The other person had a head of long black hair, a fiery and sexy figure, and a noble and holy aura. She was a peerless beauty that could cause the downfall of nations, and could charm all men in the world. The other person had golden hair, blue eyes, and a snow-white gem on his forehead. He was peerlessly handsome and had a trace of arrogance. He was a peerlessly beautiful young man with golden hair, blue eyes, and a snow-white gem on his forehead. The handsome man with silver hair, who looks like a god, smiled gently at Yang Feng and said, "You are Grand Prince Lan Yao of the Blastil race. To be able to pass the gold staircase test so quickly, that's really amazing. These two are my friends, the goddesses of the winged race and the divine sons of the frost race." Yang Feng glanced at the three people on the small dais, and his heart shook. These are the top powerhouses of the three races' younger generation, so strong. They are all Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. As expected of freaks cultivated by the three races. The three geniuses, Bona, the winged goddess, and the divine son of the frost race, each of them exudes a trace of immortal might. Unlike quasi-holy step powerhouses, it is a flawless immortal might. Only a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse like Yang Feng can keenly discover the difference between the three. Of course, this is also related to the fact that the three geniuses didn't conceal their holy might. Yang Feng bowed courteously to the three geniuses of the Gumana universe and uttered, "Blastil race's Gaudi greets you, sirs." The winged goddess nodded to Yang Feng. The divine son of the frost race, however, didn't even look at Yang Feng. He quietly savored the fine wine in front of him. The three geniuses are peerless freaks cultivated by the three races using countless resources. At a young age, they have already advanced to the Holy Spirit Warlock rank, far surpassing their peers. In the Gumana universe where powerhouses are as common as clouds, Holy Spirit Warlocks are bigwigs. In the Blastil race, the status of a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse is far above that of a mere Infinity Warlock rank Grand Prince like Yang Feng. The status of the Frost God's son is much higher than that of ordinary Holy Spirit Warlocks. He may not even care about Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. He naturally looked down on an Infinity Warlock like Yang Feng even more. Godchild Bonner smiled warmly and said in an approachable manner, "Gaudi, there's no need to be restrained. Enjoy the delicious food." "Yes, my lord." Yang Feng smiled, then sat down on a seat closest to the dais, picked up a flower-like fruit, and swallowed it. A powerful stream of heat gushed out of the flower-like fruit and entered Yang Feng's body, causing the cultivation base of Gaudi's avatar to rise by a trace. Yang Feng praised in his heart, as expected of the divine son Bona. This treasure that can be fought over by Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses can be enjoyed at will. No wonder so many people are scrambling to attend his gatherings. Every gathering is a great opportunity for those Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. The extraordinary fruits on Yang Feng's seat are treasures that can enhance the strength of Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, which Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses will fight over. Since these extraordinary fruits can be enjoyed at will, they can naturally attract countless Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. Infinity Warlock elites from different races came to the garden after Yang Feng and took their seats. All eyes focused on Yang Feng's avatar Gaudi. In the garden, only Yang Feng's embodiment of Gaudi devoured the delicious extraordinary fruits without the slightest hesitation, one plate after another, drawing everyone's attention. The top elites from different races know that the extraordinary fruits are good treasures. But under the watchful eyes of the three Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses, none of them dared to be so presumptuous. Rumor has it that the Blastil race's Grand Prince Lan Yao is a lowly adventurer. Today, it seems that the rumor is indeed true. Sure enough, the Blastil race's Grand Prince Lan Yao is a lowly adventurer who doesn't understand etiquette. Get out of here. This is not a place for a lowly adventurer like you. After a handsome Supreme Infinity Warlock rank Red Rhombus race powerhouse with a red rhombus crystal on the head stepped into the garden, he walked directly to in front of Yang Feng and berated him full of pride. Gazes of ridicule focused on Yang Feng. The powerhouses who can enter the garden are geniuses among geniuses of the Gumana universe. Most of them are from aristocratic or royal families, and have noble statuses. Naturally, they don't have a good impression of a lowly adventurer like Gaddy. Some nobles would hide their disdain well in their hearts. But at the same time, there are many aristocrats who show their hostility. Yang Feng showed an unruly smile and ridiculed like an adventurer. This is the garden of the divine sun Bort, not your home. Trash, go back to your home and find your mother to drink milk. The eyes of the Supreme Infinity Warlock rank Red Rhombus race powerhouse shimmered with killing intent, and he uttered coldly, "Gaddy, you dare to insult me. I want to duel with you. The winner can get all the property of the loser." Yang Feng said with a cold smile, "It turns out that you took a fancy to my blue brilliant star. No wonder you came to provoke me." The complexion of the Supreme Infinity Warlock rank Red Rhombus race powerhouse flickered. Clearly, his thoughts were exposed. The blue brilliant star is a holy grade body. Even if it isn't used by a Blastil race powerhouse, it can still display terrifying battle prowess. Moreover, once you get your hands on it, existences below the Holy Spirit Warlock rank can practice cultivation with the help of this body, and your cultivation speed will advance by leaps and bounds. It is for this reason that as soon as Yang Feng revealed this body, someone came to provoke him in an attempt to defeat him and take everything away. Yang Feng said with a cold smile, "It's not impossible for a trash like you to fight me. Do you have a treasure of the same grade as the blue brilliant star? If not, then screw off. I don't have time to waste on trash like you." The basic rule of a duel is that both sides have treasures of the same value. The face of the Supreme Infinity Warlock rank Red Rhombus race powerhouse flickered, and he gritted his teeth and uttered, "If I lose to you, then I'll kill myself in front of you." Yang Feng smiled contemptuously and said with ridicule, "Your life is worthless in my eyes. Alright, trash, screw off. This is the garden of Sir Bonner, not your home." The eyes of the Supreme Infinity Warlock rank Red Rhombus race powerhouse flickered a few times, and he hesitated for a while. Then, light flashed in his hand, and a broken bead exuding immortal fluctuations of power appeared. The Supreme Infinity Warlock rank Red Rhombus race powerhouse said coldly, "This is a remnant treasure of the Shido civilization of the Banerdor universe. Legend has it that it hides the whereabouts of the Shido civilization's heritage. It was also a broken Saint-Tier treasure. Its value should not be lower than your blue brilliant star. Gaddy, do you dare to duel with me?" Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he revealed a look of excitement. The Shido civilization. There have been many universe-devouring wars in the Gumana universe. The Banerdor universe is a universe that was annexed by the Gumana universe. It was during that war that the Wing Eternal rose to power and became an eternal sovereign. The Shido civilization was the most powerful civilization in the Banerdor universe at the time, and it eventually gave birth to an eternal sovereign. After he and the Divine Eyes Eternal were mutually wounded, the Wing Eternal took the opportunity to rise and killed the Shido civilization's Eternal in one fell swoop, defeating the Shido civilization. The Shido civilization is a half-mechanical, half-biological civilization very similar to the Shizu and Blastil race, and it has given birth to many powerful beings. The Blastil race obtained part of the Shido civilization's technology, and then innovated on the basis of the Shido civilization's technology and developed into a powerful race. As soon as the broken bead appeared, everyone's attention was focused on it. The beautiful eyes of the winged goddess radiated endless light, and she stared at the bead with an enigmatic shade in her eyes. Yang Feng smiled coldly, stood up, and said frigidly, "Okay. I'll duel with you. However, this is a life and death duel. The loser will die, and everything will belong to the winner. How about it? Do you dare to duel with me?" The eyes of the Supreme Infinity Warlock rank Red Rhombus race powerhouse shimmered coldly, and he uttered frigidly, "Okay, I'll duel with you." With a smile, the Divine Sun Bona waved his hand, mysterious runes emerged, and an arena appeared in the center of the garden. Yang Feng and the other party flew into the arena. I, the ninth son of the Red Rhombus race Saint Annals, Annals Jr., will fight you. With flashes of light, a set of purple gold armor instantly covered the Supreme Infinity Warlock rank Red Rhombus race powerhouse. Countless runes flickered, and Warlock Monarch rank fluctuations of power spread from the Supreme Infinity Warlock rank Red Rhombus race powerhouse. The Red Rhombus race Saint Annals, it's that pinnacle imperishable step Saint Annals. No wonder he has the Shido civilization's treasures. Gotti is in trouble now. That's a pinnacle imperishable step family we're talking about. In the garden, many of the Gumana universe's Infinity Warlock elites inhaled a breath of cold air. I, the Blastil race Gotti, will fight you. With a calm expression on his face, Yang Feng took a step and merged with the blue brilliant star. Lowly adventurer, go to hell. Little Annalise suddenly erupted, countless mysterious purple demonic lightning emerged all over him, and he turned into a bolt of lightning and stabbed at Yang Feng with a lightning spear in his hand. Chapter 1058. Essence of the Purple Demonic Thunder. As expected of the strongest genius of the Annalise family's younger generation. To be able to grasp the essence of the Purple Demonic Thunder. Even a StarCraft step powerhouse may not be his opponent. Gotti has just advanced to the Starfield step, he can't display the fighting strength of the blue brilliant star. He's dead for sure. In the garden, the powerhouses discussed spiritedly. Elise sat in a corner and revealed an incomparably sweet smile. Very well, go to hell. If you don't die, I won't feel at ease. Chrissy, who used to be a wretch in Elise's eyes, has now become a thorn in her side, all because of Yang Feng's embodiment of Gotti. If Yang Feng is killed, Chrissy, who has Andarim bloodline flowing in her, won't be Elise's opponent without any help. At the moment when the little Annalise appeared behind the blue brilliant star, the blue brilliant star turned around, and its right fist turned into a blue star that shone brightly and slammed into the little Annalise. That terrifying and peerless power erupted in an instant, blasting little Annalise into pieces with a single blow. Even his soul was directly shattered, leaving only a storage ring that fell to the ground. Dead, the little Annalise died just like that? How is this possible? The little Annalise is a pinnacle Starfield step powerhouse, how is this possible? How is this possible? How can Gotti be so strong? No, it's not Gotti, it's the blue brilliant star. The blue brilliant star is too powerful. The elites from the major races were all dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. The little Annalise is a peerless genius of the Red Rhombus race who wields the essence of the purple demonic thunder and can even defeat Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. Yet he was apparently insta-killed by Yang Feng. This is simply shocking. How is this possible? The smile on Elisa's face stiffened, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with incredulity. God's son Bo Te praised, amazing. Although his cultivation base isn't good, he perfectly used the blue glorious star's power, causing the power of the blue glorious star to erupt to the extreme in an instant. What an amazing genius of the Blitzsteel race. Only a combat genius who has cultivated the Blitzsteel treasured manual to an astonishing level can achieve this. The son of God of Frost commented, that blue bright star's body is not bad. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand and sucked little Annalise's storage ring into his hand, then returned to his seat and sat down. This kid's combat talent isn't bad. His cultivation is a bit low, otherwise he would be a terrifying enemy. The eyes of the Holy Spirit Warlock rank old freaks hidden among the crowd swept Yang Feng with a glance. If Yang Feng has Supreme Infinity Warlock rank cultivation base, it will surely attract the attention of Holy Spirit Warlock rank old monsters. After all, a freakish Supreme Infinity Warlock rank genius might even be able to kill a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse in the Blood Moon battlefield. However, since Yang Feng only has Junior Infinity Warlock rank cultivation base, he isn't a threat in the eyes of these Holy Spirit Warlock rank old freaks. The eyes of the Holy Spirit Warlock rank old freaks focused on the three supreme geniuses with envy and apprehension. The three supreme geniuses are peerless figures who stand out from the countless geniuses of the three races. Each of them is an overlord who has the potential to advance to the Warlock Emperor realm. Moreover, they have already grown into Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. Only great Holy Step powerhouses and above may defeat them. These Holy Spirit Warlock rank old freaks don't have any confidence in defeating the three supreme geniuses of the Gumana universe. In the Gumana universe, there are all kinds of geniuses and powerhouses emerging one after another. Countless lucky people obtained all kinds of treasures and rose to prominence, making a name for themselves. Even so, among the countless supreme geniuses, the three supreme geniuses are pinnacle existences. Only a dozen plus people can contend against them. The face of a red rhombus race Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse sank, and he uttered coldly, "Guddi, how dare you kill the son of our race's Saint Annalise? Hand over Annalise Jr.'s treasures, surrender, and follow us back to the red rhombus race for trial. Otherwise, only death will await you." Yang Feng smiled coldly and uttered frigidly, "Idiot. I signed a life and death contract with Annalise Jr. It was a life and death wager witnessed by the Divine Sun Bort. Everything of the loser belongs to the winner. You idiot, do you want to question Sir Bort? Or are the entire red rhombus race full of idiots like you who don't even care about Sir Bort?" A white rhombus race powerhouse with a white rhombus inlaid on the head said with a cold smile, "The people of the red rhombus race are such idiots. I suggest that God's Son Bot expel all of these fools." The four sacred races, the red rhombus, green rhombus, white rhombus, and purple rhombus, are said to be descendants of an eternal sovereign. After a struggle, the four sacred races divided into four. The red rhombus race and the purple rhombus race are allies, while the white rhombus race and the green rhombus race are allies. The two alliances formed have been fighting openly and covertly for countless years. The Divine Sun Bort frowned slightly and said, "Norga. Guddi, I witnessed the fair wager with Annalise Jr. I won't allow anyone to question the result." The red rhombus race powerhouse glared at Yang Feng and gritted his teeth, saying, "Yes. Sir. Guddi, I like that beat of the Shido civilization very much. I'm willing to exchange this treasure with you." The winged goddess opened her lily-white hand, and a red mechanical heart full of mysterious runes and exuding holy and immortal fluctuations of power appeared in her hand. That's the Shido civilization's sacred secret heart. Once it was integrated into the body of the blue brilliant star, the blue brilliant star would become a terrifying half-step perfect body. This is a peerless treasure that the Blastil race yearns for. That's one of the less than 5 sacred secret hearts left in the world. If I can get my hands on this treasure, it won't be impossible for Guddi to advance to an imperishable step powerhouse in the future. As soon as the crowd saw the divine secret heart, a flash of excitement flashed in their eyes. The old freaks of the Blastil race felt their breathing stagnate, and their eyes filled with greed. If they can get their hands on the sacred secret heart, the old freaks of the Blastil race can retreat into the Blastil race and no longer have to venture into the Blood Moon battlefield to look for opportunities. Yang Feng said with an apologetic expression, "I'm sorry, Lady Winged Goddess. The Shido civilization's bead is of great use to me. Please forgive me for not being able to part with it." That, saint-level heart, was indeed a rare peerless treasure. However, Yang Feng has the even more powerful Kunmo stone. He doesn't have much desire for the Holy Great Heart, which has a similar function. A cold ray streaked past the beautiful eyes of the winged goddess, and she waved her lily-white hand and withdrew the Holy Great Heart. A 3-meter-tall, handsome ghost blade powerhouse with sharp blades growing from the joints all over his body stepped forward and challenged Yang Feng, "Guddi, I challenge you. Do you dare to engage in a life and death wager with me? The winner will get everything the loser has." Yang Feng smiled coldly, and killing intent surged, "As long as you can come up with the corresponding wager, I will fight you." The ghost blade powerhouse flicked his wrist, and a piece of magic gold radiating 7 colors appeared in his hand. "This is 7 night star gold, an empyrean-grade mineral formed on the seventh day after the universe shattered. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he responded decisively, "Okay, I agree. 7 Night Star Gold is a peerless treasure used to refine level 7 strongholds. Yang Feng couldn't find it in the world of warlocks. Now that he has encountered it, he naturally can't let it go." The figure of the Ghost Blade powerhouse fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light and entered the arena. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he entered the arena as well. "Ghost Blade. I, Ghost Extinguisher Edge, will fight you." Countless mysterious runes appeared all over the Ghost Blade powerhouse, and a black armor covered him. His hands shone with black light, and he grasped a pair of sharp blades emitting gloomy light. Ghost Extinguisher Edge. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth twitched, and he took a step back and entered the blue brilliant star. "Go to hell." A cold ray flashed in Ghost Extinguisher Edge's eyes. Strengthened by the essence of speed, he split into 1,000 plus afterimages and slashed at Yang Feng from different directions. The essence of speed combined with the invincible blades of the Ghost Blade race. "Guddy, you're dead meat." That's right, no matter how much Guddy struggles, this time, no, how could this be? Under those shocked gazes, the blue luminous star directly turned around, and his right fist transformed into a blue star. He punched Ghostblade Clan's Heaven's Chosen One, directly smashing Ghostblade Clan's Heaven's Chosen One, and his soul was extinguished. So strong. The Blast Steel Race's Guddy is so strong. The Blast Steel Race's Guddy is really not simple. To think that he's so strong. The blue brilliant star is like a part of him. The synchronization rate between the two is too high. How fearsome. So this is the power of a Blast Steel Race genius, what a monster. The spectating powerhouses inhaled a breath of cold air. Ghost Extinguisher Edge, who is proficient in the essence of speed, is a first-class powerhouse in the younger generation. For such a powerhouse to be insta-killed by Yang Feng, the Gumana Universe's elites are filled with shock. They no longer dare to underestimate Yang Feng's avatar Guddy. Chapter 1059. Yang Feng grabbed Ghost Extinguisher Feng's storage ring, flew out of the arena, and returned to his seat. For a while, the gazes of the Gumana Universe's elites focused on Yang Feng, and no one came forward to challenge him. With 2 geniuses dying at Yang Feng's hands in succession, everyone understood that if they failed to challenge Yang Feng, only death would await them. People like Gaudy, who are born as adventurers, will generally feel restrained when fighting against people of noble status, for fear of inflicting serious damage to the other party. If they can't display 40% of their strength, they will often be easily defeated. After Yang Feng signed a life and death contract with his opponents and killed those aristocratic geniuses, even the Red Rhombus race and the Ghost Blade race won't have an excuse to attack him. After understanding Yang Feng's situation and determination, the elites of the major races are unwilling to fight him to the death. Their lives are much more precious than that of a lowly adventurer. A handsome luminous thunder powerhouse with mysterious runes of light and thunder on the forehead walked up to Yang Feng and spread the fingers of a hand, and a resplendent flower surrounded by 3 blue stars appeared in his hand. "Guddy, I'll fight you. This is the tricolor sacred blue flower. With this holy grade elixir, you can promote to the Star Sea realm. The tricolor sacred blue flower is a holy grade elixir. It is of great benefit even to imperishable rank powerhouses. This is a peerless elixir that can only be encountered by chance. Gaudy can't refuse such a temptation. If he gets this elixir, he can become a true Grand Prince Blue Yao." When the elites from the Gumana universe saw the tricolor sacred blue flower in the hand of the Radiant Thunder powerhouse, their eyes revealed greed. Yang Feng responded neither servile nor overbearing, "I'm sorry, sir. No matter how strong I am, I cannot be the opponent of an imperishable rank powerhouse. If you are willing to put on the God investiture shackles, seal your power to the Starfield step, and seal your immortal body. Then I am willing to fight you to the death. That's an imperishable rank powerhouse. It turns out to be an imperishable rank powerhouse. To be able to see through that Sir's true body, Gaudi is really amazing. Strange gazes converged on Yang Feng from all directions. Like sharp swords, the old monster from the Radiant Thunder tribe's face sank. The face of the old monster sank, twisted, and turned into a dignified middle-aged man with a domineering aura. Suddenly, immortal might erupted and crushed towards Yang Feng like an avalanche. Very good, Gaudi, very good. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and blue light shone, and the blue brilliant star suddenly appeared, exuded wisps of immortal might and confronted the old freak. Godson Bonner said, "Stop it, Daniel Light. You're an imperishable rank expert, so why bother being calculative with a junior? Why don't you come up and have a taste with us? Divine Son Bonner, I have important matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first." Daniel took a deep look at the godchild Bonner. Then, with a slight sway of his body, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared from where he stood. Daniel Light is, after all, a Holy Spirit Warlock rank bigwig. The fact that he hid his identity and challenged an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse was exposed, which damaged his reputation greatly. Every minute he stayed here, he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Naturally, he didn't want to stay. To offend Sir Daniel and Sir Winged Goddess in one go, this fellow Gaudi is really bold. He's dead meat. Unless he can get a secret treasure in the Blood Moon battlefield and stand out. Otherwise, if he offends these two sirs, he won't have a place in this world. Looks of Schadenfreude focused on Yang Feng's embodiment of Gaudi. At the banquet, some geniuses from the top races exchanged pointers. Although the pointers of these geniuses were wonderful, but most of them were performances, which didn't arouse people's interest. Godson Bonner said with a gentle smile, "Everyone, this time, the Blood Moon battlefield opened. I am determined to get a treasure called God Resentment Grass in the Blood Moon battlefield. If anyone gets the God Resentment Grass, they can give it to me. I will offer you a treasure of equal value in exchange. Besides, the person who finds the God Resentment Grass will also gain my friendship." The Winged Goddess said, "I'm determined to obtain a treasure in the Blood Moon battlefield, the Crimson Crystal Wings. Whoever gives me the Crimson Crystal Wings, will be able to gain my friendship. Of course, I will also give you an equivalent reward in exchange." The god Sunfrost uttered proudly, "The frozen star in the Blood Moon battlefield is a treasure I fancy. Give me the red crystal wings, and I will give you a treasure of even higher value. Whoever takes my frozen stars, will be my mortal enemy." After the announcement, the three god sons left the banquet. They are all Holy Spirit Warlock rank bigwigs, their status is extremely noble. If it wasn't for the fact that the geniuses of the major races were needed, they wouldn't have been summoned. After the three god sons left the banquet, the atmosphere of the banquet became more enthusiastic. The elites from the major races looked for allies and made friends in the banquet. Although Yang Feng's embodiment of Gaudi showed fearsome battle prowess, but he offended several Holy Spirit Warlock rank bigwigs. However, since he has offended several Holy Spirit Warlock rank bigwigs, the elites of the major races are unwilling to get too close to Yang Feng. After the banquet, Yang Feng returned to the Blastil race's fleet. 5 days later, all the Blastil race powerhouses who wanted to enter the Blood Moon battlefield came to the outer layer of the island. Light shone from the 3 Tier 5 hives, and mysterious chains formed from runes shot out from the 3 Tier 5 hives and landed on the warships of the major races. The warships of the major races shone brightly, and a tremendous amount of energy poured into the 3 Tier 5 hives. A divine eye that seemed to be able to pierce through a world and suppress the entire world flew out of a Tier 5 hive and looked at the Blood Moon battlefield. A resplendent beam blasted out, tore apart the Blood Moon battlefield, and opened up a terrifying path. From the Blood Moon battlefield, countless strange existences formed by the malice of other universes swarmed over like ants. The distorted existences formed from the weird universe malice can even erode and curse great holy step powerhouses. Even Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses have to consume a tremendous amount of power at all times to be able to contend against the weird universe malice. From a Tier 5 hive, a pair of terrifying wings that seemed to cover the entire sky suddenly appeared and flapped slightly. In an instant, the sky fell, the earth cracked, and the space distorted. The distorted malice of the universe was directly shattered into pieces. From a third Tier 5 hive, white cold air sprayed out, and everything in its wake froze and formed a passage made of ice walls. An indifferent voice came from a Tier 5 hive, "This passage will last for 3 years. After you enter, you must return the way you came within 3 years." Along with flashes of light, everyone flew towards the Blood Moon battlefield like raindrops. Yang Feng, who has merged with a black demonic dragon set, flew into the Blood Moon battlefield within a few breaths of time like a fierce demonic dragon, and fled into the distance. The 30-plus Blasteel powerhouses suddenly moved, turned into resplendent rays of light and chased after Yang Feng. In addition, there are still hundreds of Gumana Universe's elites stealthily heading in Yang Feng's direction. It has already been determined that Yang Feng has 3 holy grade treasures on him. If they kill him, it will be equivalent to harvesting a huge treasure trove. It seems that I've become their prey. Yang Feng glanced behind him. Not taking the Gumana Universe's elite seriously, he carefully observed the Blood Moon battlefield. There are 8 blood moons suspended in the sky of the Blood Moon battlefield, each of which represents the remnant universe malice of a universe that was annexed. In other words, there are only 8 universe malice of a universe that was annexed on the Blood Moon battlefield. With the passage of time, the 8 blood moons will fall one by one, representing that the annexed universe has completely integrated with the Gumana universe. In the starry sky, the 8 blood moons radiate bloody light, which is full of filth and curse power. The entire Blood Moon battlefield is full of filth and curse power. Once the Gumana Universe's Warlock Monarch and Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses are discovered, they will be cursed to death. Even the Gumana Universe's Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses can't stay in the Blood Moon battlefield for a long time. Otherwise, they will be eroded by the filth and curse power, and become prisoners of the Blood Moon battlefield. This is really an uncomfortable place, full of malice and curse power. Elemental energy and life magic energy are thin and difficult to practice cultivation here. Is there really a treasure trove in this place? Yang Feng looked around and operated Fate Algorithm to perform divination. The Fate Algorithm's rune has just appeared, when a mysterious law backlash shattered the rune, and blood flowed out of Yang Feng's eyes. Yang Feng frowned slightly. Looking at the Blood Moon battlefield filled with bloody light and countless curses and filth, he mused, "No, this place is too weird. Divination and prophecy spells are not only ineffective, but will also suffer a backlash." Chapter 1060. On the land full of red sludge, a 1,000-meter-long hand covered in eyes suddenly extended from the ground. The countless eyes full of curses and malice shot towards Yang Feng. A body of malice and curses that doesn't even have a soul, be purified. With a thought from Yang Feng, the black demonic dragon seems to have turned into a black demonic dragon that can burn and purify everything, and it belched a black dragon breath barreling towards the giant hand. Fearsome black flames instantly devoured the giant hand, and all the curses and malice were purified and collapsed. The ground rumbled, and countless giant hands filled with curses and malice extended from the ground and extended towards the Gumana Universe's elites behind Yang Feng. Fearsome auras suddenly erupted. The Gumana Universe's elites had no choice but to expose themselves and cast various offensive secret methods to bombard the giant hand underground. There seemed to be no end to the giant hands filled with curses and malice, constantly extending out from the ground. Once they were destroyed, they would quickly regenerate. Unless a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse uses an Empyrean grade purification secret treasure to purify this area, it will be impossible to eliminate the curses and malice in this area. Naturally, a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse wouldn't come to this place full of curses and malice and spend endless power to purify this area. In fact, even if the Blood Moon battlefield is left alone, it will fall apart over time, and the Blood Moon will fall and eventually merge with the Gumana universe. Help! Help me! A 100-meter-long stone snake that revealed its true form was grabbed by a dozen-plus giant hands that extended from the ground, and countless curses and malice eroded the giant stone snake and pulled it underground. The face of a red rhombus race powerhouse flickered, and he barked, "It's hopeless. Kill it. Otherwise, we'll have one more terrifying enemy." Countless giant hands gushed out of the ground and grabbed towards the Gumana universe's elites, forcing the Gumana universe's elites to destroy the giant hands. That huge stone snake was forcibly pulled into the ground by that incomparably strange hand, and strangely merged with the earth. Seeing this scene, the countenance of the Gumana universe's elites who wanted to kill Yang Feng changed dramatically, and they suddenly fled in different directions. Rumble. With a loud bang, a 10,000-meter-long stone snake covered in strange eyeballs flew out of the ground. The fearsome stone snake blurred, crossed 100 kilometers, opened its maw, and devoured an infinity warlock of the Gumana universe. When Yang Feng saw this scene, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Amazing. After being corroded by the curse here, that guy's strength increased by more than 100 times. If it was in the outside world, an infinity warlock would be crushed by a Holy Spirit warlock with their strength increased by more than 100 times. However, in the Blood Moon battlefield, such a monster was extremely terrifying. No one wanted to encounter such a terrifying enemy. Yang Feng's figure shook slightly, and then he suddenly burst out and fled into the distance. "Gotti, you're going to die here." A mechanical star suddenly flew out of a silver mecha. The silver fairy turned into a silver net, and shot towards Yang Feng's black demonic dragon. Yang Feng's eyes narrowed. Dragon-catching net. The dragon-catching net is a secret treasure developed by the Blastil race to capture powerful fierce beasts. Once locked on by the dragon-catching net, even a warlock monarch rank powerhouse will find it hard to break free. If Yang Feng couldn't quickly break free from the dragon-catching net, then once he was locked on by the strange stone snakes, only death would await him. Let's get rid of him as fast as possible. More than 30 Blastil mechas suddenly appeared and attacked Yang Feng with all their strength. "You're courting death." Yang Feng smiled coldly, and the black demonic dragon suddenly shot out and slammed into the dragon-catching net. A red mecha, the Scarlet Tyrannosaurus, emerged from inside the black demonic dragon. The Crimson Tyrannosaurus suddenly moved. With a flash of crimson light, the wings of the Crimson Tyrannosaurus sliced the cockpits of the two Blastil tribe mechas in half, and the pilots inside were blasted into pieces. Driven by Yang Feng's Holy Spirit warlock rank battle consciousness, the Scarlet Tyrannosaurus displayed heaven-defying battle prowess. Appearing and disappearing unpredictably on the battlefield, it attacked wildly and killed Blastil geniuses one after another. "Stop! Gotti, my father is the finance minister of the Blastil Empire, you can't kill me." "Stop, Gotti, my grandfather is Saint Deli." The complexion of the Blastil geniuses changed dramatically, and they roared wildly. They are the children of Blastil bigwigs, many of whom even have royal bloodline and are the descendants of Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouses. In the Blastil race, no one dares to disrespect them. But now Yang Feng is slaughtering them mercilessly, making them feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Shit, how come he's so strong? Is he really one of the legendary darlings of our universe? Watching Yang Feng slay Blastil geniuses one after another, Elise felt a chill in her heart. She suddenly erupted with the Silver Fairy, abandoned her allies, turned into a stream of light, and fled into the distance. "It's no use. You're all doomed to die here. No one can escape." Yang Feng smiled coldly, and the Scarlet Tyrannosaurus unfolded its wings. Countless runes flickered, and the power source of the Scarlet Tyrannosaurus was pushed to the limit. As if set on fire, the Scarlet Tyrannosaurus released a rain of scarlet light that slammed into the remaining dozen-plus Blastil mechas and blasted their cockpits into pieces. The dozen-plus Blastil Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses were insta-killed. After this strike, the Scarlet Tyrannosaurus suddenly cracked, trembled slightly, and turned into a pile of scrap steel. Even though Yang Feng has Holy Spirit Warlock rank battle sense, but if he wants to kill a dozen-plus Blastil Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses in a short period of time, he has to pay a great price. The price is that the Scarlet Tyrannosaurus is completely exhausted. With a flash of silver light, a silver illusion-breaking scorpion dragon flew out from the discarded Scarlet Tyrannosaurus. Silver light shone, and the destroyed cockpits of the Blastil geniuses flew into Yang Feng's hands and became his spoils of war. Go to hell, all of you. The silver illusion-breaking scorpion dragon glanced at the dozen-plus elites of the Gamana universe who are entangled with the giant hand. The silver illusion-breaking scorpion dragon radiated strange silver light that shone on the Gamana universe's elites. The Gamana universe's elites fell into chaos at once. Their movement stagnated for a moment, and then they were grabbed by the giant hand formed from curse and malice and pulled into the earth. The silver illusion-breaking scorpion dragon fluttered, turned into a silver ray, and chased after the silver fairy ahead. What a fast speed! It's very difficult to catch up with her. The gap in performance is too big. The silver illusion-breaking scorpion dragon chased for a while, but the distance between it and the silver fairy kept increasing. Although Yang Feng is far superior to Elise in terms of control of the silver fairy, but in terms of performance, the silver fairy is a generation higher than the silver illusion-breaking scorpion dragon. However, the distance isn't too far, it's still within range. The silver illusion-breaking scorpion dragon trembled slightly, and 20 strange eyes suddenly appeared, turned into silver illusory light, tore through the sky, and swept towards the silver fairy. In an instant, the silver fairy was swept by the illusory light, trembled slightly, slowed down by more than half, and fell from the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, the earth split open, and a strange giant hand reached out from the earth, grabbing at the silver fairy. Shit! Elisa's pretty face flickered. The silver fairy shone brightly, and countless ribbons of light flew out, slashed at the giant hands, and severed them. All curses and malice were purified. As soon as the silver fairy entered combat mode, its flying speed slowed down again, and the distance between it and the silver illusion-breaking scorpion dragon hidden in the sky continued to shrink. Damn you, Gotti, let's die together. Elisa's beautiful eyes flashed fiercely, and she urged the silver fairy to the limit. In an instant, countless ribbons of light shot out from the silver fairy, blocked the sky, sealed the space, and barreled towards the silver illusion-breaking scorpion dragon. This is an attack that the silver fairy can unleash by burning all of its power, which can seriously injure even a warlock monarch rank powerhouse. After the same strike, the silver fairy would also collapse. All of a sudden, the silver illusion-breaking scorpion dragon shone brightly, countless eyes emerged, and released layers of barriers blocking in front of it. When the ribbons of light slammed into the barriers, they crushed the barriers along with the silver illusion-breaking scorpion dragon. A green light descended from the sky, appearing in front of the silver fairy. With a grab, it pierced into the cockpit of the silver fairy, forcefully pulling Elise out of the cockpit. With a forceful tug, she was pulled out of the cockpit, flying towards the sky, disappearing in a few leaps. Chapter 1061. In the middle of the Blood Moon battlefield, inside a miniature mechanical palace. Sitting on a sofa, Yang Feng looked at the Blastil Princess Elise, whose power has been sealed, and said flatly, "Elise, I know that you have the complete version of the Blastil text. Give it to me, and I will spare your life." Elisa's beautiful eyes shimmered with an enigmatic gleam, and she uttered proudly, "Did that slut Chrissy tell you this information?" "That's right, Guddy, I have the complete version of the Blastil text, which has a total of 9 volumes. As long as you marry me and kill that slut Chrissy, I will give you the complete version of the Blastil text." I'll give you the complete version of the Swift Steel Treasure Book, and have my mother's clan help you advance to the imperishable rank with all their strength. Young Feng replied flatly, no need, I can take it myself. Transparent tentacles formed from the phantom ruler stabbed Elise. Elise's eyes turned misty, and she fell into an illusion. Yang Feng snapped his fingers, and the mist-like erosion ruler suddenly flew out, turned into a mysterious mist, and entered Elise from all directions. The misty lord of erosion eroded Elise, entered her soul, and imitated her soul fluctuations. After a dozen plus breaths of time, Elise's eyes turned misty, and she pointed with a finger. Light shone, and the blastil text in her soul formed a knowledge crystal. Yang Feng looked at the knowledge crystal, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile, as expected of the erosion ruler, the most useful ruler among the rulers. The erosion ruler is the weakest among the ruler series of battle robots, and it can't even compare to a dazzling light unit. However, it is the most expensive among the ruler series of battle robots. The erosion ruler can erode and assimilate various powerhouses, battle machines, and biological weapons, and steal their core knowledge and technology. Experts like Elise, who had obtained the complete version of the Swift Steel Grimoire, would usually set up all sorts of restrictions within their souls. Once someone touched their soul would self-destruct, leaving them with nothing. However, the erosion ruler can erode the soul of the captured powerhouse and manipulate them to dig out all the knowledge they have. This was one of the heaven-defying aspects of the corrode sovereign. At the time, the Shizu relied on the erosion lord to corrupt the powerhouses of countless races and plundered their knowledge and technology to finally deduce and build a level 7 stronghold, which is a warlock emperor rank weapon. If not for the fact that the Blastil race was filled with experts, the Blastil race would not have been able to survive. Yang Feng had already taken action against Elise. In the eyes of Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses, an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse is just a relatively powerful ant. Yang Feng's mind stirred slightly, and the knowledge recorded in the Blitz Steel text poured into his sea of knowledge like a tide. There was a flash of excitement in Yang Feng's eyes. This is the path of the Swift Steel Lord. Just this, Blast Steel treasured tome, alone is worth it for me to take the risk to infiltrate the Blast Steel race. Unfortunately, this, Blast Steel manual, is only a cultivation technique and not the culmination of the Blast Steel race's technology. The Vajra treasured tome, was the blood, sweat, and tears of the Vajra Lord. It fully displayed his path. For other Holy Spirit warlocks, this Empyrean grade text may only serve as a reference. However, for a powerhouse like Yang Feng who has the culmination of the Shizu civilization, it has opened another door to the peak. When Shizu technology reaches the final stage, in order to be immortal, they must abandon their fleshly body and integrate their soul with the Shizu base. In this way, Shizu powerhouses can change their bodies continuously and achieve the goal of immortality. But even so, although there can be many mechanical bodies, the soul of a Shizu powerhouse will still weaken over time. The ultimate demise of the Shizu is also related to the demise of the soul of their top powerhouses. In the world of warlocks, the Gumana universe's Eternals are immune to the erosion of time and are immortal. The only way for Eternals to die is if they are seriously injured or killed by Eternals of the same rank when the universes devour each other. The Blast Steel Lord is also walking the eternal path. His path has a great enlightening effect on Yang Feng. The Shizu are good at making all kinds of powerful weapons. The Blast Steel race is good at strengthening themselves with all kinds of machines. With the guidance of the Blast Steel text, Yang Feng understands how to use Shizu technology to strengthen himself. My next target is the relic site of the Shitona civilization. I hope that the relic site that once gave birth to Eternals can give me a pleasant surprise. Yang Feng opened his palm, and the bead from the Shitona civilization radiated bright light and pointed in a certain direction on the Blood Moon battlefield. Yang Feng merged with a newly captured blue Tyrannosaurus, turned into a blue ray, and flew in that direction. In the Blood Moon battlefield, there are countless curses and malice aggregates. As soon as these aggregates appeared, Yang Feng avoided them. In the Blood Moon battlefield, the most dangerous ones are the powerhouses eroded by curses and malice. As for the aggregates of curses and malice, although they are extremely terrifying for existences below the Infinity Warlock rank, but for Pinnacle Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, they are just a bit of trouble. Boom! Suddenly, the earth shook violently, and a star emerged from the earth thousands of kilometers away and quietly sat in the Blood Moon battlefield. That's the relic site of a different universe civilization. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, then his figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light and flew towards the star. The Blood Moon battlefield is a place full of malice towards the Gumana universe. Here, the malice of the universes annexed by the Gumana universe converges. After many universes were defeated and devoured, the relic sites hidden in those universes will be drawn to the Blood Moon battlefield. The relic sites of civilizations are the most precious treasures on the Blood Moon battlefield. Even the Gumana universe's 3 eternal sovereigns will be tempted by the relics of some civilization relic sites. A relic site has appeared. How lucky! When the Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses within an area of tens of thousands of kilometers in radius saw the relic site of a different universe civilization emerge, their eyes revealed a look of excitement, and they turned into streams of light flying towards the relic site. As soon as Yang Feng flew to the celestial body where the relic site is located, he saw that the celestial body looks like the end of the world. The intelligent life forms on the celestial body are entangled by malice and curses and turned into monsters eroded by malice and curses. The monsters that had been corrupted by malice and curses fought and devoured each other, and the victor would become even more powerful. Yang Feng glanced at the monsters down below and secretly raised his guard. This is the fate of the loser. Found it. Yang Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he flew towards the center of the celestial body. In the center of the celestial body, there is a blue mountain rising into the sky. On the blue mountain, there is a 10-meter tall blue small tree. The blue small tree has no leaves, and there is a white flower growing at the top. The white flower looks plain, but it exudes an alluring fragrance. When Yang Feng flew to within 10,000 meters of the blue mountain, his body suddenly sank, and he fell to the ground. No airspace domain. As soon as Yang Feng landed on the ground, he urged the blue Tyrannosaurus to rush towards the blue mountain. A small stone on the ground suddenly erupted, turned into a 100-meter tall stone wolf exuding Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power, and bit at Yang Feng. The speed of the blue Tyrannosaurus suddenly soared, and it took a step forward. Its huge mechanical dragon claw stabbed into the core of the stone wolf and dug out the core. The face of the stone wolf changed dramatically, and it roared, "Stop! I am the attendant of the imperishable rank expert Sir Light Daniel. If you dare touch me, Sir Light Daniel will never let you off." The blue Tyrannosaurus directly sealed the core of the stone wolf and casually spat out a mouthful of dragon breath, enveloping the stone wolf and directly burning its body to ashes. After insta-killing the stone wolf, the blue Tyrannosaurus suddenly broke out and rushed towards the spiritual mountain at full speed. A fierce battle broke out around the spiritual mountain. In order to compete for the treasures on the spiritual mountain, the Gumana universe's elites fought each other. The Gumana universe's elites blocking in front of Yang Feng were mercilessly insta-killed, and then he climbed up by stepping on the corpses of the Gumana universe's elites. Seeing how unbridled Yang Feng is, the Gumana universe's elites felt their blood run cold, and they didn't dare to approach him. After Yang Feng set foot on the spiritual mountain summit, he saw 2 men and 1 woman arrive at the summit almost at the same time as him. One of them is the Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse Light Daniel. Light Daniel looked around and said domineeringly, "I am Light Daniel. I have taken a fancy to the treasures on the spiritual mountain. The 3 of you, if you leave now, I will owe you a favor. Otherwise, those who compete with me for this treasure will all die." As a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse, even though Light Daniel can only use Infinity Warlock rank power, His battle prowess is still far above that of some weak warlock monarch rank powerhouses. He is naturally unscrupulous and fearless. The burly, handsome middle-aged man smiled coldly, his face twisted, and a domineering expression appeared on his face. He looked around and said overbearingly, "Light Daniel, your favor is worthless. I am Great Emperor Boem. Get lost, all of you. Otherwise, die." Chapter 1062. Great Emperor Boem, he is the master of the Boem race. He is known as the powerhouse most likely to advance to the perfect step in this era. Great Emperor Boem is a pinnacle imperishable step powerhouse and has 2 imperishable step powerhouses as his subordinates. Why would such a bigwig come here in person? When the Gumana universe's powerhouses who are approaching the top of the mountain heard the name Great Emperor Boem, they inhaled a breath of cold air and took a few steps back. Even the insufferably arrogant Light Daniel inhaled a breath of cold air, and his eyes flickered with an enigmatic gleam. Great Emperor Boem is a peerless great holy step powerhouse, the guardian of a superior race, and an overlord-grade peerless genius. He is publicly recognized as a fearsome existence with the potential to attack the Warlock Emperor realm. Light Daniel is just an ordinary Holy Spirit warlock. Although he possesses superior battle prowess compared to other Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, but he cannot contend against a peerless overlord like Great Emperor Boem. Since you are here, Great Emperor Boem, then I will withdraw from the competition for the treasures on this spiritual mountain. Light Daniel's figure fluttered, and he flew away from the top of the mountain and retreated to the side. His eyes shimmered with unwillingness. Light Daniel was able to advance to the imperishable realm because he knows when to advance and when to retreat. When he encounters a powerhouse that he cannot defeat, he will wisely choose to give up. Otherwise, he would have died God knows how many times already. The beautiful woman in a silver robe, with a flower growing on her head, and a sexy figure said lightly, "Great Emperor Boem, since you are here, then the treasures on this spiritual mountain are yours." With that, the beautiful woman with extraordinary strength took a step and left the top of the mountain. While no one was paying attention, the area was already shrouded in a faint mist. Even if someone noticed the faint mist, they didn't care. In this relic site, anything can happen. Great Emperor Boem glanced at Yang Feng standing on the top of the mountain, killing intent streaked past his eyes, and he said coldly, "Get lost, do you want to die?" Yang Feng said flatly, "I am also very interested in the treasures on this spiritual mountain. If you want this universe origin flower, then come get it with your own ability." Great Emperor Boem. That's Jia Di of the Blaster race. He actually dares to provoke Great Emperor Boem, truly audacious to the extreme. Is he courting death? This isn't the Blast Steel race's territory. Even if Gotti has a trump card, it's impossible for him to win against Emperor Boem. This idiot. Sounds of schadenfreude came from below. No one was optimistic about Yang Feng's embodiment of Gotti. This is a spatial seal. Seal this space completely. In other words, you want to capture all of us in one fell swoop and don't want to reveal your true identity. You are not from the Gumana universe. They were lurkers from other universes. Other universe lurkers who are proficient in mechanical technology should be our enemy, powerhouses of the Battle Demon sect. You don't have the slightest fear in the face of me. You should be the Battle Demon sect master, Yang Feng. Great Emperor Bomu glanced at his surroundings. Countless mysterious runes appeared in his eyes. With a single glance, he saw through the countless space sovereigns appearing in the surrounding void, completely sealing the space in this area. What? The Battle Demon sect's Yang Feng. He's a powerhouse from another universe, the Battle Demon sect master Yang Feng. Who is Yang Feng? Yang Feng is our enemy, the leader of a powerful human warlock group from another universe. Not long ago, he just advanced to the imperishable step. How dare he invade the Gumana universe? The countenance of the Gumana universe's elites changed dramatically at once, and their eyes shimmered with endless killing intent. Suddenly, there was a flash of light from the thick fog, and a mechanical torrent formed from blade rulers suddenly flew towards the Gumana universe's Infinity Warlock elites, and engaged them in a fierce battle. Caught off guard, more than 20 Gumana universe's elites were slain by the blade rulers. The remaining Gumana universe's elites unleashed powerful offensive secret methods and clashed with Yang Feng's blade ruler. Yang Feng spoke, Emperor Boem, as expected of a great holy step powerhouse. Forgive my rudeness. You should be a pinnacle imperishable step powerhouse. To be able to see through my arrangements at a glance, that's amazing. The space ruler Yang Feng secretly released has already activated the stealth system. In this world full of malice and curses, even Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses will find it difficult to discover him. For Emperor Boem to see through Yang Feng's arrangements at a glance, his strength can be rated as heaven-defying. Emperor Boem uttered flatly, I'm just a little curious as to why a trifling Starfield step ant dares to contend with me. After paying a little attention, I found out that it was you who did this. Yang Feng, is it worth it to expose your identity for the sake of a mere universe origin flower? As long as even one of you escapes, your infiltration into the Blastil race will be exposed. You will have no place in the Gumana universe, and all your plans will come to naught. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, as long as you all die here, then everything will be fine. There was a flash of killing intent in Emperor Boem's eyes, and he said with a cold smile, You're really confident. However, you really shouldn't have come here with your true body. That's seeking your own death. Along with flashes of light, a transparent figure suddenly appeared behind Yang Feng and stabbed at him with a colorless and invisible dagger in hand. A black hole suddenly appeared and swept towards the transparent figure. The transparent figure burst out with resplendent light, and a pair of perfect hands stabbed into the black hole. As if tearing the sky apart, the hands opened the black hole inch by inch. In front of Yang Feng, Emperor Boem's body disintegrated, turned into bubbles, and disappeared. Inside Yang Feng's black hole, the transparent figure appeared and changed into Emperor Boem's appearance. Open! Emperor Boem roared, countless runes appeared, and his body expanded 10,000 times and turned into a 30,000-meter tall giant in an instant. He wanted to break the black hole. Spatial portals appeared in the devour black hole and distorted the void. No matter how big Emperor Boem becomes, he can't break free from the black hole. A terrifying devouring power enveloped great Emperor Boem's body, continuously devouring his energy. Emperor Boem is a great holy step powerhouse. Even though his power is being devoured by Yang Feng, he doesn't weaken at all. With a flick of his finger, a bead suddenly appeared. Boom! Along with a heaven-shaking blare, Yang Feng's black hole was shattered by the bead's explosion. At the moment when the black hole was shattered, Yang Feng operated the essence of power, and a fist turned into a star barreling towards Emperor Boem. The Bomu race, which Emperor Boem belongs to, is a strange life form evolved from liquid. All powerhouses of the Bomu race are proficient in the law of water. Emperor Boem is even more proficient in the essence of water. He instantly formed an endless sea and enveloped the star Yang Feng has transformed into. Countless bubbles churned, and the sea Emperor Boem has transformed into engulfed the star Yang Feng has transformed into. Too weak. Compared to the Dawn Lord, you're too weak. A devouring black hole suddenly appeared within the star, crazily devouring everything. It devoured half of the sea that Emperor Boem had transformed into in one go. Emperor Boem's face fell, and he struggled frantically. A copious amount of sea water merged into a core. In the next moment, an incomparably resplendent star revolved around the spatial door, traversed the river of time, and slammed into great Emperor Bomu with a devouring black hole. The attack blasted great Emperor Bomu into pieces, and his remains were directly devoured by the devouring black hole. No! How can I be killed by a mere junior imperishable rank ant? I refuse to accept this. Eyes shot with blood, Emperor Boem looked up and roared, and a pinnacle great holy step fluctuation of power suddenly erupted and shattered the black hole released by Yang Feng in an instant. The void cracked, and scarlet chains formed from the malice of the universe suddenly erupted and pierced into Emperor Bomu's body. Countless god chains of order erupted from Emperor Boem and contended against the scarlet curse chains. Countless scarlet chains containing the malice of the universe stabbed out, piercing into great Emperor Bomu's body, causing his body to shrivel up. No! Amidst an incomparably miserable shriek, great Emperor Bomu was forcefully dragged into the crack in the void, disappearing without a trace. Seeing this scene, Yang Feng's scalp turned numb. The universe malice on the Blood Moon battlefield is too dangerous. It can even easily suppress and curse great holy step powerhouses. Before advancing to a warlock emperor, you may die on the Blood Moon battlefield if you're not careful. Regret flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. What a pity. Emperor Boem is a great holy step powerhouse. All of his treasures were sucked into the void crack and became a part of the Blood Moon battlefield. Otherwise, I would have made a fortune. Emperor Boem is a great holy step powerhouse, which is equivalent to a moving treasure trove. If he was killed by Yang Feng, it would be equivalent to Yang Feng getting the treasure trove of a great holy step powerhouse. After forcing Emperor Boem to his death, Yang Feng's gaze fell on Daniel, and it shimmered with frigid killing intent. Since Daniel is a holy spirit warlock rank powerhouse, he is equivalent to a huge mobile treasure trove. Chapter 1063. When Yang Feng looked at Daniel, a chill ran down his spine, and he trembled. If it was outside the Blood Moon battlefield, Daniel, a holy spirit warlock rank powerhouse, could even escape from a great holy step powerhouse if he wanted to. But in the Blood Moon battlefield, once he used power beyond the infinity warlock rank, he would be eroded by the various curses on the Blood Moon battlefield. When Daniel saw Yang Feng kill great Emperor Bomu, his heart chilled and filled with fear. Break! Suddenly, Daniel turned into a streak of light and appeared in front of the space barrier in an instant. He swung his great sword and fiercely slashed at the space barrier. The spatial boundary collapsed under Daniel's attack, but in the next moment, several dozen layers of spatial boundaries superimposed on the area, completely sealing the space. Standing in place, Yang Feng said indifferently, "Daniel, you are a holy spirit warlock rank powerhouse. Take refuge with me and become my slave. I can spare your life. Otherwise, this place will be your burial ground." The 10-blade sovereigns turned into 10 streaks of light that shot towards Daniel. Operating the essence of light, Daniel turned into a stream of light, shuttled freely among the 10-blade rulers, and said calmly, "Yang Feng, you want me to be your servant? That's impossible." In an instant, endless light suddenly bloomed and shot towards Yang Feng with the power to purify a world. Meaningless resistance. 3 Vajra rulers suddenly appeared and blocked in front of Yang Feng with a Vajra shield. When the purifying light slammed into the Vajra shield, it set off ripples, but it couldn't even break through the Vajra shield's defenses. Within the boundless radiance, Daniel's furious roar could be heard. Tainijia, open this spatial barrier. The female powerhouse who took the initiative to retreat from the summit of the mountain released a mysterious rune on her right hand, and she slashed at the void carrying the essence of space. The spatial barrier formed by the space rulers was cut open in an instant, revealing a huge spatial rift. Legend has it that the Gadas are born with the power of space. They are the darlings of space. You are proficient in the essence of space. It seems that you are an imperishable rank powerhouse of the Gadas proficient in the essence of space. In the outside world, it would be easy to defeat you, but difficult to kill you. Unfortunately, you are destined to die here. Yang Feng pointed at the spatial rift, and the essence of space surged and flattened the spatial rift. Dozens of sharp blade sovereigns flickered and attacked Tainijia. Tainijia's right hand surged with the power of space, and space blades slashed at the blade sovereigns. The Blade Sovereigns were torn apart along with their cores, and the Blade Sovereigns were banished to a different space. Daniel, since you don't want to surrender, then go to hell. Yang Feng took a step forward. Like a god descending to the secular world, he trod on a torrent of time and spread the fingers of a hand, and a black hole that can devour everything suddenly appeared and swept the surroundings. The purifying light that Daniel has turned into was sucked into the devour black hole and formed a human-like figure. Yang Feng, let's perish together. Daniel's eyes shimmered fiercely, and he roared, and Holy Spirit Warlock rank fluctuations of power suddenly erupted, broke the devour black hole, and turned into a giant hand barreling towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng smiled indifferently. A last-ditch struggle, 10 Vajra rulers suddenly flew out and blocked in front of Yang Feng with their Vajra shields. The 10 Vajra shields superimposed on each other, released brilliant light, and formed a giant shield that blocked in front of the giant hand formed by Daniel. Daniel ferociously slammed into the shields and shattered them. At the same time, the shields of the Vajra sovereigns were also shattered. At the moment when the 5th Vajra ruler was shattered, the void split open, and countless curses formed into scarlet curse chains suddenly erupted and stabbed into Daniel. Daniel's strength was far from Emperor Bomb's. In practically an instant, his entire body was corroded by the crimson curse chains, becoming shriveled up. He was directly dragged into the crack in the void, disappearing without a trace. Yang Feng frowned slightly. It's really not easy to subdue a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse. Apart from some heaven and earth variant species and lucky fellows, most Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses have advanced step by step. Each of them is a genius among geniuses of the same era. In particular, rogue Holy Spirit Warlock rank cultivators, who have gone through countless difficulties to reach this step, are proud and arrogant. Naturally, they won't be so easy to subdue. Yang Feng looked to the left and said flatly, Tainijia. Don't you want to fight? If you unlock your seal and use imperishable step power, you may have a chance to kill me. Yang Feng, let me go. I can pretend that nothing happened today. I don't want to get involved in the affairs of the Gumana universe and your universe. The space there distorted slightly, and Tainijia's figure appeared. The Gumana universe and the world of warlocks devouring each other is a scene of despair for the two universes' low-rank powerhouses. The races of the two universes are destined to fight each other until one side exterminates most of the races. However, in the war of devouring between the two universes, Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses have a choice. They can choose to hide in the universe and not participate in the Great War. If a rogue cultivator like Tainijia, who doesn't belong to the 18 sacred races, hides in some remote places in the depths of the universe, she can also survive and struggle at death's door. In many remote corners of the Gumana universe, vestigial races of other universes survive in this way. Yang Feng uttered coldly, impossible. Tainijia, I don't want to expose my identity. Therefore, if you don't surrender, only death will await you. Besieged by the Ruler Series battle robots, the Gumana universe's elites were killed one by one. The Gumana universe's elites may not be a match for the Ruler Series battle robots one-on-one. Besieged by the Ruler Series battle robots, they were blown up one by one without the power to resist. Tainijia waved her right hand, and spatial blades slashed at the void, and cracks appeared in the space in front of the dozen-plus Infinity Warlock elites. Yang Feng rubbed the fingers of a hand and flattened the spatial rifts. A dozen-plus blade rulers suddenly appeared, their engines roared, and they attacked Tainijia. Tainijia sighed slightly, and then spatial portals appeared around her in an attempt to hide in an alternate space. Yang Feng waved his hand, and the spatial portals distorted and collapsed, revealing Tainijia's figure. The dozen-plus blade rulers appeared beside Tainijia and slashed at her from all directions. Tainijia responded promptly, I surrender. I can serve you for 3,000 years. After 3,000 years, please return me my freedom. If you agree, I will be your servant and serve you. More than a dozen blade dominators suddenly stopped, and the blades in their hands stopped in front of Tai Nijia's vitals. Yang Feng uttered, "Okay. However, before I develop a secret treasure to control Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses, please bear with it and let me seal you. Secret treasures that can control Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses are very rare, and every one of them is extremely precious. The Transcendent text recorded that the Transcendent Empyrean imprint can control all kinds of Holy Spirit Warlock rank transcendence. However, Yang Feng doesn't want to practice this secret method. At that time, he will only benefit the powerhouse who has mastered the real Transcendent Empyrean imprint." Tai Nijie responded coldly, "Okay." Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and countless runes formed chains that pierced into Tai Nijie and sealed her completely. Yang Feng threw her into an alternate space. Except for life magic energy and elemental energy, which can't compare to the real world, everything else in the alternate space is no different from the real world. With the sun, moon, and stars, a blue sea, and a beautiful beach, it is enough for people to live freely for a lifetime. As soon as Tai Nijie was suppressed, the rest of the Gamana universe's Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses were killed without any resistance. After Yang Feng got rid of all the competitors, he reached out and plucked the Universe Origin Flower. As soon as the Universe Origin Flower was plucked, endless malice and curses poured in from all directions, broke through the Spirit Mountain's boundary, and engulfed the area. As soon as the spirit tree that nurtured the Universe Origin Flower was eroded by the curses, countless red curses coiled around it, and tree vines shot towards Yang Feng like poisonous dragons. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and layers of space suddenly appeared in front of him. The tree vines of the spirit tree pierced into the layers of space and got lost in space. Yang Feng took this opportunity to turn into a stream of light and flew towards the outside of the celestial body. As soon as he flew out of the celestial body, Yang Feng saw countless crimson rune chains full of malice and curses surge out of the celestial body. The celestial body churned, as if it is nurturing some evil existence, and sank into the blood moon battlefield. Yang Feng glanced at the celestial body and said unhurriedly, "This is an amalgamation of the devoured universe's malice. I wonder what kind of evil existence it will give birth to. Unfortunately, no matter how much it struggles, it is doomed to be destroyed. After the universe's malice devours the souls, flesh, and power of countless powerhouses of the Gamana universe, it will give birth to a monster whose duty is to destroy the Gamana universe. That monster will definitely be a quasi-Empyrean rank existence." Chapter 1064. However, no matter how powerful that monster is, once it comes out, only destruction will be waiting for it. In the Gamana universe, the three eternal sovereigns suppress everything. Even if that monster is born, it will at most be a Warlock Emperor rank monster. So long as the three eternal sovereigns take action, they can kill that monster. Of course, the lingering universe malice and curses in the Blood Moon battlefield won't stop, because they are only lingering malice and curses of the universe origin. Without thinking, they can only act based on instinct. With a flick of Yang Feng's wrist, the Shido civilization's bead suddenly appeared and pointed in a direction. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light flying towards that direction. After flying for 3 days in a row, there are all kinds of curses and malice everywhere. In addition, there are many Gamana universe's elites eroded by the curses and malice. The strength of the Gamana universe's elites eroded by the curses and malice has changed dramatically, and many of them exude Warlock Monarch rank fluctuations of power. When Yang Feng saw the Gamana universe's elites eroded by the curses and malice, he retreated, unwilling to get entangled with them. The Blood Moon battlefield is full of malice and curses. It is extremely dangerous, and there are almost no resources that can be used here. At the same time, there are eternal cracks everywhere on the battlefield, which are spatial wounds left by eternal sovereign rank powerhouses. Once an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse touches an eternal crack, they will turn into ashes in an instant. On the Blood Moon battlefield, there are many broken weapons from previous universe wars, which have been eroded and turned into all kinds of ferocious and weird phenomena. After Yang Feng suppressed some weapons, he found that they only have curses and malice, and have no value at all. The material structure of the weapons has changed, making them unsuitable for use. In the Blood Moon battlefield, the most precious treasures are the relic sites of the various civilizations and the universe origin flowers that are born by absorbing the power of the relic sites. The universe origin flower Yang Feng obtained is a wisp of origin force from a universe's remnant. If Yang Feng absorbs the power of the universe origin flower, his soul will transform again and take a solid step towards superior level 9. If he has 10 universe origin flowers, Yang Feng's soul aptitude will undergo a complete transformation and advance to superior level 9, reaching the minimum threshold for advancing to an eternal sovereign. The Cosmos Origin Flower was a priceless treasure no matter which universe it was in. Even eternal sovereigns needed it. Because of this, even though the Blood Moon battlefield is barren and dangerous, it still attracted countless elites of the Gamana universe to come here. I am looking for such precious treasures. Brat, stop right there and hand over all your treasures. A voice suddenly sounded, and a 100-meter tall, burly rock giant holding a huge wolf-tooth club appeared in front of Yang Feng. Strange ripples surged behind Yang Feng, and a dagger stabbed at Yang Feng's back like a poisonous dragon. Yang Feng smiled coldly. Within the Blood Moon battlefield, there is another kind of mobile treasury, that is, the elites who enter the Blood Moon battlefield. It's a good idea, but it's a pity that the person you met is me. A fearsome black hole suddenly appeared behind Yang Feng and swallowed the assassin proficient in the art of assassination behind him. The black hole flashed with black light, and ashes spilled out of it. The expression of the rock giant, who was as tall and sturdy as a small mountain, changed drastically. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. A swarm of 10-meter-tall rock giants shot out from the mouth of the rock giant and attacked Yang Feng. The figure of the huge rock giant fluttered, and he suddenly retreated briskly and fled into the distance. Since you're here, don't leave. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a spatial portal opened in front of the rock giant and swallowed the rock giant in one breath. A spatial portal suddenly appeared in front of Yang Feng, and the rock giant appeared in front of him. A black hole enveloped the rock giant. With a slight tremble, the rock giant turned into ashes, leaving only a storage treasure behind. The Devour black hole shone with black light, and fearsome Devour force enveloped the rock giants and sucked them into the Devour black hole. With a slight shake, the rock giants turned into dust. These two guys still have some good stuff on them. It seems that they succeeded several times. What's this? Yang Feng scanned the storage treasures of the two bandits with his soul force, and his eyes lit up at once, and a broken bead appeared in his hand. As soon as the broken bead appeared, the Shido civilization's bead in Yang Feng's hand radiated resplendent light and swallowed the broken bead. Countless mysterious runes appeared on the Shido civilization's bead, making it even more mysterious and unfathomable, making it impossible to discern its origin. Boom! Suddenly, the earth trembled and space twisted. Strands of blue light rose from the distance. An incomparably vast amount of icy air rose from the earth, condensing into an azure pillar of ice that pierced the clouds. As soon as the azure ice pillar appeared, an area hundreds of kilometers in radius was enveloped in a layer of blood-colored frost, and all malice and curses were frozen by the mysterious ice force. This is a frozen star. According to legend, it is an existence formed from the remnant origin of a universe that was ended by the eternal frost. The eternal frost stole the universe origin force of that universe, which was how he broke through and promoted to an eternal sovereign. If I give this frozen star to a Shui, she will definitely be able to promote to a Holy Spirit warlock. When Yang Feng saw the azure ice pillar piercing into the sky, his eyes flashed with a scorching shade. The frozen star contains a trace of universe origin force. The universe origin force contained in the frozen star is 100 times more than that of Yang Feng's universe origin flower. Of course, only powerhouses who have mastered the essence of ice and reached the quasi-holy step can absorb and refine the frozen star. Although Yang Feng hasn't seen Shui for a long time, but he believes that with Shui's heaven-defying aptitude coupled with her trump cards, she should have a quasi-holy step cultivation base by now. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he flew towards the frozen star. Stop, this is the domain of my frost god race. Anyone who sets foot here will die. A blonde and blue-eyed frost god powerhouse dressed in snow-white armor with a snow-white gem on his forehead suddenly appeared, pointed at Yang Feng with a great sword in his hand, and barked. Yang Feng's eyes flickered coldly, and he uttered coldly, "Anyone who blocks my way will die." Spatial fluctuations flickered, and 10 blade rulers suddenly flew out of Yang Feng and flew towards the frost god powerhouse. Enemy attack. The face of the frost god supreme infinity warlock rank powerhouse changed dramatically, and he issued sharp howls. Along with flashes of light, tens of thousands of infinity warlock rank powerhouses rushed over from all directions. The supreme infinity warlock rank powerhouse waved his sword, and countless snowflakes fluttered and drifted towards the blade rulers with invisible killing intent. When the snowflakes hit the blade rulers, they immediately turned into a layer of ice and froze the blade rulers. A saber light flashed, and countless sharp blades shot out from the blade ruler's body. With a slight twist, the ice was shattered. 3 blade sovereigns appeared in front of the frost god's powerhouse and slashed at him. The complexion of the frost god powerhouse flickered, and countless snowflakes flew and formed a barrier of ice and snow to protect him. Along with flashes of sword rays, the barrier of ice and snow was slashed to pieces by the 3 blade rulers. 2 sharp blade dominators took the opportunity to fly in, brandishing their blades, they beheaded the frost god expert. Yang Feng released countless ruler series battle robots, which formed a fearsome steel torrent that crushed and killed all the frost god powerhouses blocking its way. Mechanical golems. The battle demon Sex Yang Feng. The battle demon Sex Yang Feng is here. Damn it, the battle demon Sex Yang Feng sneaked into our universe. When the frost god powerhouses saw the mechanical torrent, and then saw Yang Feng surrounded by the mechanical torrent, their countenance changed dramatically, and they barked. Everyone, let's join hands and kill this battle demon sect master Yang Feng. We will use all our resources to help whoever kills him advance to an imperishable step powerhouse. The cold and proud voice of the frost god's son came from the frozen star. Kill him. If we kill him, we'll be able to promote to imperishable step powerhouses. Yang Feng, that's a universe child of another universe. If we kill him, who knows how much universe favor we'll get. The eyes of the powerhouses who came from afar, but were intimidated by the might of the frost god race, flashed with excitement, and they turned into streams of light and rushed this way. A dense barrage of attacks barreled towards Yang Feng. 100 Vajra rulers blocked in front of Yang Feng with Vajra shields and blocked all the attacks. Yang Feng's true body didn't take action, but the huge mechanical torrent crushed the frost god powerhouses blocking in front of him and opened up a path for him. Like an invincible god, Yang Feng strolled on the battlefield. Under the protection of his most loyal subordinates, he easily arrived in front of the frozen star. Chapter 1065. A resplendent blue ray of ice shot out from the frozen star, drew a pillar of ice in the void, and extended towards Yang Feng. 20 Vajra rulers blocked in front of the pillar of ice with their Vajra shields in hand, resonated, and formed a huge shield in front of them. When the blue ray of ice hit the Vajra shields, it strangely passed through the huge shields and froze the 20 Vajra rulers one by one. Yang Feng narrowed his eyes and spread the fingers of a hand, and a devour black hole suddenly appeared, devoured the void, and devoured the blue ray of ice. Crack! Amidst a series of crisp sounds, the devouring black hole was forcefully frozen by the blue freezing light. 2 incomparably powerful forces intertwined and condensed together, finally twisting and collapsing. To be able to block my all-out blow. Yang Feng, you're pretty strong. In front of the frozen star, the holy son of frost stands loftily, his blonde hair fluttering in the wind, and ribbons of blue light fluttering all over him. The ribbons of blue light are ribbons formed from countless blue runes, looking like a handsome, proud, and aloof god of ice. Yang Feng looked at the godlike holy son of frost with a scorching shade in his eyes. The holy son of frost is a powerhouse the frost gods went all out to nurture in this era. He is a peerless genius of the Gumana universe's younger generation. In the Gumana universe, there are only a dozen plus powerhouses of the younger generation who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the holy son of frost. Those dozen plus powerhouses are heaven and earth variants favored by the universe. They are existences similar to fiend emperors of the world of warlocks. With arrogance in his eyes, the holy son of frost glanced at Yang Feng and said flatly, "Yang Feng, be my servant and serve me. That is your honor. Otherwise, from today onwards, your skull will become a specimen in my collection room." Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Holy son of frost, you don't have that kind of strength. It's not too late for you to run away now. If you stay here, I'm afraid that you will be made into a specimen." The son of God of Frost is a peerless genius of the Frost gods, one of the Gumana universe's three major divine races. He is a freak among freaks who have gone through countless fights, obtained countless fortuitous encounters, and finally stood out from the land ruled by the Frost gods. As strong as Yang Feng is, he doesn't have much confidence in killing the fleeing divine son of Frost. "Very good, you have successfully angered me. Despicable thing, turn into an ice sculpture." The face of the Frost son sank, and he spread the fingers of a hand, and a cold trident suddenly appeared and pointed at Yang Feng. Frost danced around the son of frost, and countless runes appeared. In an instant, the surrounding temperature dropped by 10,000 degrees. A snowy world filled with snowmen, snow wolves, snow bears, snow dragons, and snow spirits suddenly appeared, as if it wanted to replace the real world. Countless snow race extraordinary life forms attacked Yang Feng and the ruler series battle robots around him. In that strange world of snow, the Paragon series of robots suffered from the corrosive power of ice. The processing speed of their main control core dropped, and their performance plummeted. They were covered in layers of ice, as though they were carrying a mountain of ice on their backs. They couldn't move an inch. Although the snow race extraordinary life forms in the world of snow look very cute, but they are extremely fierce and powerful. Fighting the ruler series battle robots, they aren't at a disadvantage. Forcibly freezing and blasting apart the ruler series battle robots. In the strange world of snow, the whole world rejected Yang Feng, and the endless force of ice poured into Yang Feng's body from incredible angles. In an instant, Yang Feng was frozen and turned into a weird ice sculpture. A dignified expression on his face, the son of frost silently recited an incantation and pointed at Yang Feng, and a mysterious rune slowly appeared on the ice sculpture. Eternal Grand Freeze was the peerless spell that the son of God of Frost was casting. Once the 9 runes of eternal frost appear on the ice sculpture, even a quasi-Empyrean step powerhouse will be sealed and fall into an eternal slumber in the prison of ice. Boom! The first rune has just appeared, when a resplendent star erupted from the ice sculpture and smashed it with a blow. When Yang Feng walked out of the ice sculpture, he was covered in a layer of frost, and his face was slightly pale from the cold. Wisps of ice chi circulated inside him, trying to form runes. With a dignified look in his eyes, Yang Feng stared at the distant son of frost with a scorching shade in his eyes. Amazing, so this is the son of frost. He's really amazing. I'm afraid that his strength isn't inferior to that of the Dawn Lord of the same rank. He's definitely an enemy that can't be underestimated. To have 3 such enemies, the Gumana universe is really scary. There was a flash of surprise in the eyes of the son of frost, and all his arrogance faded and was replaced with scorching fighting spirit. This Yang Feng is really strong. To be able to break free from my eternal frost, he's indeed a human powerhouse. In the world of warlocks, he's the human powerhouse most likely to promote to the perfect grade for you. The Son of Frost is a peerless genius among the trillions of geniuses of the Frost gods. He has also experienced countless trials and fights. Although he is arrogant, but he has the capital to be arrogant. However, when he encounters an enemy of the same rank, he will never underestimate the other party. Yang Feng, surrender. Since you entered my world of ice and snow, you were destined to lose here. I once had 5 formidable enemies, each of whom had the potential to advance to the perfect grade. However, after they entered my world of ice and snow, they became my specimens and collectibles. You are very strong, similar to my 5 formidable enemies in the past. However, entering my world of ice means that you have lost. Failure is your predestined fate. If you don't want to become my specimen, then submit to me. I will bestow you with glory and power. Even if the world of warlocks is destroyed, you can still be pardoned and become an aristocrat of our universe. The Son of Frost uttered flatly. You want to shake my mind? It's no use, Son of Frost. Watch how I break your world of ice. Yang Feng smiled proudly. Spatial fluctuations emerged from him, and a swarm of Devour rulers suddenly appeared in the void. As soon as the Devour rulers appeared, they frantically devoured the power of the world of ice like locusts. The Devour rulers devoured a steady stream of power of ice and snow and turned it into their power. Yang Feng pressed a magic cube in his hand, and the magic cube shone brightly, and the black ruler armor suddenly appeared. With the black halberd in hand, Yang Feng treaded on a river of time, accelerated time by 3 times, and flew towards the Son of Frost. A dense swarm of snow freaks attacked Yang Feng, snow filled the sky, and cold air permeated the surroundings. Spatial ripples flickered, and one blade ruler after another suddenly flew out of Yang Feng and fought with the snow race freaks. With a flash of ridicule in his eyes, the Son of Frost silently recited an incantation and pointed at Yang Feng with the ice trident in his hand. Countless dazzling blue runes appeared, and the power of the entire world of ice and snow was extracted and condensed above the ice trident. In the next moment, the ice trident strangely stabbed towards the empty void behind it, and in an instant, it stabbed a black halberd. When the boundless ice force collided with the halberd containing the essence of power, the two forces cancelled each other out and annihilated each other. The Son of Frost was blasted hundreds of kilometers away. Yang Feng's body was enveloped in a layer of frost, and the bone-chilling cold air formed countless runes that, as if they have a life of their own, drilled into Yang Feng's body. A Devour black hole suddenly appeared, rolled towards Yang Feng, and devoured the runes formed from ice force. Stepping on a river of time, Yang Feng took a step forward, crossed a spatial portal, appeared in front of the Son of Frost, and stabbed with his halberd. Without hesitation, the Son of Frost brandished his halberd and attacked Yang Feng. Boom! Boom! The world shook violently, as if the world is being torn apart and collapsing. The battle between the two powerhouses is far stronger than that of ordinary Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. Even a battle between Warlock monarchs isn't this terrifying. Whether it is the Son of Frost or Yang Feng, they seem to have exerted their Infinity Warlock rank power to the limit. Every time they exchanged blows, more and more wounds would appear on their bodies. Boom! Most of the energy in the world of ice and snow was devoured by Yang Feng's devourers, and the world collapsed. The relationship between the world of ice and the Son of Frost is very close. At the moment when the world of ice and snow collapsed, the Son of Frost stagnated for a moment, his face turned pale, and a trace of blood flowed out of the corners of his mouth. Lose for me. Yang Feng's halberd tore through the void and stabbed the Frost God Son of God. A star suddenly exploded and sent the Frost God Son of God flying, and a copious amount of blood spilled on the ground. When the blood fell on the ground, it was devoured and eroded by the malice and curses covering the battlefield, and turned into a collection of curses. Yang Feng, you've angered me. Let me show you my true power. With a flash of anger in his eyes, the Son of Frost spread the fingers of a hand, and 36 blue beads suddenly flew out, exuding wisps of immortal Empyrean might. Chapter 1066. Mysterious runes appeared all over the Son of God's body infused with the 36 beads. The 36 beads radiated blue light and flickered, and countless blue runes shone and formed a blue armor. An indifferent look in his eyes, the Frost Son pointed at Yang Feng. Activating the essence of water, pure water celestial bodies suddenly appeared and, according to a mysterious law, sealed Yang Feng's space to dodge, and crushed towards him. A dignified shade flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and the ruler armor radiated light and extracted the power of the holy grade crystal cores frantically, and a devour black hole suddenly appeared. The devouring black hole was dark and deep, as if it could devour everything. Even time and space could not escape the fate of being devoured by it, and it directly crushed towards the pure water stars. The pure water celestial bodies were completely devoured by the devour black hole. In an instant, strange mist rose from the devour black hole, and then it was eroded and collapsed in the next moment. The celestial bodies turned into deathly still water that can turn a world into deathly stillness and swept towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng's face flickered. Shit, the true path of the Frost Son is the essence of water. In a universe, any powerhouse above the Warlock Emperor rank has a different path. In the Gumana universe, the Eternal Frost has already occupied the essence of ice. Unless the Eternal Frost is killed, no one can promote to a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse with the essence of ice. The Frost God Son is a genius among geniuses of the Frost Gods. In addition to cultivating a secret method created by the Eternal Frost, he has also opened up a path that allows him to control the essence of water. With the essence of water, he wants to promote to a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. The essence of water is the most formidable power of the Frost Son. Ice and water fusion. World of ice, world of corrosion. A cold ray surged in the eyes of the Frost Son, and he operated the eternal imperishable body, and countless mysterious runes appeared on his body. The essence of ice and the essence of water fused with each other, and the deathly still water, which could erode everything, contained traces of terrifying freezing chi. The fusion of the two essences can easily freeze a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse to death. A dignified look in his eyes, Yang Feng operated the eternal imperishable body, countless mysterious runes appeared on his body, a river of time suddenly emerged, a huge star suspended in the air, a spatial portal containing endless mysteries, and a black hole nurturing inside the portal crushed towards the deathly still water. The deathly still demon water froze the river of time, corroded the spatial door, and drowned the huge star. Finally, it was locked in a stalemate with the devouring black hole. Rumble. Rumble. The two extremely powerful phenomenons clashed against each other, causing the void to crack apart. Countless malice and curses burst out from the void. The chains formed by the malice and curses flew around, but they couldn't find their target. Whether it is Yang Feng or the Divine Son of Frost, they both control their power to the limit of Infinity Warlock rank. Although they are fighting with Holy Spirit Warlock rank battle consciousness, but in terms of power, they are still at the limit of Infinity Warlock rank. Moreover, they have concealed their soul fluctuations with secret methods, so that they only emit Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations. Boom! After the 136th exchange, Yang Feng's right arm was directly blasted away, and as if maggots in the bones, terrifying cold chi eroded his body from all directions. The right leg of the Divine Son of Frost was blasted to pieces, and countless runes formed small devouring black holes that devoured his flesh and blood. Both of their auras immediately weakened. Both of them were injured, and neither of them was able to gain the upper hand. Yang Feng opened his mouth and coughed, a lump of ice came out of his lungs and at once turned into a snow arrow, stabbing towards his head. With a flick of his finger, Yang Feng shattered the chunk of ice and stared at the Divine Son of Frost with a dignified look in his eyes, amazing, as expected of one of the Gumana universe's peerless geniuses. You may even be stronger than the Dawn Lord. The divine son of frost is proficient in the essence of ice and the essence of water. At the same time, he has even mastered the peerless secret method eternal imperishable body. In addition, who knows how many powerful offensive spells he has mastered. Even if Yang Feng goes all out, he can only fight him to a draw in the Supreme Infinity Warlock realm. Of course, this is also related to the fact that Empyrean-grade secret treasures cannot be used in the Blood Moon battlefield. If it was outside the Blood Moon battlefield, Yang Feng could use the two Empyrean-grade secret treasures, the Bead of Time and the Green Sun Halberd, to seriously injure or even kill the Divine Son of Frost. The Divine Son of Frost uttered full of confidence and pride, "The Dawn Lord? The 8th Warlock Emperor of your human warlocks. The one known as the weakest human warlock emperor. It is a matter of course that I am stronger than him. I am the protagonist of this era. I am the mighty existence who can reach the pinnacle of this era and advance to the eternal warlock realm. How can a mere Dawn Lord, the weakest human warlock emperor, be mentioned in the same breath as me?" Yang Feng uttered frigidly with a cold look in his eyes, "Unfortunately, there is only one protagonist in each era. Therefore, the Divine Son of Frost, you can only die." The 1,000 dazzling rulers hiding nearby resonated, and their primary artillery shone brightly and turned into a brilliant torrent of light barreling towards the Divine Son of Frost. Despicable! Fight me fairly if you have the ability. The complexion of the Divine Son of Frost changed dramatically, and he silently recited an incantation. Suddenly, mysterious runes appeared, and the deathly water formed a barrier around him. When the dazzling rulers struck the barrier formed by the deathly water with all their might, the barrier shattered in an instant. Stepping on a river of time, Yang Feng's true body accelerated fivefold, appeared in front of the Divine Son of Frost, and pierced his halberd through his defenses and into his body. The Divine Son of Frost suddenly exploded and turned into deathly water containing the essence of ice and water that swept towards Yang Feng. A devour black hole suddenly appeared, blocked in front of Yang Feng, and devoured the silent magic water completely. "Yang Feng, I will remember what happened today. Next time, I will definitely take your life." With a flash of blue light, the Divine Son of Frost turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the distance in an instant. As the sole Divine Son of the Frost Gods, the Divine Son of the Frost Gods not only possesses amazing battle prowess, but also very keen intuition. Once he realized that he couldn't defeat Yang Feng, he chose to flee. The Divine Son of Frost has a promising future and has the potential to promote to a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. Such a peerless genius naturally isn't willing to fight with Yang Feng on the Blood Moon battlefield. Rays of light flashed as the experts of the Frost God clan used their secret techniques to escape from this place. The Gumana Universe's elites, who were defeated by Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion, fled in all directions. So this is the Frozen Star. Yang Feng turned to look at the huge ice pillar and saw that in the center of the 1,000-kilometer-tall ice pillar, there is a fist-sized star engraved with countless mysterious runes suspended. The star engraved with countless mysterious runes was the Frozen Star, a condensation of the origin of ice in the universe. It was a treasure that even an Eternal would covet. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, a swarm of devourers pounced on the ice pillar. Under the frenzied devouring of the devourers, the ice pillar disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, operated the law of ice, and pointed with a finger, and runes formed from the law of ice entered the ice pillar. As a Holy Spirit warlock, Yang Feng is proficient in countless laws and has no shortcomings. This is a basic characteristic of human Holy Spirit warlocks. For Holy Spirit warlocks, they only need to spend a year or two to easily master a law. However, it takes a lot of time and energy to upgrade a law to the level of essence. When the Frozen Star absorbed the law of ice, the runes formed from the law of ice released light, absorbed the huge ice pillar, and turned it into a blue ray that flew into Yang Feng's hand. Yang Feng casually sealed the Frozen Star into a top-notch spatial treasure. Ruler Series battle robots flew over and handed over the spoils of war to Yang Feng. There are no valuable spoils. Yang Feng glanced at the spoils of war, and regret flashed in his eyes. Most of the treasures on the Gumana Universe's Infinity Warlocks are treasures that are of great use to Infinity Warlocks. However, for a Holy Spirit Warlock like Yang Feng, they are not of much use. Yang Feng took a deep look in the direction of the news, and his eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. Divine Sun Bona, the Winged Goddess, and the Frost Sun, these three are indeed peerless geniuses of the Gumana Universe. They are really tyrannical. In order to surpass them by far, I must continue to make progress. Divine Sun Bona, the Winged Goddess, and the Frost Sun are all peerless geniuses of the Gumana Universe. Originally, any one of them could sweep through an era and become the protagonist of an era. With the two universes devouring each other, not only have heaven-defying powerhouses like the Fiend Emperor and Yang Feng appeared in the world of Warlocks. The Gumana Universe, which is half a universe energy level higher than that of the world of Warlocks, has also given birth to heaven-defying powerhouses like Divine Sun Bona, the Winged Goddess, and the Frost Sun. In addition, after Yang Feng became Grand Prince Lanyao, he also learned from the Blastil race's secret information that many ancient powerhouses who have fallen asleep in the Gumana Universe have begun to awaken and want to take advantage of the universe devouring to advance to eternal sovereigns. Chapter 1067. A thick fog covered an area of more than 100,000 kilometers in radius, making it impossible to spy on what is happening here. A large amount of dust sputtered from the edge of the thick fog and swept in all directions. After a speck of dust flew for tens of thousands of kilometers, it twisted and turned into a red rhombus race elite of the Gumana Universe. There should be no problem now. Yang Feng, who is shrouded in rune blades formed from the fate algorithm, cut off the threads of fate entangling him. It is virtually impossible for anyone to find Yang Feng through spells. With a flick of his wrist, the Shido Civilization's bead suddenly appeared, shone brightly, and guided him to a corner of the Blood Moon battlefield. A few days later, a crimson sea formed from curses and malice appeared in front of Yang Feng. In the center of the crimson sea formed from curses and malice, there is a celestial body exuding an ancient and mysterious aura suspended in the air. A huge mechanical fortress 100,000 kilometers long with no end in sight is suspended above the ancient celestial body, as if it is a companion celestial body of the ancient celestial body. The huge mechanical fortress is embedded with the heads of various tyrannical extraordinary life forms, among which there are even 9 heads exuding quasi-empyrean rank fluctuations of power. In the center of the mechanical fortress was a 100,000-meter tall giant that seemed to be able to support both heaven and earth. The giant's eyes are lifeless, but there are countless mysterious and powerful runes on its body, and an immortal empyrean might soared into the sky, as if it wants to break the Blood Moon battlefield. Yang Feng looked at the huge mechanical fortress with enigmatic light in his eyes. This is the Shido Civilization's ultimate weapon, God Bone's Fortress, a weapon that once severely injured an Eternal. In its heyday, it even had the corpse of an Eternal embedded in it. Unfortunately, the proud Shido Civilization was destroyed in the end. According to the data, the universe energy level of the Gumana Universe and the universe where the Shido Civilization is located isn't much different. The Shido Civilization also has an Eternal Guardian. But at the time, the supreme geniuses of the Gumana Universe were all focused on improving themselves. After conquering many civilizations, the Shido Civilization, believing itself to be extremely powerful, became arrogant, corrupted, killed each other, and suppressed geniuses. In the end, the two universes of the same energy level devoured each other, and the Shido Civilization suffered a crushing defeat. The Sherdona Civilization used the Divine Bones Fortress, the ultimate weapon they are proud of, to inflict heavy damage to the Divine Eyes Eternal, but it was still destroyed by the Gumana Universe's powerhouses. After the final battle, the Divine Remains Fortress tore through the void and disappeared. Even the 3 Eternal Ones could not find a trace of it. Yang Feng flew to a distance of 10,000 meters from the God Remains Fortress. On the periphery of the God Bones fortress, a flower with the face of a beautiful woman opened her eyes and stared coldly at Yang Feng with frigid killing intent in her beautiful eyes. As expected of a peerless treasure that once heavily injured an eternal. Yang Feng immediately stopped and didn't continue to approach the Divine Bones fortress. The flower with the face of a beautiful woman exudes immortal might. It is a Holy Spirit Warlock rank extraordinary plant. If the extraordinary plant uses its power to suppress Yang Feng at this time, he will not be able to resist it. Yang Feng retreated step by step, and strange ripples revolved around him. In a breath of time, he disappeared and quietly hid in place. That's the Divine Bones fortress. A pleasantly surprised voice came from afar, and a powerhouse of the Gumana universe flew over from afar and turned into a stream of light flying towards the Divine Bones fortress. In an instant, the Gumana universe's powerhouse entered within 10,000 meters of the Divine Bones fortress. His body emitted black smoke inch by inch, his flesh and bones collapsed inch by inch, and finally turned into black smoke that entered the Divine Bones fortress. The light in one eye of a freak with 9 eyes extinguished slightly, and a smile of ridicule appeared on its face. After a few breaths of time, another Gumana universe's Infinity Warlock rank was attracted, flew into the Divine Bones fortress, turned into black smoke, and was devoured by the Divine Bones fortress. Yang Feng stood in place and watched quietly as the Gumana universe's elites flew towards the Divine Bones fortress like moths flying into a flame, and were devoured by the Divine Bones fortress. Let's give it a try. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then willed. The erosion rulers turned into dense fog and flew towards the Divine Bones fortress. As soon as the 10 erosion rulers entered the range of the Divine Bones fortress, inside the fortress, a strange head that looks like a dragon and a snake opened its maw and inhaled. A black hole suddenly appeared, enveloped the 20+ erosion rulers, and sucked them into its maw. With a slight twist, the 20+ erosion rulers were crushed and swallowed. Yang Feng sighed slightly. Sure enough, it won't work. The erosion rulers can only deal with existences that I have suppressed. I'm afraid that the Divine Bones fortress has its own will. Some top treasures generally have artifact spirits, which are similar to artificial intelligence. Even without a master controlling them, they can still exert terrifying power. In its heyday, the Divine Bones fortress was an eternal grade secret treasure of war. Even though it was severely damaged by the Divine Eye's Eternal, it still possessed fearsome power and wasn't easy to erode. Yang Feng mused, there may be other opportunities on the Blood Moon battlefield. However, the most suitable for me is the technology of the Shitona civilization. I can give up other opportunities, but I can't give up the technology of the Shitona civilization. Black light flashed, and a being enshrouded in layers of black chi flew over from afar. The being shrouded in black gas landed near the God Remains fortress and said in a loud voice, the last descendant of the Shido civilization, Navpalena, has come in the hope of entering the last holy land of the Shido civilization to receive an inheritance. Great Divine Bones fortress, I ask you to open a path and let me go to the last holy land of the Shitona civilization. Among the heads of the 9 pseudo-emperor level experts in the Divine Remains fortress, a mirror-like extraordinary life form head flashed, and a green beam of light shot toward the expert surrounded by the black aura. Illuminated by the green ray, the black gas enveloping the powerhouse collapsed and revealed a gorgeous woman with long black hair, a sexy figure, and an extraordinary temperament. Strands of blood mist condensed into strange runes that appeared on the beautiful woman's body. It was a very strange sight. The mirror-like extraordinary life form head sneered and said, a descendant of the Shitona civilization? A trifling hybrid wants to compete for the last inheritance of the Shitona civilization, how presumptuous. Leave, and I won't kill you. Navpalena knelt on the ground and implored to the Divine Bones fortress, Sir Divine Bones fortress, in the outside world, the descendants of the Shitona civilization are persecuted by the beasts of the Gumana universe. Every day, people are killed or reduced to playthings, struggling in the dark hell. My people did everything they could to send me here. Please be merciful, leave this place, and become the patron saint of our people. I beg you. The life and death of the descendants of the Shitona civilization have nothing to do with me. The only person I am loyal to is my former master, Sir Eternal Bones. After Lord Eternal Skeleton's death, I've become a free man and will not be bound by anyone. The reason why I stayed here was to fulfill Sir Eternal Bones' last wish, to leave a spark for the Gumana universe to be buried. Navpalena, I am only willing to follow the strong. Even if all the descendants of the Shitona civilization die in front of me, you won't get my protection. Only if you can pass the trial and prove that you are qualified to be my master. Otherwise, no matter how much you beg, it will be useless. The Divine Remains Fortress looked down at Nibbana coldly and said in a callous tone. Navpalena's beautiful eyes shimmered with determination, and she said loudly, Sir Divine Bones Fortress, I am willing to participate in the trial. Please let me participate in the trial and become your master. Divine Remains Fortress coldly cut off Navpalena's last shred of hope. No. You are not qualified. First, your soul aptitude is only superior level 7, which does not meet the minimum requirement of inferior level 9. Second, you have practiced cultivation for 8,000 years, yet you only possess Starfield step power. Your cultivation aptitude is too poor. You don't even meet the qualifications to participate in the trial. I don't want to follow a good-for-nothing. Then, may I ask if I am qualified to participate in your trial? Accompanied by a bell-like voice, the peerlessly beautiful winged goddess walked out of the void with a sweet smile on her face, arriving in front of the Divine Remains Fortress. Navpalena is a stunning beauty with almost no shortcomings. But compared with the winged goddess, she is reduced to a green leaf that serves as a foil to a red flower. The Divine Bones Fortress said coldly, You are a member of the Gumana universe's winged gods. According to my agreement with Sir Eternal Bones, the inheritance of the Shitona civilization cannot be handed over to the people of the Gumana universe. The winged goddess said indifferently, What I want to ask is, am I qualified to participate in the trial to become your master? The Divine Bones Fortress replied, Your soul aptitude is intermediate level 9, and you advance to the imperishable rank in 3,000 years. Your cultivation aptitude is not much inferior to that of my former master, the Eternal Bones. You are qualified to participate in the trial to become my master. Chapter 1068. Then do I have the qualifications to participate in the trial to become your master? Ripples shone in the void, and a handsome man with fluttering purple hair, exuding a domineering aura walked out of the void and arrived in front of God Remains Fortress. The Divine Remains Fortress said, His soul aptitude is at the 9th level, and he became an imperishable realm expert in 5,000 years. You are also qualified to participate in the trial to become my master. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the Flying Wings goddess. She said coldly, Demon King Ziyao, do you want to compete with me for the Divine Remains Fortress? Navpalena sucked in a breath of cold air and stared at the purple-haired man. Her body trembled and fear flashed through her eyes. Demon Emperor Ziyao, the one who killed an imperishable rank expert when she was only a half-step into the imperishable realm. Demon Emperor Ziyao is a variant of heaven and earth born from the Gumana universe's dark side force. He is one of the most powerful variants of heaven and earth in the Gumana universe. He was also a monster-level expert on the same level as the winged goddess. Demon King Ziyao's eyes fell on the Flying Wing Goddess as he smiled, Flying Wing Goddess, I can give you all the other treasures. However, the Divine Remains Fortress was different. When it's intact, it's a genuine eternal treasure. An eternal treasure was even rarer than an Emperor-grade secret treasure. Many civilizations did not even have a treasure of this level. The most advanced technology of the Shi clan back then was only an Emperor-grade secret treasure, which was a whole level lower than an eternal treasure. Divine Remains Fortress, I should be more qualified to be your master than the two of them. Because I am not from the Gumana universe. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng walked out of the void, revealed his true appearance, and stared at the God Bones fortress with a scorching look in his eyes. The pupils of the winged goddess constricted slightly, and she uttered solemnly, "Yang Feng, you are the battle demon Sex Yang Feng." The eyes of the demon emperor Ziyao shimmered coldly, and killing intent surged, and he uttered frigidly, "The battle demon Sex Yang Feng who defeated the reincarnation of the Dawn Lord. You really have the guts to sneak into our universe and fight for the opportunity that belongs to us." A copious amount of purple light shone and formed a purple lightning demonic dragon, which barreled towards Yang Feng with fearsome killing intent. A devouring sun suddenly appeared and swallowed the purple lightning devil dragon. The purple lightning demonic dragon struggled inside the devour sun, yet it couldn't break free from the devour black hole. After a dozen plus breaths of time, the purple lightning demonic dragon was completely devoured, and all of its power was absorbed by Yang Feng. Demon Emperor Ziyao said coldly, but he didn't continue his attack. "You do have some skills." The Divine Remains fortress had locked on to Demon Emperor Ziyao. Once she made any strange movements, what awaited her would be a thunderous strike from the Divine Remains fortress. "That's right, you are not from the Gumana universe. Compared to the two of them, he is more qualified to be my master. However, my master must be the strongest existence, invincible among his peers. The three of you can come in and accept the trial. Only the strongest person can become my new master." The 4 eyes of the severed head of an extraordinary life form with 36 eyes flickered slightly and shrouded Yang Feng's group of 4. Yang Feng's group of 4 was drawn into the Divine Remains fortress by the flickering light. In a vast and empty world, a young man in white appeared in front of Yang Feng. A voice sounded in the vast and empty world, "This is the Shido civilization's heaven-devouring great emperor, proficient in the essence of devour. Defeat him, and you will pass the first test. Die, ant." The projection of the heaven-devouring great emperor glanced coldly at Yang Feng and spread the fingers of a hand, and a huge black hole containing endless mysteries suddenly appeared and crushed towards Yang Feng. "Interesting, let me see what you've got." A cold ray streaked past Yang Feng's eyes, and he spread the fingers of a hand, and a huge black hole appeared and intertwined with the heaven-devouring great emperor's black hole. The two black holes entangled and devoured each other. The black hole controlled by Yang Feng collapsed inch by inch, eroded by the heaven-devouring great emperor's black hole. "So that's how it is. I have grasped the 4 essences of time, space, power, and devour. I'm too distracted. In terms of the essence of devour, I'm inferior to the heaven-devouring great emperor." Along with the collapse of the black hole, Yang Feng gained a trace of enlightenment. With his great holy step computing power, he deduced his essence of devour. Many of the top powerhouses only mastered 1 or 2 types of profound meanings because they needed to spend a lot of time and energy to improve their mastery of profound meanings to the extreme. Among gods, many low-level gods have multiple divine authorities and grasp different divine authorities, achieving a dramatic increase in their fighting strength and becoming invincible in the same rank. However, top gods will strip away their non-core divine authorities and leave behind the core divine authority and divine authority. This way, it will be easier for them to climb to the top. Yang Feng has grasped 4 essences. If he wants to, he can grasp more essences. However, in that case, it will be difficult for him to master the 4 essences. If the essences of time, space, power, and devour are cultivated to the extreme, they will be supreme essences. Yang Feng, who comprehended the 4 essences at the same time, naturally fell short of the heaven-devouring great emperor who focused on comprehending the essence of devour. Boom! As the 2 black holes intertwined, Yang Feng's black hole finally collapsed. At the moment when the black hole collapsed, a river of time suddenly emerged, and the flow of time around Yang Feng increased 5-fold. Another black hole emerged and clashed with the heaven-devouring great emperor's black hole. With his great holy step computing power, Yang Feng can learn countless mysteries of the essence of devour from the heaven-devouring great emperor's attacks at all times. This is equivalent to having a teacher proficient in the essence of devour. In the wall of reflection, Yang Feng had surpassed him. The fierce battle with the heaven-devouring great emperor allowed him to see a way forward in the essence of devour. A few days later, the two black holes were locked in a stalemate in the void, with neither side able to overwhelm the other. Thank you for letting me take a step further. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose, a river of time emerged around him, and his speed suddenly increased fivefold, and he walked towards the heaven-devouring great emperor. In an instant, Yang Feng appeared in front of the heaven-devouring great emperor, and his hands turned into stars barreling towards the other party. The heaven-devouring great emperor is equally ferocious. Faintly discernible black holes appear all over him, and he unleashed the essence of devour to the limit. The black holes devoured Yang Feng's power. After the two sides fought fiercely for 8,000 moves, Yang Feng punched the heaven-devouring great emperor in the heart and smashed the other party to pieces. Being proficient in four essences and the eternal imperishable body, Yang Feng was originally a notch stronger than the heaven-devouring great emperor in the same realm. Now that his essence of devour has advanced further, he has the strength to crush the heaven-devouring great emperor. At the moment when the heaven-devouring great emperor collapsed, a copious amount of light was absorbed by Yang Feng. The knowledge containing the heaven-devouring great emperor's understanding of the essence of devour was also absorbed by Yang Feng. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with resplendent light, and he revealed a smile. The harvest this time is really huge. Just absorbing the heaven-devouring great emperor's knowledge of the essence of devour made this trip worthwhile. After Yang Feng advanced to a Holy Spirit Warlock, there are fewer and fewer treasures in the world of warlocks that can enhance his combat power and cultivation base. This is the case for top powerhouses. It is very difficult for them to advance further. For Yang Feng to be able to absorb the heaven-devouring great emperor's knowledge of the essence of devour is indeed a huge opportunity. Napolina, who is hiding in the sky, watched Yang Feng kill the heaven-devouring great emperor with incredulity in her beautiful eyes. That person actually killed the heaven-devouring great emperor. In this way, isn't he stronger than the heaven-devouring great emperor when he was young? How could there be such a person? The heaven-devouring great emperor was one of the most powerful warlock emperor rank powerhouses of the Shido civilization. He dominated an era and was invincible. Even when the Eternal Bones was young, he was just a subject of the heaven-devouring great emperor. During a great tribulation, the heaven-devouring great emperor was seriously injured and died. The Eternal Bones took this opportunity to rise. By chance, he became an eternal sovereign, and finally surpassed the heaven-devouring great emperor. The Eternal Bones admitted that when he was in the Warlock Emperor realm, he was not the opponent of the heaven-devouring great emperor. But now Yang Feng killed the heaven-devouring great emperor. Even if it was just a Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse, it is already heaven-defying. It must be noted that when the sky-devouring great emperor rose to power in the Shardona civilization, he defeated all the experts of the same level and killed all the peerless geniuses of the same generation. Even the Eternal Skeleton was defeated by the sky-devouring great emperor when he was young and was subdued by the sky-devouring great emperor, becoming his subject. With flashes of light, Yang Feng was teleported to an empty space. In the space, there are two people standing quietly. They are the Flying Wing Goddess and the Demon Monarch Ziyao. The Demon Monarch Ziyao glanced at Yang Feng and said with a cold smile, "Yang Feng is really a piece of trash. He made us wait for 2 days. Too slow." Yang Feng's heart shook. They came out 2 days in advance. Sure enough, they're extraordinary. No wonder they're peerless geniuses of this universe. The heaven-devouring great emperor was a peerless overlord. Even when fighting him at the same rank, Yang Feng had to use 4 essences at the same time to kill him after the essence of devour advanced to the next level. The Flying Wing Goddess uttered coldly, "Let the next trial begin. If you want to be my master, then you have to be the strongest. In the next trial, the 3 of you will fight to the death, and the last one will be my master." First, the demon monarch Zi Yao and Yang Feng will fight. Along with flashes of light, an arena constructed from the bones of countless powerhouses suddenly appeared and pulled the demon monarch Zi Yao and Yang Feng inside. Chapter 1069. Demon monarch Zi Yao sneered, "Yang Feng, you are the most outstanding genius of this era among human warlocks. You're destined to become my stepping stone, the food for my evolution. You talk too much nonsense." Yang Feng pressed the ruler magic cube in his hand, and the cube flashed, and a black ruler armor covered his whole body at once. A river of time suddenly appeared around Yang Feng. Stepping on the river of time, Yang Feng stabbed with the halberd in his hand, tore through the sky, and, as if piercing through time and space, stabbed towards demon monarch Zi Yao. A purple bead flew out of demon monarch Zi Yao's chest, and countless runes appeared and turned into a purple armor that covered him. "Die, ant!" The eyes of the demon emperor Zi Yao flickered fiercely, then he flickered with lightning and turned into a purple bolt of lightning soaring into the sky, and countless bolts of lightning formed a terrifying world barreling towards Yang Feng. Boom! Boom! In the skeleton coliseum, the terrifying sounds of explosions rang out incessantly. In just a breath of time, the two sides have exchanged more than 10,000 blows, and the fluctuations of power nearly tore the void apart. The bone arena radiated resplendent light, and countless runes appeared to resist the exchange of blows between the two powerhouses. Standing in an open space and watching the fight between Yang Feng and the demon monarch Zi Yao, Napolina's heart filled with shock. This is a Starfield step battle. Even StarCraft overlords might not be a match for them. These guys are really freaks. Napolina is a Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse. But facing freaks like Yang Feng and demon monarch Zi Yao, she will be insta-killed. Boom! A star shattered, and a fearsome force sent demon monarch Zi Yao flying hundreds of kilometers away in an instant. After sending demon monarch Zi Yao flying with a strike, Yang Feng said flatly, "Demon monarch Zi Yao, is that all you've got? This can't even be considered a warm-up. I only used 50% of my strength to fight you. Don't be too proud, ant." With a fierce gleam in his eyes, Zi Yao released dazzling purple lightning from his body, and countless lightning runes flew out and formed a lightning horn on his head and a pair of lightning wings on his back. "Die, ants!" The eyes of the demon emperor Zi Yao flickered fiercely, and he turned into a purple lightning star containing the power of destruction, purifying, and eroding everything and barreling towards Yang Feng. Devil King Zi Yao had pushed the Purple Thunder Demon Upanishad to the limit. Above the Purple Thunder Demon Upanishad, it was unparalleled in the world. Although the purple lightning star is propelled by the demon emperor Zi Yao with his Supreme Infinity Warlock rank cultivation base, but even some restrained quasi-holy step powerhouses will be seriously injured or even turned into ashes when hit by the purple star. Interesting. Excitement flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he operated the eternal imperishable body. A river of time, a spatial portal, and a star hovering between real and illusory, shrouded in a black hole barreled towards the purple lightning star in the sky. Boom! The purple thunder star was only in a stalemate for a moment before it instantly shattered into pieces and exploded. The incomparably terrifying thunder light was directly swallowed by the devouring black hole. That incomparably dreadful black hole swallowed Zi Yao in an instant. Countless mysterious runes gushed out from the devouring black hole. Seizing the opportunity when Devil Emperor Zi Yao was distracted, they entered his body and sealed him for a moment. At this moment, a tremendous amount of life force gushed out of the demon emperor Zi Yao and was absorbed by the black hole. Curses, let's die together. The countenance of the demon emperor Zi Yao suddenly changed dramatically. Realizing his situation, his eyes shimmered with a resolute shade, and the seals inside him opened one by one, and Holy Spirit Warlock rank might slowly recovered. The black hole trembled slightly, and is about to collapse. Although Yang Feng has absorbed the knowledge of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor and advanced further in the essence of Devour. But an Infinity Warlock rank black hole cannot suppress a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse. In my arena, there must be a fair fight. The frigid voice of God Remains Fortress came from the arena, and a pitch-black rune emerged from the earth and pierced into the Demon Emperor Ziyao. The Demon Emperor's immortal might was interrupted, and his strength dropped to the Supreme Infinity Warlock realm. The Demon Emperor Ziyao let out a heart-wrenching roar filled with unwillingness. No. I refuse to accept this. I am a darling of the Gumana universe, a son of the dark side. How can I die in this place? I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. After a breath of time, the Demon Emperor Ziyao was sucked dry by the black hole and turned into a corpse. After all, the Demon Emperor Ziyao is a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse. Even though he has been sucked dry, but there is still a steady stream of power pouring into Yang Feng. Runes flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and the evolved essence of Devour extracted the essence of the Demon Emperor Ziyao's purple demonic lightning and formed a purple crystal of the essence of the purple demonic lightning. After 10 days and 10 nights, Demon King Ziyao was completely refined and turned into ashes, disappearing without a trace. That is because Yang Feng can only use Supreme Infinity Warlock rank power to devour the power and essence of the Demon Emperor Ziyao. If he could use Holy Spirit Warlock rank power, it wouldn't have taken so long. Yang Feng scanned the purple crystal in his hand, and a thought occurred to him: should I absorb this essence of the purple demonic lightning? In the hands of the Demon Emperor Ziyao, the essence of the purple demonic lightning is extremely powerful. If Yang Feng hadn't undergone a great transformation not long ago, it wouldn't have been so easy to defeat the Demon Emperor Ziyao. Yang Feng's heart stirred, and then he cut off this thought: forget it. After I advance to a Warlock Emperor, I'll study other essences. What I should do now is to push the essences I grasp to the limit. The 4 essences Yang Feng grasped were broad and profound, and their profundities were useless. Since he hasn't pushed the 4 essences to the limit, mastering more essences isn't conducive to the advancement of his essences. Next, Yang Feng versus the Winged Goddess. With a flash of light, the Winged Goddess enveloped the Winged Goddess. With a flash of light, the Winged Goddess appeared in front of Yang Feng. The Winged Goddess smiled sweetly: Yang Feng, your universe doesn't even have an eternal sovereign. You are destined to become resources for the evolution of our universe. As long as you pledge allegiance to the Winged Goddess, we can give you endless glory, splendor, and wealth. Among the Gumana universe's 18 sacred races, there are 8 sacred races that have surrendered to us. If you submit to the Winged Goddess and serve us, it won't be impossible for the Gumana universe to have another sacred race in the future. Yang Feng uttered flatly: it's a very tempting proposal. Unfortunately, my goal is to become an eternal, to become immortal. No matter how magnanimous the 3 sacred races are, they won't allow someone from another universe to advance to an eternal sovereign. In the Gumana universe, the 3 eternal sovereigns are native races of the Gumana universe. Although the 3 eternal sovereigns allow other surrendered powerhouses to advance to the Warlock Emperor realm, but they won't allow them to advance to the Eternal Sovereign realm. That's because once someone advances to an Eternal Sovereign, it means that variables will arise. If that happens, the Gumana universe will even become a universe where the other universe's powerhouses are revered. The 3 Eternal Sovereigns will never allow such a situation to occur. What a regrettable choice. You made the wrong choice, so you can only die here. The Winged Goddess sighed slightly, and regret shimmered in her beautiful eyes. With a flick of her wrist, a green card appeared in her hand. Eternal Force. A shocked voice came from the God Bones Fortress, and a huge skeletal hand extended from the skeleton arena and grabbed the Winged Goddess. Immortal Empyrean might erupted in an instant and tried to crush the Winged Goddess. The cyan card flashed faintly, and a pair of cyan wings suddenly appeared, forcibly blocking the skeletal hand. A bone blade descended from the sky and slashed at the skeletal hand, severing it in one move. Countless runes flickered, and the skeletal hand disappeared at once. It's a pity that I used it a bit too early. 100,000 miles away, the soaring wings goddess stood in an ocean of malice and curses. She let out a soft sigh as a hint of pity flashed across her eyes. Above the blood moon battlefield, a pair of green wings suddenly appeared, and it seemed as if they were going to collapse the entire space. Wings of Eternity. Greetings, great wings of eternity. When the powerhouses outside the blood moon battlefield saw the pair of green wings, their countenance changed dramatically, and they prostrated themselves on the ground and said respectfully. Even the powerhouses of the other two races, except for the Holy Spirit Warlock-ranked powerhouses, prostrated themselves on the ground and worshipped the green wings in the sky. The three eternal sovereigns are the protectors of all races in the Gumana universe. Anyone who sees them must worship them. Only Holy Spirit Warlock-ranked powerhouses are qualified to stand and talk to them. As soon as the pair of green wings appeared, they waved, and green light shone, and the blood moon battlefield, which can easily slay great holy step powerhouses, was torn apart by the green light. A huge green hand descended from the sky, grabbing in the direction of the Divine Remains fortress. On the blood moon battlefield, the void split open, and chains formed from malice and curses shot out and swept towards the giant green hand. As soon as the chains formed from countless curses and malice touched the cyan hand, they were shattered by a powerful force. They couldn't even touch the body of the cyan hand. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.